Looking back, I probably should have realized that legitimate academic research doesn't usually require you to sign that many confidentiality agreements before you even know what the study involves. But I was desperate for money during my final year studying sociology at Leeds, and when Dr. Sarah Mitchell from the psychology department contacted me about participating in paid research, I didn't ask nearly enough questions. She'd gotten my details from the university's student participant database and said my academic background made me particularly suitable for what she described as an ethnographic study about online communities. The initial meeting was in her office in the psychology building, which looked exactly like you'd expect. Books everywhere, certificates on the walls, the sort of cluttered academic space that immediately puts you at ease. Dr. Mitchell seemed legitimate enough, asking thoughtful questions about my research experience and explaining that her project involved observing and documenting behavior in digital spaces that weren't easily accessible through conventional research methods. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, explaining that detailed briefings would come later once I'd signed the necessary paperwork and completed security clearance procedures. The payment was substantial, several £100s for what appeared to be part-time observational work that could be done from home around my regular studies. The confidentiality agreements were extensive, covering everything from the research methodology to the platforms I'd be accessing, even the existence of the project itself. Dr. Mitchell explained that this level of security was necessary because the research involved communities that were extremely sensitive about outside observation and could become hostile or dangerous if they discovered they were being studied. She also mentioned that the project had been approved by multiple ethics committees and involved collaboration with law enforcement agencies who were interested in understanding certain online behaviors for public safety purposes. The academic legitimacy and official approval made the extensive security requirements seem reasonable rather than suspicious. After completing the paperwork, I was given specialized software and detailed instructions for accessing the online communities I'd be observing. Dr. Mitchell explained that the platforms required specific technical approaches and were not accessible through normal internet browsing, which is why they needed researchers with strong technical skills and careful attention to security protocols. The communities I was directed to observe were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Instead of typical social media platforms or discussion groups, these were marketplaces and coordination sites where people arranged various types of transactions and services. Initially, many of the activities appeared relatively innocuous. People trading collectibles, arranging transportation services, even what looked like normal commercial transactions that were conducted privately for tax or regulatory reasons. But as I spent more time observing these communities, I began to notice discussions and arrangements that were clearly illegal. There are drug transactions, stolen goods trading, and services that involve harming others in various ways. When I raised concerns about this with Dr. Mitchell during our weekly check-ins, she assured me that observing illegal activity was different from participating in it, and that documenting these behaviors was crucial for understanding how criminal networks operated online. She emphasized that our research was helping law enforcement develop better strategies for disrupting these criminal communities, and that the ethnographic data I was collecting would contribute to prosecuting the people involved in serious crimes. But the more time I spent in these communities, the more I realized that my role wasn't just passive observation. Dr. Mitchell was asking me to engage with other users, build relationships, and gather specific types of information that went well beyond academic research. I was instructed to express interest in various services and products, ask detailed questions about how transactions were arranged, and even request introductions to people who specialized in particular types of criminal activities. The research was requiring me to actively participate in criminal communities, gathering intelligence that could be used for law enforcement purposes, but also potentially implicating me in illegal activities if my involvement was discovered. When I tried to research Dr. Mitchell's academic background more thoroughly, I found that while she had legitimate credentials and university affiliation, her previous research focused on completely different areas and showed no expertise in the digital ethnography she claimed to be conducting. More troubling was that I couldn't find any record of the research project being approved by university ethics committees, despite her claims about extensive oversight and official authorization. I started to suspect that Dr. Mitchell wasn't conducting legitimate academic research at all, but using the pretense of scholarly study to recruit students who could gather intelligence about criminal communities without arousing suspicion. The ethnographic approach provided perfect cover for systematic intelligence gathering, with participants who believed they were contributing to academic knowledge while actually conducting surveillance operations against dangerous criminal networks. But understanding what I was really involved with didn't provide any clear way to extract myself safely from the situation. I'd already spent weeks building relationships within criminal communities and gathering detailed information about their activities and membership. If these communities discovered that I'd been conducting surveillance against them, they would almost certainly consider me a serious security threat that needed to be eliminated. The people involved in these activities had demonstrated their willingness to use violence against anyone who threatened their operations. But continuing to participate meant deeper involvement in criminal activities and gathering more intelligence that could be used for purposes I didn't fully understand. Dr. Mitchell's requests for information were becoming increasingly specific and focused on details that would be valuable for planning operations against the criminal networks. I realized I was probably being used to facilitate actions against these communities that would go well beyond normal law enforcement procedures. The intelligence I was gathering might be used for vigilante operations, criminal extortion, or even worse activities that required detailed knowledge of how these networks operated. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar research projects, I found that Dr. Mitchell had recruited multiple participants over several months, all using the same ethnographic research cover story. But none of the other participants were willing to discuss their experiences, claiming they were bound by confidentiality agreements that prevented them from sharing information about their research activities. The pattern suggested that Dr. Mitchell was systematically recruiting students to conduct intelligence gathering against criminal communities, using academic legitimacy to overcome normal ethical concerns about participating in dangerous surveillance operations. Students who needed money and trusted university authority were being manipulated into conducting activities that could result in serious criminal charges if their surveillance was discovered, or violent retaliation if the communities they were infiltrating identified them as threats. But the most troubling possibility was that the intelligence was being used to aid crime instead of stop it. The detailed information about how these networks operated could be valuable for competing criminal organizations or for people planning to exploit the same communities for their own illegal purposes. I might be helping to facilitate criminal activities while believing I was contributing to legitimate research that would help law enforcement protect public safety. The research project that had seemed like an excellent opportunity to earn money while contributing to academic knowledge had instead drawn me into systematic criminal surveillance that could result in serious legal consequences or violent retaliation. But extracting myself from the situation would require abandoning relationships I'd built within dangerous communities and potentially alerting Dr. Mitchell that I'd discovered the deceptive nature of her research project. Meanwhile, the criminal communities I'd been observing were probably continuing to operate and expand, with new participants being recruited and existing activities becoming more sophisticated and dangerous. The intelligence gathering I'd been conducting might be contributing to escalating criminal conflicts or facilitating new forms of illegal activity that would harm innocent people who had no connection to these hidden communities. I never completed another research session for Dr. Mitchell, claiming that academic pressures required me to focus on my final year coursework rather than external research projects. But I remained concerned about the ongoing use of the intelligence I'd gathered and the possibility that other students were continuing to conduct surveillance operations against criminal communities without understanding the true nature of their involvement. The academic credentials and university affiliation that had made Dr. Mitchell's research project seem legitimate were probably being used to recruit new participants who would unknowingly facilitate criminal intelligence gathering, while believing they were contributing to scholarly research. When I checked the university staff directory several months later, there was no record of Dr. Mitchell being affiliated with the psychology department, and the office where we'd conducted our meetings was listed as unoccupied. I should probably mention up front that I've always been terrible at keeping secrets, so writing this down feels like a massive mistake, but I need to get it out of my head somehow. The whole thing started when my mum called me at university in Newcastle, worried because she hadn't heard from my gran in over a week. Gran lived alone in a little terraced house in Sunderland and usually phoned every few days, but she'd gone completely silent. Mum was stuck at work and couldn't drive up to check on her until the weekend, so she asked if I could pop round after lectures. It seemed like a simple enough favour. Just knock on the door, make sure Gran was all right, maybe stay for a cup of tea and listen to her complain about the neighbours. The sort of family obligation that takes an hour out of your day and makes everyone feel better. But when I got to Grand Street that Thursday afternoon, her house was completely dark and there was a pile of uncollected posts behind the front door. I rang the bell and knocked repeatedly, but got no response. The curtains were drawn tight, and I couldn't see any signs of life inside. I was starting to worry that something serious had happened when I noticed a man watching me from across the street. He was standing by a white van, pretending to check his phone, but clearly keeping an eye on what I was doing at Gran's house. When I looked directly at him, he walked over and introduced himself as someone from the council's Adult Social Services Department. He explained that they'd received reports about an elderly resident who might need assistance, and he was there to conduct a welfare check. The timing seemed like more than coincidence. I just arrived to check on my gran, and a social worker happened to be doing the same thing at exactly the same moment. But his identification looked legitimate, and he seemed genuinely concerned about Gran's well-being. He suggested we try to gain entry together to make sure she was safe. He had protocols for accessing properties when there were genuine welfare concerns, and my presence as a family member would help ensure everything was done properly. That should have been when I insisted on calling my mum first, or asked to see more formal identification, or just walked away entirely. But I was genuinely worried about Gran, and this seemed like the fastest way to find out if she was all right. The social worker had tools for gaining entry without causing damage, and within a few minutes, we were inside Gran's house. It was immediately obvious that she hadn't been home for several days. Stale air, unopened mail, food going off in the kitchen, but the house didn't show signs of any emergency or struggle. Gran's belongings were all in their normal places, Her medication was still in the bathroom cabinet, and there were no obvious indications of what might have happened to her. The social worker seemed particularly interested in Gran's personal documents and financial paperwork. He spent considerable time looking through drawers and filing cabinets, claiming he needed to check for information about her care arrangements or emergency contacts. He also took detailed photographs of different rooms, explaining that documentation was required for welfare check reports and that the images would help other professionals assess Gran's living situation and support needs. Something about his behavior was starting to make me uncomfortable, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what seemed wrong. He was thorough and professional, asking appropriate questions about Gran's routine and health concerns, but he was also gathering much more information than seemed necessary for a basic welfare check. Personal financial documents, details about her daily schedule, even observations about security arrangements and valuable items in the house. When I suggested that we should contact police about Gran's apparent disappearance, the social worker discouraged immediate reporting. He explained that elderly people often made unexpected changes to their routines, and that filing missing person reports prematurely could cause unnecessary alarm and waste police resources. He suggested waiting another day or two to see if Gran returned home naturally, while he conducted follow-up inquiries through official channels that might locate her more efficiently than police investigations. That advice seemed reasonable at the time, but looking back, it was probably designed to delay any official involvement in Gran's disappearance while giving him time to complete whatever he was really doing in her house. I left that afternoon thinking I'd done everything possible to check on Gran's safety and that proper authorities were handling the situation through appropriate channels. But over the next few days, I started having doubts about the encounter. When I tried to contact the social services department to follow up on their welfare check, I couldn't find any record of the officer I'd met or any scheduled visits to Gran's address. The phone number on the identification he'd shown me led to a generic voicemail system that didn't identify any specific department or organization. When I tried to report my concerns to the main council office, they had no knowledge of any welfare checks being conducted in Gran's area. I realized that the man I'd helped gain entry to Gran's house probably wasn't a legitimate social worker at all. I'd assisted a stranger in conducting what was essentially a burglary, providing family authorization for someone to access property and information they had no right to examine. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what had actually happened to Gran, or why someone had wanted access to her house and personal documents. When I finally convinced my mum to report Gran as missing, the police investigation revealed that she'd been admitted to hospital several days earlier after collapsing while out shopping. When she was found, she had been unconscious and had no identification with her, which prevented the hospital from contacting her family members immediately. Gran was recovering well, but the timing meant that her house had been empty and vulnerable during exactly the period when the fake social worker had gained access with my unwitting assistance. Someone had been monitoring Gran's situation carefully enough to know when she'd be absent from her home, and had used that opportunity to conduct systematic search of her property while maintaining the pretense of official welfare concern. The detailed photographs and personal information gathering suggested they'd been looking for specific items or intelligence rather than just conducting a random burglary. They'd wanted access to Gran's financial records, personal documents, and security arrangements for reasons that went beyond simple theft. When I tried to research whether other elderly people in the area had experienced similar fake welfare checks, I found scattered reports of supposed social workers and health visitors who had gained access to properties under false pretenses. Most victims had been elderly people living alone who were dealing with health problems or family concerns that made them vulnerable to official-sounding offers of assistance and support. The fake officials were systematic and professional, using legitimate-looking identification and appropriate terminology to convince both elderly residents and family members that their visits were authorized and necessary. But the real purpose seemed to be gathering intelligence about elderly people's circumstances, financial situations, and security arrangements that could be used for subsequent criminal targeting. The operation was sophisticated enough to coordinate monitoring of individual elderly people, timing of fake welfare visits, and recruitment of unwitting accomplices like family members who could provide legitimate-seeming authorization for property access. I'd been used as cover for what was essentially organized reconnaissance against my own grandmother, providing the family presence needed to make the fake welfare check appear legitimate and authorized. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that this was probably happening to elderly people across the region, with fake officials systematically gathering intelligence about vulnerable individuals who could be targeted for various forms of exploitation. The criminals were using people's genuine concern for elderly relatives to facilitate their own access to properties and personal information, turning family care instincts into tools for criminal targeting. Meanwhile, the intelligence they'd gathered from Gran's house was probably being used to plan future crimes against her, or being sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting elderly victims with specific vulnerabilities. I'd inadvertently provided criminals with everything they needed to systematically exploit my grandmother while thinking I was helping ensure her safety and well-being. The fake welfare check had been so convincing that I'd never questioned whether the man's authority was legitimate, and by the time I realized I'd been deceived, the damage was already done. Gran recovered fully from her hospital stay, but I never told her or my mum about the fake social worker I'd helped gain access to her house. The knowledge that I'd facilitated what was essentially preparation for crimes against my own grandmother was too disturbing to share with family members who trusted me to protect rather than endanger her. But I remain concerned about what use might eventually be made of the intelligence that had been gathered about Gran's circumstances, and whether the fake welfare check operation was continuing to target other elderly people whose families could be manipulated into providing unwitting assistance for criminal reconnaissance. The guilt about my role in facilitating the fake welfare check was compounded by the realization that I probably wouldn't recognize similar deception if it happened again, and that my willingness to trust official seeming authority could be exploited to harm people I cared about. When Gran mentioned a few weeks later that she'd been receiving unusually persistent calls from companies offering home security services, financial advice, and healthcare products, I knew the intelligence gathered during the fake welfare check was already being used to target her for various forms of exploitation. I'm not sure if I should have called the police straight away, but hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? What happened was this. I came home to my flat to find a package that definitely wasn't mine sitting outside my door. Nothing unusual there. Happens all the time in student accommodation, where delivery drivers get confused about flat numbers and names. The label showed my address, but a completely different name. Someone called David Chen, who I'd never heard of. The package was from a medical supply company, which struck me as odd given that most students aren't ordering specialized medical equipment. But I figured maybe this David person had a condition that required particular supplies, and I'd just drop it round to wherever he actually lived once I worked out the correct address. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of just leaving it for the delivery company to sort out, I decided to have a quick look online to see if I could find contact details for the intended recipient. It might save everyone some hassle if I could arrange for him to collect the item directly. Searching for David Chen in Glasgow turned up nothing useful. Too common a name. But when I looked more closely at the return address on the package, I noticed it wasn't from any medical supply company I could find online. The address led to what appeared to be a generic business park with multiple tenants, none of whom seemed to be in the medical supply business. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started digging deeper into where this package might actually have come from. The more I searched, the more I found myself following links to increasingly obscure websites that seemed to exist in corners of the internet I'd never encountered before. Eventually, I ended up on sites that required specific access methods and weren't indexed by normal search engines, places where medical supplies were being sold without the usual regulatory oversight and customer verification that legitimate companies would require. The supplies being offered weren't your typical pharmacy items. These were specialized medical devices, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that would normally require prescriptions or professional medical supervision to obtain legally. Most concerning was that many items were being marketed for uses that had nothing to do with legitimate medical treatment. Substances described as useful for behavioral modification or compliance enhancement, devices that could be used for restraint or monitoring, even chemicals that seemed designed for incapacitating rather than treating people. I realized I might be holding a package containing materials that were intended for harming rather than helping someone. The medical supply company was a front for distributing items that could be used for assault, kidnapping, or worse. But that raised the question of who David Chen actually was and why someone was having these materials delivered to an address near mine. Either he lived in the area and was involved in activities that required access to dangerous medical supplies, or someone was using a false name and approximate address to receive materials they couldn't obtain through legitimate channels. The package was heavier than I'd initially noticed, and when I shook it gently, I could hear what sounded like multiple small containers or vials moving around inside. This product is definitely not what you'd expect from normal medical supplies. I tried to research David Chen more systematically, looking through university records, local business directories, and social media to see if I could find anyone by that name who might legitimately be expecting medical deliveries. What I found instead were references to the same name being used in connection with various questionable online activities, forum posts about acquiring controlled substances, marketplace reviews for sellers of restricted items, even what appeared to be requests for services that couldn't be discussed on normal platforms. The name seemed to be a commonly used alias for people who needed to maintain anonymity while purchasing items or services that weren't available through legitimate channels. I was probably holding a package intended for someone involved in serious criminal activities, delivered to an address close enough to mine that they could collect it without being traced to their actual location. But I had no way of knowing whether the intended recipient was planning to use these materials against specific victims, or whether failing to deliver the package might prompt them to investigate what had happened to their order. If David Chen was expecting delivery of materials he planned to use for harming someone, discovering that his package had been intercepted might make him desperate enough to take risks to recover it. That could put me in danger if he decided I was a threat to his activities. On the other hand, if I delivered the package as intended, I'd be facilitating whatever crime he was planning to commit against innocent victims who had no idea they were being targeted. I decided the safest option was to dispose of the package without opening it or trying to return it to its intended recipient. If David Chen was involved in legitimate medical treatment, he could reorder his supplies through proper channels. If he was planning to harm someone, denying him access to these materials might prevent serious crimes. But getting rid of medical supplies safely required more thought than just throwing them in the bin. If the package contained controlled substances or hazardous materials, improper disposal could create environmental problems or give other people access to dangerous items. I tried to research proper disposal methods for unknown medical materials, but most guidance assumed you knew what substances you were dealing with and had obtained them legally in the first place. Eventually, I decided to take the package to the University Health Center and explain that I'd received someone else's medical delivery by mistake. They might be able to dispose of it safely or contact appropriate authorities if the contents appeared suspicious. But when I arrived at the health center, the staff seemed unusually interested in the package details and asked more questions than I'd expected about how I'd received it and what I knew about the intended recipient. Their reaction suggested they were familiar with packages containing questionable medical supplies and might have dealt with similar situations before. The health center staff seemed to have protocols for handling suspicious medical deliveries that weren't part of their normal patient care procedures. After providing detailed information about the package and signing several forms, I left thinking the situation was resolved. The health center would handle disposal appropriately, and I could forget about David Chen and whatever he'd been planning to do with his medical supplies. But that evening, I received a phone call from someone claiming to represent the medical supply company, asking about a delivery that had apparently gone missing from my address. They seemed to know specific details about the package and were very concerned about recovering their materials quickly. When I explained that I'd turned the package over to university authorities because it had been delivered to the wrong address, the caller became agitated and insisted that the materials were urgently needed for a legitimate medical emergency. They offered to arrange immediate collection from the health center and seemed willing to pay substantial compensation for any inconvenience I'd experienced due to the delivery error. The level of concern and urgency seemed excessive for a simple delivery mistake, especially from a company that was supposedly just sending routine medical supplies to a regular customer. I started to suspect that David Chen and the medical supply company were working together to recover materials that were much more valuable or dangerous than normal medical equipment. When I checked with the University Health Center the next day, they told me the package had already been collected by someone claiming to represent both the medical supply company and the intended recipient. The collection had happened within hours of my dropping it off, suggesting that David Chen and his associates had been monitoring the situation and were prepared to act quickly to recover their materials once they discovered where the package had ended up. But most disturbing was that the person who'd collected the package had provided detailed information about me, my name, course details, and home address, as proof that they were authorized to recover materials that had been mistakenly delivered to my location. They'd been watching me carefully enough to gather personal information that could be used to convince university staff that they had legitimate reasons for collecting the package I'd turned in. That meant David Chen and his associates now knew exactly who I was and where I lived, and they understood that I'd been curious enough about their activities to investigate the package rather than simply ignoring the delivery error. I'd gone from being an innocent bystander who'd received someone else's mail to being a person of interest for people who were involved in illegal medical supply distribution and potentially much more serious criminal activities. The package I'd tried to dispose of responsibly had instead led me into direct contact with people who now had reason to consider me either a potential threat to their operations or a possible recruit for activities that required access to the specialized medical supplies they'd been trying to obtain. When I got home that night, There was another package waiting outside my door, this time addressed to me personally and containing a handwritten note thanking me for my assistance with the previous delivery and inviting me to participate in what was described as a lucrative opportunity for students who were interested in discrete medical supply logistics. The weight loss supplement I'd been testing for a product review company turned out to contain something that definitely wasn't meant for dieting. It seemed like easy money when I first saw the advert on a freelance job site. Testmart Solutions needed people to try various health and wellness products, then write honest reviews about their experiences. Each review pays £30, with flexible deadlines and the option to work from home. Perfect for someone juggling university coursework with mounting student debt. My first assignment was straightforward enough. A vitamin supplement that claimed to boost energy levels. I took it for 2 weeks, documented any effects I noticed, and submitted a detailed review covering everything from packaging to results. The process was professional and the payment arrived promptly. The second assignment was where things started getting odd. I noticed another supplement, this time marketed for weight loss, but its packaging looked different from anything I had seen in regular stores. No brand name I recognized, minimal labeling, and ingredients listed in ways that seemed deliberately vague. The company explained that they specialized in testing products before they reached mainstream markets, which was why the packaging looked unfamiliar. Early-stage supplements often had basic labeling, while manufacturers finalized their branding and regulatory approvals. I started taking the weight loss pills as instructed, documenting everything from appetite changes to energy levels. The effects were immediate and dramatic, much more significant than you'd expect from any legitimate dietary supplement. Within days, I was experiencing symptoms that seemed excessive for something meant to support healthy weight management. Severe appetite suppression, irregular heartbeat, difficulty sleeping, and mood changes that felt chemically induced rather than natural responses to dietary changes. These side effects are more commonly associated with prescription medications than with over-the-counter wellness products. When I reported these concerning symptoms to Testmart Solutions, they assured me that strong effects were normal for concentrated supplements and that documenting adverse reactions was actually valuable data for their client companies. They encouraged me to continue the testing period and record detailed information about all symptoms I experienced. But the symptoms were becoming serious enough to affect my daily functioning. I was losing weight rapidly, struggling to concentrate during lectures, and experiencing physical reactions that suggested the supplement contained much more than basic dietary ingredients. I decided to research the specific compounds listed on the packaging, hoping to understand what was causing such extreme effects. Most ingredients were listed using chemical names rather than common terms, making it difficult to identify what I was actually consuming. When I finally managed to trace some of the chemical references, I found that several weren't approved dietary supplements at all. Some appeared to be pharmaceutical compounds that required prescriptions, while others seemed to be industrial chemicals with no legitimate use in nutrition products. I realized I wasn't testing dietary supplements for consumer reviews. I was unknowingly participating in illegal drug trials, consuming experimental compounds that hadn't been approved for human consumption. The dramatic weight loss effects weren't from legitimate dietary ingredients, but from potentially dangerous chemicals that were being tested on unsuspecting volunteers who thought they were trying normal wellness products. When I tried to stop taking the supplements and withdraw from the testing program, Testmart Solutions expressed concern about incomplete data collection and offered premium payments for continuing the full testing protocol. They emphasized that partial testing periods weren't useful for their research purposes, and that discontinuing treatments abruptly could be medically risky after the physiological changes I'd already experienced. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been voluntary product testing. It seemed more like concern about losing test subjects from medical experiments that required systematic data collection to be scientifically valid. I attempted to research TestSmart solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the companies they claimed to represent. Most legitimate product testing services had clear connections to recognized manufacturers and transparent processes for ensuring participants' safety. TestSmart operated with much less oversight than would be expected for a company handling potentially harmful substances. More troubling was evidence that some of the compounds I'd been consuming had been connected to serious health problems in other contexts. Industrial chemicals that had caused organ damage, pharmaceutical ingredients that had been banned due to dangerous side effects, even substances that were known to be addictive or psychologically harmful. The product testing wasn't evaluating consumer wellness supplements. It was systematic human experimentation using compounds that couldn't be tested through legitimate medical research due to safety concerns and regulatory restrictions. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been consuming unknown chemicals for several weeks and experiencing physiological changes that might have long-term health consequences regardless of whether I continued participating in the testing program. The detailed health information I'd provided during the application process would also make it difficult to prove that any subsequent medical problems were caused by the experimental compounds rather than pre-existing conditions or lifestyle factors. Meanwhile, the illegal drug testing operation was probably continuing with other participants who were unaware they were consuming dangerous experimental substances while thinking they were earning money through legitimate product reviews. People seeking flexible part-time work were being systematically recruited to serve as test subjects for pharmaceutical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The supplement testing I thought would provide easy income while contributing to consumer product development had instead made me an unwitting participant in medical experiments that could cause permanent damage to my health. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target vulnerable populations who needed money and might be less likely to question unusual side effects or seek medical attention for problems caused by experimental compounds. Students, unemployed people, and others dealing with financial pressures were being systematically exploited to provide human test subjects for illegal pharmaceutical research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. I never completed another product testing assignment, but I remained concerned about the long-term health effects of the experimental compounds I'd consumed and the possibility that the illegal research operation would continue targeting other vulnerable people. The casual way TestSmart Solutions had recruited participants and administered potentially dangerous substances suggested that illegal human experimentation was being conducted on a significant scale by people who understood how to exploit financial desperation while maintaining plausible deniability about their activities. When I eventually sought medical advice about the symptoms I'd experienced, my doctor was disturbed by the descriptions of the compounds I'd been given and recommended comprehensive testing to check for organ damage or other long-term effects that might not become apparent until months or years after exposure to the experimental chemicals. I still think about this every time I see a phone left unattended somewhere, and it makes me wonder what secrets everyone's carrying around without realizing it. It happened during my second year at Manchester University. I was in the library cramming for exams when I noticed someone had left their phone on the table next to mine. There was nothing exceptional about it. It was just a standard iPhone. Yet its owner had not returned for more than an hour. I figured I'd hand it in at the library desk, but the screen kept lighting up with notifications and messages. I wasn't deliberately trying to read anything, but it's hard not to notice when someone receives dozens of text messages and the preview lines appear on the lock screen. The messages weren't the usual student stuff you'd expect. Instead of chat about assignments or plans for drinks, these were cryptic references to locations, times, and what appeared to be coded arrangements for meetings or transactions. I became intrigued and began closely observing the pattern of notifications. The messages were coming from multiple contacts, but they all had similar formats, combinations of letters and numbers that looked more like usernames than real names. When the phone buzzed with an incoming call from someone listed as DM_Manchester_03, I made a decision that probably seems obvious in hindsight, but felt justified at the time. I answered it thinking I could explain that they'd reached a lost phone and help arrange for its return to the owner. The person on the other end seemed confused when I explained the situation, but not in the way you'd expect from someone whose friend had lost their phone. Instead, they sounded concerned about what I might have seen and started asking specific questions about which messages had come through and whether I'd accessed any applications. When I assured them I hadn't looked through anything private, just noticed the notifications on the lock screen, they seemed slightly relieved, but still worried about what they called operational security being compromised by the phone being left unattended. That terminology made me realize this wasn't just someone who'd misplaced their device. There was something on this phone that required serious security precautions and careful handling. The caller asked me to power down the phone immediately and leave it exactly where I'd found it. They explained that the owner would return to collect it within the hour, and that it was important not to move the device or allow anyone else to handle it. The urgency in their voice suggested this was much more serious than recovering a lost phone. They seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of the device being in unauthorized hands. Even briefly, I followed their instructions and left the phone where I'd found it, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange messages and the caller's reaction to the phone being temporarily lost. During the next hour, I kept glancing over at the phone while pretending to study. The screen continued lighting up with more cryptic messages, and I started noticing patterns in the codes and references that suggested they were related to specific activities happening around Manchester. When someone finally came to collect the phone, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of a student looking for their missing device, it was a middle-aged man in business clothes who approached the table very cautiously and checked the area carefully before picking up the phone. He didn't seem relieved to find his lost property. Instead, he looked worried and spent several minutes checking the device thoroughly before leaving quickly without acknowledging my presence. The whole interaction felt more like someone recovering sensitive equipment than a simple lost property retrieval. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd witnessed and what kind of activities might require that level of security and operational concern. I started researching the location references I'd glimpsed in the message previews, trying to understand if they corresponded to any significant places or events around Manchester. What I found led me to websites and platforms I'd never encountered before, places that required specific access methods and operated outside normal internet structures, sites where people coordinated activities that couldn't be discussed through conventional communication channels. The coded references in the phone messages seemed to relate to a marketplace where various services were being arranged and coordinated. These activities may not be illegal, but they require discretion and anonymity for individuals who cannot afford to have their involvement traced or documented. Some of the services being offered were clearly criminal: drug distribution, stolen goods trading, even what appeared to be violence for hire. But others were more ambiguous, involving information trading, surveillance services, and various forms of assistance that might be legitimate depending on the context. The phone I'd briefly handled contained evidence of systematic criminal coordination happening throughout Manchester, with people using coded communications to arrange everything from minor fraud to serious violent crimes. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide any clear guidance about what to do with the information. I had no concrete evidence of specific crimes, and explaining how I'd learned about these activities would require admitting to accessing communications that weren't intended for me. More importantly, the people involved had already demonstrated their concern about operational security and their ability to respond quickly when they perceived threats to their activities. If they discovered that I'd researched their coded references and found the hidden marketplaces they were using, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things around campus and the city that seemed connected to the coded activities I'd glimpsed on the lost phone. People having brief conversations in public places using terminology that matched the message formats I'd seen. Despite their casual appearance, the small transactions and exchanges mirrored the coordination I had witnessed. Most disturbing was the realization that this criminal coordination was happening everywhere, with participants who looked like normal students, professionals, and residents conducting illegal business while maintaining completely ordinary public personas. The hidden marketplace, I discovered, wasn't an isolated community of obvious criminals. It was a parallel economy that operated alongside normal life in Manchester, involving people who could be anyone you might encounter during routine daily activities. But the most troubling aspect was understanding that the security concerns expressed by the phone's associates weren't just about protecting their own activities. They were worried about unauthorized people gaining access to information that could expose a much larger criminal ecosystem. The brief glimpse I'd gotten into their coordination system had probably revealed connections and methods that could be used to identify many more participants in illegal activities across the city. That knowledge made me potentially valuable as an informant for law enforcement, but also potentially dangerous to people who had significant investments in maintaining the secrecy of their operations. I was caught between having information that could help prosecute serious crimes and knowing that revealing what I'd learned could make me a target for people who specialized in eliminating security threats. The lost phone incident had given me unwanted insight into criminal activities that I had no safe way to report or ignore. Meanwhile, the coordination system was probably continuing to facilitate crimes throughout Manchester, with new participants being recruited and existing operations expanding while maintaining the anonymity and security that kept law enforcement from detecting their activities. I never contacted police about what I'd discovered, but I remained constantly aware that I was living in a city where systematic criminal coordination was happening all around me, involving people who might be anyone I encountered during normal daily life. The casual way these activities were integrated into ordinary life made it impossible to feel secure about anyone's true intentions or activities, especially knowing that criminal coordination could be happening through devices and communications that appeared completely normal to casual observation. When I finally graduated and moved away from Manchester, I felt relief about leaving behind the knowledge of criminal activities that I couldn't safely report or completely ignore. But I also realized that similar coordination systems probably operated in every city and university town, with hidden marketplaces facilitating criminal activities while maintaining the appearance of normal communities populated by ordinary people. The lost phone had revealed that criminal coordination was much more widespread and systematically organized than I'd ever imagined, and that the security measures protecting these activities were sophisticated enough to make exposure extremely dangerous for anyone who accidentally gained unauthorized access to their communications. Walking past that library table, where I'd first noticed the abandoned phone, I spotted another device left unattended, with its screen lighting up with incoming messages, and this time I just kept walking. I've never been comfortable on camera, which is probably why it took me so long to realize that something was seriously wrong with the interview I thought I was having. The job opportunity came through the University Careers Service at Bristol, a remote internship with a marketing company that specialized in digital content creation. This arrangement is perfect for someone studying media studies who needed work experience but couldn't afford to take unpaid placements in expensive cities like London. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my CV and portfolio through their website, received an automated acknowledgement, and was contacted within a few days to arrange a video interview. Nothing unusual there. Most companies were conducting remote interviews even before the pandemic made them standard practice. The interview was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon, and I'd prepared thoroughly. I'd researched the company, practiced answers to common interview questions, and set up my laptop in my bedroom with decent lighting and a professional-looking background. When the interview time arrived, I received a link to join a video call on a platform I hadn't used before. It wasn't Zoom or Teams, but an alternative that had a similar appearance and sufficient functionality. The interviewer introduced herself as Emma from the Human Resources Department and seemed professional and knowledgeable about the role. The questions were exactly what I'd expected for a marketing internship: experience with social media, understanding of content creation, availability for the proposed work schedule. Emma seemed impressed with my answers and explained that the company was expanding rapidly and needed creative people who could work independently on digital projects. But as the interview progressed, I started noticing small details that seemed odd. Emma's video quality was unusually poor for a professional interview, with lighting and camera angles that made it difficult to see her clearly. She also seemed to be reading questions from a script rather than conducting a natural conversation. More concerning was that she began asking increasingly personal questions that didn't seem relevant to a marketing internship. I have provided details about my living situation, daily schedule, and social relationships that are not suitable for a formal job interview. When I mentioned these concerns, Emma explained that the company's remote work culture required thorough understanding of candidates' circumstances to ensure they could handle the independence and flexibility that the role required. She also mentioned that the interview was being recorded for review by other team members who couldn't attend the live session, which explained why she needed comprehensive answers to all questions, rather than just basic responses. The recording explanation seemed reasonable, but I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of personal information I was sharing with someone whose identity I couldn't properly verify due to the poor video quality. Emma concluded the interview by explaining that the selection process included additional assessments and background checks that would take several days to complete. She said I'd be contacted soon with next steps if I was selected to continue in the process. After the interview ended, I tried to research the marketing company more thoroughly and found that while they had a professional-looking website and seemed to be a legitimate business, there was minimal information about their actual operations or staff members. I also couldn't find any record of Emma working for the company, despite her claims about being part of their human resources team. The company's staff listings and contact information didn't include anyone matching her name or role description. When I tried to verify the video calling platform they'd used for the interview, I discovered it wasn't a standard business communication tool, but rather a specialized service that provided enhanced privacy and anonymity features. The platform was designed for people who needed to conduct video communications without revealing their actual identities or locations, with technical features that made it nearly impossible to verify who you were actually speaking with during calls. I realized that I'd probably been interviewed by someone who wasn't affiliated with the marketing company at all, but was using their name and a fake identity to gather personal information from job applicants who had no reason to question the legitimacy of the interview process. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what the fake interviewer's actual purpose might have been, or how the personal information I'd shared could be used against me. Over the next few days, I started receiving follow-up communications, supposedly from the marketing company, but the messages contained requests for additional information that seemed excessive, even for thorough background checking procedures. They wanted copies of identification documents, detailed financial information, and even access to my social media accounts for what they claimed was standard vetting of candidates who would be representing their brand through content creation work. The requests were presented professionally and included explanations about industry standards and regulatory requirements that made them seem legitimate to someone who wasn't familiar with normal hiring procedures. But when I tried to verify these requirements with the University Careers Service, they confirmed that legitimate employers wouldn't request such comprehensive personal information during initial stages of the application process. I was being systematically assessed and profiled by people who were using fake job opportunities to gather detailed intelligence about students who were seeking employment and might be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation. The interview process was designed to extract maximum personal information while providing minimal verifiable details about the supposed employer or the actual purposes for which the collected data would be used. When I tried to research whether other students had experienced similar fake interviews, I found scattered reports of job opportunities that seemed legitimate initially, but evolved into requests for inappropriate personal information or involvement in questionable activities. Most students had assumed these were just poorly managed legitimate companies, rather than systematic deception designed to identify and assess potential targets for criminal recruitment or exploitation. The fake marketing company was probably part of a larger operation that used employment opportunities to build comprehensive profiles of students who could be manipulated into participating in various illegal activities. People seeking legitimate work experience were being systematically evaluated for their vulnerability to coercion, their access to valuable information or resources, and their suitability for different types of criminal involvement. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that the fake interview had probably been conducted by people who specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through carefully constructed deception and manipulation. The professional presentation and use of legitimate business terminology had made it nearly impossible to recognize the interview as criminal recruitment rather than genuine employment opportunity. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing to target students across multiple universities using similar fake job opportunities to gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business recruitment. The career services that were supposed to protect students from employment fraud were probably unwittingly facilitating criminal targeting by promoting opportunities that seemed genuine but but were actually systematic assessment tools for people planning exploitation and recruitment. I never responded to the follow-up requests for additional information, but I remained concerned about how the personal details I'd already shared might be used and whether the fake interview had made me a target for ongoing criminal attention. The video call, which I had believed would lead to legitimate employment, instead gave criminals detailed information about my circumstances, vulnerabilities, and potential value for various types of illegal activities. But reporting the fake interview would require explaining how I discovered the deception, and the evidence was entirely digital communication that could easily be deleted or denied by people who specialized in maintaining anonymity and avoiding accountability. The marketing company website remained active for several more weeks before disappearing entirely. Likely after the criminals who operated it had finished their recruitment cycle and shifted their focus to targeting new groups of students with various fake opportunities. When I eventually found legitimate internship opportunities through more established channels, I was constantly suspicious of every aspect of the application and interview processes, knowing that criminal operations could easily mimic professional business practices to an extent that made detection nearly impossible for people who lacked specific experience with employment fraud. The fake interview had permanently changed my relationship with job searching and professional networking, making me aware that any opportunity could potentially be a sophisticated attempt to gather personal information for criminal purposes, while maintaining complete legitimacy until the deception was too advanced to escape safely. University email looked legitimate enough. Participate in a research study about student lifestyle habits, £20 for completing an online questionnaire. All responses kept confidential. I almost deleted it without reading properly, but £20 was £20, and the sender address seemed genuine. The email came from what appeared to be the university's psychology department and mentioned ethical approval numbers that looked official enough. With rent due and my bank account showing a depressing balance, I figured an hour of answering questions about my daily routine was worth the money. The survey link led to a professional-looking website with university branding and the sort of detailed consent forms you'd expect from legitimate academic research. Nothing seemed unusual about the initial questions. Basic demographics, what I was studying, where I lived, general lifestyle information that would be standard for any student survey. But as I worked through the questionnaire, the questions became increasingly specific and personal. Instead of asking about general social media usage, they wanted detailed information about which platforms I used, how often I posted, what types of content I shared. Rather than basic questions about living arrangements, they asked for precise details about my accommodation, room location, security measures, daily schedules. The section about family relationships was particularly intrusive. Questions about my parents' occupations, financial situation, how often we spoke, whether I told them about any recent problems or concerns. The information appeared to go far beyond what would be required for research on student lifestyle habits. When I tried to skip some of the more personal questions, the survey wouldn't let me proceed without completing every field. The system insisted that comprehensive data was essential for the validity of their research, and that partial responses couldn't be included in the study. By the time I'd spent 40 minutes working through increasingly uncomfortable questions, I was committed to finishing just to get the promised payment. The final sections covered topics like risk-taking behavior, financial pressures, social isolation, and mental health concerns, areas that felt more like a psychological assessment than lifestyle research. The survey ended with a thank you message explaining that payment would be processed within a few days and that participants might be contacted about follow-up studies if they were interested in additional research opportunities. I forgot about it until the £20 appeared in my account 3 days later, along with an email thanking me for my participation and inviting me to take part in a more detailed study that would pay significantly more for extended participation. The follow-up study was described as longitudinal research tracking student experiences over several months. Participants would complete weekly check-ins about their activities, feelings, and circumstances, with payment increasing based on the length and detail of their responses. The money was tempting. They were offering potentially hundreds of pounds for what seemed like straightforward diary keeping about university life. But something about the initial questionnaire had made me uncomfortable, and I decided not to respond to the follow-up invitation. That's when I started noticing things that suggested the survey hadn't been legitimate academic research at all. Within a week of completing the questionnaire, I began receiving targeted advertisements and promotional emails that seemed specifically tailored to information I'd provided in the survey. Products and services that matched details about my living situation, financial concerns, and personal interests that I'd disclosed in what was supposed to be confidential research. More concerning were phone calls and text messages from companies offering student loans, credit cards, and other financial services that specifically mentioned circumstances I'd described in the survey responses. Information that should have been protected by research confidentiality was clearly being used for commercial purposes. I tried to research the psychology department contact who had sent the original survey invitation, but found no record of anyone by that name working at the university. The email address, while appearing official, wasn't listed in any university staff directories or research publications. When I contacted the university's actual psychology department to ask about the student lifestyle research, they had no knowledge of any such study and were concerned that someone was using university branding to conduct unauthorized research. I realized I'd been tricked into providing detailed personal information to people who were using fake academic credentials to gather intelligence about vulnerable students. The comprehensive questionnaire had been designed to identify people who were financially struggling, socially isolated, or dealing with personal problems that might make them susceptible to various forms of exploitation. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately resolve the situation. The personal information I'd provided was already being used for purposes I'd never consented to, and there was no way to retrieve or protect data that had been collected under false pretenses. More troubling was the realization that other students had probably completed the same fake survey, providing the same detailed personal information to people who specialized in identifying and targeting vulnerable young people. I started asking friends and coursemates whether they'd received similar survey invitations, and found that several had completed questionnaires that matched the format and content of what I'd experienced. All had been attracted by the payment offered and the apparently legitimate university branding. None had realized they were providing personal information to criminals rather than contributing to genuine academic research, and most were disturbed to learn that their private details were probably being used for commercial exploitation or worse. We tried to report the fake survey to university authorities and local police, but without access to the original websites or clear evidence of specific crimes, there was little immediate action that could be taken. The survey platforms had disappeared, the email addresses were no longer active, and the people behind the operation had covered their tracks effectively. But the personal information we'd provided was permanent, and the consequences of that data being in the wrong hands became clear over the following weeks. Several students who had completed the survey began experiencing problems that seemed directly connected to the information they'd disclosed. identity theft, unauthorized credit applications, even stalking incidents that appeared to be based on detailed knowledge of their daily routines and personal circumstances. The fake academic research had been a systematic intelligence-gathering operation designed to identify students who could be targeted for various types of criminal exploitation. The detailed questionnaire had provided everything needed to assess financial vulnerability, social isolation, and psychological weaknesses that could be exploited. But the most disturbing aspect was how effectively the operation had used trust in academic institutions to overcome normal privacy concerns. Students who would never have provided such detailed personal information to commercial organizations had willingly shared everything with what appeared to be legitimate university research. The promise of payment and the academic branding had made the extensive personal questions seem reasonable and necessary, when in reality they were systematic assessment tools designed to facilitate criminal targeting of vulnerable individuals. I remain concerned about the long-term implications of having my personal information in the hands of people who specialized in exploiting student vulnerabilities. The comprehensive data I'd provided would be valuable for identity theft, financial fraud, or more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of target circumstances and weaknesses. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing with new fake surveys and different university branding, systematically gathering intelligence about students across multiple institutions while maintaining the appearance of legitimate academic research. People seeking to earn money through participation in university studies were systematically deceived into providing detailed personal information that would facilitate their own exploitation or that of other vulnerable students. The survey response I'd thought would provide easy money had instead made me a target for people who understood exactly how to exploit the financial pressures and trust that characterize student life at universities across the country. 6 weeks after completing the original survey, I received a handwritten letter at my home address containing detailed information about my family members and daily routine, along with an invitation to participate in what was described as an exclusive research opportunity that would provide substantial financial compensation for students who were willing to assist with specialized data collection projects. Someone had posted my photograph on a missing person website, complete with fabricated details about when I'd supposedly disappeared and who was looking for me. I only found it because my flatmate Sarah was procrastinating on coursework and randomly searching our names online for entertainment. She'd started with herself, then moved through everyone she knew, including me. Most results were the usual social media profiles and university sports team listings, but then she found something that made her call me over to her laptop immediately. The missing person entry showed a recent photograph of me, not one from social media, but a candid shot that appeared to have been taken without my knowledge while I was walking around Canterbury. The description claimed I'd been missing for 6 days, had last been seen near the university campus, and that my family were desperately worried about my safety. The contact information listed a phone number I'd never seen before and an email address that didn't belong to anyone I knew. Most disturbing was how accurate some details were. My age, general appearance description, even the clothes I'd been wearing in the photograph. But other information was completely fabricated, including claims about my mental health and suggestions that I might be in danger. The website itself looked legitimate, with proper layout and other genuine missing person cases listed alongside what was obviously a fake entry about me. It wasn't immediately obvious how someone could have added false information to what appeared to be an official platform for reporting disappeared individuals, Sarah helped me take screenshots of everything before I tried to contact the website administrators to report the fraudulent listing. The contact process required submitting detailed forms with identification documents and explanations of why the entry should be removed, bureaucratic procedures that would take time even for someone trying to correct obvious misinformation about themselves. While we were documenting the fake missing person report, Sarah discovered that the same photograph of me had been used on other platforms as well. Dating websites where someone had created profiles using my picture, classified advertisements for services I'd never offered, even academic research participant databases where my details had been listed as someone willing to take part in psychological studies. The pattern suggested systematic identity theft rather than a simple prank or mistake. Someone had been using my photograph and personal information to create false identities across multiple platforms for purposes that weren't immediately clear but were clearly unauthorized. When I tried to reverse search the photograph to understand where it had originally come from, I found references to hidden websites that required specific access methods to view. Following these links led me to platforms that specialized in trading personal information and photographs of people who had no idea their details were being distributed. The marketplaces contained thousands of profiles with photographs and personal details of ordinary people, students, young professionals, anyone whose social media presence or public activities had made them visible enough to be documented and catalogued by people who collected such information. Most disturbing was that many profiles included detailed behavioral information alongside the photographs, daily routines, social connections, even psychological assessments based on observed activities and online presence. The kind of comprehensive intelligence that would be valuable for stalking, harassment, or more serious criminal targeting. I realized that my photograph and information weren't just being used for fake dating profiles or fraudulent missing person reports. They were part of a larger database that criminals use to create false identities, plan targeted attacks, or recruit people for various illegal activities. The fake missing person listing might have been designed to establish credibility for someone impersonating me, or to create confusion if I ever did actually go missing. Having an existing missing person report would make it easier for criminals to explain my absence or redirect attention away from their activities. But understanding what was happening didn't provide any immediate way to protect myself or remove my information from these criminal databases. The platforms operated through hidden websites that were difficult to access and impossible to regulate through normal complaint procedures. Meanwhile, people using my stolen identity could be committing fraud, harassment, or other crimes that might eventually be traced back to me, even though I hadn't consented to any of these activities. Explaining that my identity had been stolen would be complicated if law enforcement discovered evidence of criminal activities connected to my personal details. The investigation into my stolen identity also revealed how easily personal information could be gathered about anyone who maintained normal social media presence or participated in university activities. Photographs from public events, details from course listings, even behavioral patterns observable through routine activities provided enough material for comprehensive identity theft. People who thought they were maintaining reasonable privacy were actually providing criminals with everything needed to impersonate them or use their identities for illegal purposes. The information was collected systematically and organized into databases that could be searched and purchased by anyone willing to pay for access to detailed personal profiles. But the most disturbing discovery was that the fake missing person report was just one element of a much more comprehensive impersonation operation. Someone had been using my identity to establish relationships, apply for services, and participate in activities that I knew nothing about. Bank account applications had been submitted using my details. Employment records had been created showing jobs I'd never held. Even medical records existed claiming treatments and diagnoses that had never occurred. My stolen identity had developed an entire parallel existence that could be used to support various criminal activities. The scope of the identity theft suggested that this wasn't opportunistic fraud, but systematic preparation for long-term criminal operations that required established false identities with comprehensive supporting documentation. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar comprehensive identity theft and found that it was increasingly common for criminals to develop detailed false identities over months or years before using them for major fraud or other serious crimes. The fake missing person report, dating profiles, and service advertisements were all ways of establishing online presence and credibility for stolen identities that would eventually be used for activities requiring trusted personas and believable background histories. Students and young people were particularly attractive targets because they typically had clean criminal records, limited credit histories, and social media presence that provided extensive material for creating convincing impersonations. But most victims never realized their identities had been stolen until serious crimes had been committed using their personal details, making it difficult to prove innocence or recover from the damage caused by activities they'd never participated in. I started monitoring online platforms for additional uses of my stolen identity, documenting everything I found to build evidence that might be useful if criminal activities were eventually traced back to my personal details. The process revealed an entire criminal economy built around stolen identities, with specialized platforms for trading photographs, personal information, and supporting documentation that could be used to create comprehensive false personas. People whose identities had been stolen were unknowingly providing criminals with everything needed to commit fraud, establish relationships with victims, or participate in illegal activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their true identities. The casual way these platforms operated suggested that identity theft was so common and profitable that it had become a routine business model for criminals who understood how to exploit personal information that people shared through normal social and academic activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been browsing illegal websites and potentially accessing criminal platforms, making me appear potentially complicit in activities I was actually trying to investigate and prevent. The stolen identity operation was probably continuing to expand, with my personal details being used for increasingly serious criminal activities, while I remained helpless to prevent the misuse of information that had been gathered without my knowledge or consent. When the police knocked on my door on Tuesday morning, I already knew it couldn't be good news. They were investigating fraud cases where someone using my identity had been targeting elderly victims across England, using the comprehensive background documentation that had been developed through systematic identity theft to establish trust with vulnerable people who had no reason to suspect they were being deceived. The text message was clearly meant for someone else, but when I tried to let them know they'd sent it to the wrong person, I discovered they already knew exactly who I was. It arrived on a Tuesday morning while I was getting ready for lectures at Birmingham University. A simple message with just an address in Moseley and a time, 3 p.m. today. Nothing else. No context, no name, no explanation of what was supposed to happen at that location. I assumed it was a scheduling mix-up, someone trying to arrange a meeting or delivery who'd mistyped a phone number. Happens all the time. especially with university students constantly sharing contact details for group projects and social arrangements. I sent back a quick reply explaining that they'd reached the wrong person and might want to check their contact list. Simple courtesy that would hopefully ensure their actual intended recipient got the message they needed. The response came within minutes, and it made my stomach drop. Instead of acknowledging the mistake, they sent back a message that included my full name, my university course details, and my home address in student accommodation. Information that a random wrong number shouldn't have had any way of knowing. When I asked how they knew my personal details, the response was even more unsettling. They claimed we'd been in contact before and seemed genuinely surprised that I didn't remember our previous conversations. They referenced specific topics we'd supposedly discussed and mentioned arrangements we'd apparently made for ongoing communication. But I had no memory of any previous contact with this number, and the conversations they described didn't match anything I'd actually participated in. Either they were confusing me with someone else, or something much stranger was happening. I decided to check my phone's message history more carefully, looking for any previous contact with that number that I might have forgotten. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of messages between my phone and theirs, dating back several weeks, showing conversations that I was certain I'd never had. The message threads showed me apparently agreeing to meet with this person, sharing personal information about my daily routine, and even discussing plans for activities that I would never have consented to participate in. But I had no memory of sending any of these messages or having any of these conversations. Either someone else had been using my phone, or the message history had been fabricated in some way that made it appear I'd been in regular contact with a complete stranger. When I tried to call the number to demand an explanation, it went straight to a voicemail system that didn't identify the account holder. The recorded message was generic and professional, giving no indication of who might be behind the mysterious communications. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the message history, records of when I'd supposedly sent messages that I didn't remember writing, even details about the conversations that had apparently taken place without my knowledge or participation. The pattern suggested that someone had been impersonating me through my own phone, conducting conversations and making arrangements as if they were me, while somehow preventing me from being aware of this activity. But the technical explanation for how this could happen was unclear. Unless someone had physical access to my phone, it should have been impossible for them to send messages from my number without my knowledge. I tried researching whether phones could be compromised in ways that would allow remote access to messaging functions, and found that sophisticated malware could potentially provide that level of control over someone's device. If my phone had been infected with surveillance software, someone could potentially monitor my activities, access my contacts and personal information, and even send messages that appeared to come from me while keeping me unaware of their activities. The realization that my phone might be completely compromised was terrifying. If someone had that level of access to my device, they could potentially monitor everything I did, every conversation, every location I visited, every piece of personal information I stored or accessed. But proving that my phone had been compromised would require technical expertise I didn't possess, and explaining the situation to university IT support or police would involve admitting that I'd been having mysterious conversations with unknown individuals about topics I couldn't remember discussing. Meanwhile, the messages from the mysterious contact continued arriving, with increasingly specific references to plans and arrangements that I supposedly knew about but had no actual knowledge of. They mentioned meeting locations around Birmingham, times when I was apparently expected to be available, and even payments for services that I'd supposedly agreed to provide. All presented as if these were normal ongoing arrangements that I should obviously remember and honor. When I tried to refuse to participate in whatever activities they thought I'd agreed to, they seemed genuinely confused and concerned about my apparent memory problems. They offered to provide documentation of our previous agreements and suggested that I might need medical attention if I was experiencing serious memory loss. The gaslighting aspect of the situation was almost as disturbing as the technical violation. Someone was systematically making me question my own memory and sanity while maintaining the pretense that our interaction was completely normal and consensual. But the most troubling development was when they started providing evidence of the arrangements I'd supposedly made. Photographs that appeared to show me in locations I didn't remember visiting. Documents that seemed to bear my signature on agreements I'd never seen before. Even financial records showing payments made from accounts in my name. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had created comprehensive fake evidence of activities and agreements that had never actually occurred. The sophistication required to fabricate such detailed false documentation suggested this wasn't a simple prank or misunderstanding. Someone had invested significant resources into creating a false history of interactions and arrangements that could be used to manipulate me into participating in activities I would never have agreed to voluntarily. I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar situations. Mysterious communications claiming previous contact and arrangements that the recipients had no memory of making. What I found were scattered reports of people who discovered they were apparently participating in activities they had no knowledge of, with comprehensive documentation proving their involvement in arrangements they couldn't remember agreeing to. Most victims initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, but investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by sophisticated manipulation operations that used technical compromise and false documentation to create fake histories of consent and agreement. The operations were designed to make targets question their own memory and judgment, while gradually drawing them into activities that became increasingly difficult to escape from or explain to others. But proving that the false documentation was fabricated required technical and legal expertise that most individuals couldn't access, especially when the fake evidence appeared professionally created and legally valid. Meanwhile, the people behind these operations could continue manipulating their targets while maintaining plausible deniability about coercion or fraud, since the victims appeared to have willingly participated in all documented activities. I realized that I was probably being targeted for recruitment into some form of illegal activity, with the mysterious contact and false communication history being used to establish a foundation of apparent consent that could be used to justify increasingly serious demands. But extricating myself from the situation would be complicated by the fake evidence suggesting I'd already agreed to participate in activities I knew nothing about. Simply denying involvement would make me appear unreliable or dishonest, especially if the false documentation was professionally convincing. The safest approach seemed to be compliance with whatever minor initial requests they made, while gathering evidence that might eventually prove the fraudulent nature of the supposed agreements and arrangements. But each small compliance would provide additional material for creating more comprehensive fake documentation of my voluntary participation, making it even harder to prove coercion if the demands escalated to obviously illegal activities. I was trapped between immediate compliance and long-term manipulation, with no clear way to escape from a situation that had been designed to become progressively more difficult to resist or expose. When my phone rang at exactly the time and date mentioned in that first mysterious text message, the caller ID showed my own number calling me. The lecture notes on the USB stick I discovered in the university library weren't from any course I'd ever heard of. I was hunting for a power socket in the back corner of the university library when I spotted it plugged into an outlet behind one of the desks. Someone had obviously been charging it and forgotten to take it with them when they left. Happens all the time. Students are constantly losing phones, chargers, and memory sticks around campus. I unplugged it thinking I'd hand it in at the front desk, but curiosity got the better of me first. The stick was unlabeled and looked fairly new, so I figured I'd have a quick look to see if there were any files that might help identify the owner. Maybe a name in a document or assignment header that would let me return it directly. When I plugged it into my laptop, the drive contained several folders organized by what appeared to be academic subjects: psychology, sociology, medicine, standard university course materials. But when I opened the psychology folder, the content wasn't anything I recognized from the curriculum. The files were lecture notes and research papers, but the topics were disturbing. Documents about psychological manipulation techniques, studies on breaking down mental resistance, even what appeared to be instruction manuals for inducing specific types of trauma responses in test subjects. I assumed it must be postgraduate research materials, maybe someone studying forensic psychology or criminal behavior analysis. Dark topics, but legitimate academic subjects that would require understanding how psychological harm was inflicted in order to treat or prevent it. But as I looked through more files, the content became increasingly practical and detailed. Not theoretical analysis of psychological manipulation, but step-by-step guides for actually implementing these techniques against real people. The sociology folder contains similar material focused on social isolation tactics, methods for cutting people off from support systems, and strategies for making individuals dependent on specific handlers or controllers. Again, presented in academic language, but with practical applications that seemed designed for actual use rather than theoretical study. Most disturbing was the medicine folder, which contained detailed information about pharmaceutical compounds that could be administered without detection, dosage calculations for different body weights, and instructions for recognizing and managing various types of drug-induced behavioral changes. The documents were professionally written and extensively referenced, but they read more like training manuals for criminal activities than legitimate academic research. Someone had compiled comprehensive guides for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation disguised as university study materials. I started checking the file properties and metadata to understand more about where these documents had come from and who might have created them. Most showed creation dates within the past few months, and several contained revision histories suggesting they were actively maintained and updated. But there were no identifying details about the author or institution. The files were carefully sanitized to remove any information that might trace them back to specific individuals or organizations. When I tried to research some of the reference studies and publications mentioned in the documents, I found that while many were real academic papers, they were being cited in ways that distorted their original findings and conclusions. Legitimate research about trauma recovery was being misrepresented to support techniques for inflicting psychological damage. Medical studies about pharmaceutical effects were being reframed as instructions for drugging people without consent. Academic work was being systematically corrupted to create guides for criminal activity. The USB drive wasn't just study material someone had forgotten. It was a comprehensive training curriculum for people learning to manipulate, control, and harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But I had no idea whether the person who'd lost it was a student researching these topics for legitimate academic purposes, or someone actively involved in activities that required this type of specialized knowledge. The location where I'd found the drive didn't provide any obvious clues. That section of the library was used by students from multiple departments, and anyone could have been working there and accidentally left the USB stick behind. I considered reporting the find to university security or police, but explaining the content would require admitting that I'd accessed files that might be evidence of criminal activity. Without knowing whether the materials were connected to ongoing crimes or just disturbing academic research, reporting them might create problems for innocent people while failing to prevent actual harm. But keeping the drive felt equally problematic. If the materials were being used to plan or commit serious crimes against real victims, failing to report them might mean allowing preventable harm to continue. I decided to research whether similar training materials were available through other sources, hoping to understand whether this was an isolated collection or part of a larger pattern of criminal instruction sharing. That research led me to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly these types of educational resources. Comprehensive training programs for people who wanted to learn psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques. The materials on the USB drive weren't unique. They were part of systematic educational offerings designed to train people in methods for harming others while avoiding detection or accountability. The courses were professionally structured and extensively detailed, covering everything from basic psychological pressure tactics to advanced pharmaceutical manipulation. Students could progress through different skill levels, receive updated materials, and even access practical training opportunities. Most disturbing was that the program specifically targeted university students and recent graduates, recruiting people who had academic backgrounds that would make them effective at applying psychological and medical knowledge for criminal purposes. The training wasn't just theoretical. It included practical assignments where students were expected to test techniques on real people and report back on the effectiveness of different approaches. I realized that whoever had lost the USB drive was probably participating in an organized criminal training program that was systematically teaching people to harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But the educational materials were just one part of a larger operation that included practical application opportunities. Students who completed the training programs were connected with people who could provide targets for practicing their newly acquired skills. The psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques weren't being taught for academic interest. They were professional development for people planning to participate in serious crimes against vulnerable victims. The university environment provided perfect cover for this type of criminal education. Students regularly accessed disturbing academic content, participated in psychological research, and studied medical topics that would seem suspicious in other contexts. People learning to manipulate and harm others could blend seamlessly into legitimate academic communities while developing skills that would eventually be used against innocent people who had no idea they were being systematically targeted. But identifying specific participants in these training programs would be nearly impossible without inside knowledge of the recruitment and education processes. The materials were designed to be shared discreetly among trusted individuals who had demonstrated commitment to the criminal applications. Meanwhile, the training programs were probably continuing to recruit new students and develop increasingly sophisticated methods for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation that could be used against growing numbers of victims. The USB drive I'd found was evidence of systematic criminal education that was almost certainly being used to facilitate ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted by individuals with specialized training in exploitation techniques. But proving the connection between the educational materials and specific crimes would require much more comprehensive investigation than I could undertake safely on my own. I never returned the USB drive to the library or attempted to identify its owner. Instead, I destroyed it and tried to forget about the disturbing training materials I'd discovered. But the knowledge that such comprehensive criminal education was being conducted through apparently legitimate academic channels made me constantly aware of how vulnerable everyone was to manipulation by people who had learned to weaponize psychological and medical knowledge against unsuspecting victims. The week after I'd destroyed the drive, I noticed someone had been asking around the library about a lost USB stick, providing descriptions that matched exactly what I'd found and offering a substantial reward for its return. I started writing book reviews online for a few extra pounds, but the publisher who hired me was more interested in my reading habits than my writing skills. Reading has always been my escape from everything else. Books were the one constant in our household where money was tight and family drama never seemed to end. While everything around me felt unpredictable, I could always rely on a good story to transport me somewhere calmer and more interesting. By the time I got to university in Cardiff, I was reading at least a book a week and had developed strong opinions about what made good writing. My English literature course encouraged critical thinking about texts, and I found myself naturally gravitating toward writing detailed analyses of what I read, not just whether I enjoyed something, but why it worked or didn't work, how authors constructed their narratives, what made certain books memorable while others were immediately forgettable. When I discovered that people actually got paid to write book reviews, it seemed like perfect part-time work. I was already reading constantly and forming detailed opinions about everything I encountered. Getting paid to turn those thoughts into published reviews would be like earning money for something I was doing anyway. I found several platforms that connected freelance reviewers with publishers and authors who needed honest assessments of their work. Most paid modest amounts, usually between £10 and £20 per review. But the work was flexible, and I genuinely enjoyed reading books I might not have discovered otherwise. One publisher, Meridian Press, offered significantly better rates than the others. They specialized in what they called contemporary psychological fiction and were looking for reviewers who could provide detailed analysis of character development, narrative structure, and thematic content. Their application process was more thorough than other review platforms. Beyond basic writing samples, they wanted detailed information about my reading preferences, educational background, and even personal circumstances that might influence my interpretation of different types of content. They explained that understanding reviewers' perspectives and potential biases was crucial for matching them with appropriate books and ensuring that reviews would be genuinely useful for their editorial decision-making process. Within a week, I was accepted and assigned my first book, a psychological thriller about a university student who becomes obsessed with documenting the private lives of people around her. The novel was well written and engaging, exactly the sort of contemporary fiction I enjoyed reading. My review was detailed and thoughtful, analyzing the author's exploration of surveillance culture and the psychology of obsession. Meridian Press seemed pleased with my work and quickly assigned me additional books to review. But after completing several reviews, I started noticing unusual patterns in the books I was being sent. All featured protagonists who were isolated young adults dealing with various forms of psychological pressure, university students struggling with academic stress, recent graduates facing uncertain career prospects, people in their early 20s who felt disconnected from family and traditional support systems. The scenarios were remarkably similar to my own circumstances, as if the books had been specifically selected because they would resonate with my personal experiences and psychological vulnerabilities. More concerning was that many of the novels included detailed descriptions of manipulative techniques and psychological exploitation methods. Characters who were gradually drawn into harmful situations through carefully orchestrated emotional manipulation and social isolation. The books weren't just entertainment. They were instruction manuals for identifying and exploiting psychological weaknesses in vulnerable young people. When I mentioned these thematic similarities to my contact at Meridian Press, they explained that focusing on specific psychological themes helped them develop expertise in particular niches of contemporary fiction. Understanding how different authors approach similar subjects would help them identify promising manuscripts and provide better editorial guidance. But the explanations didn't address why all the books seemed designed to normalize manipulation and exploitation, or why the detailed review process required such extensive personal information about reviewers' circumstances and vulnerabilities. I started paying closer attention to the review requirements and the types of analysis that Meridian Press requested for each book. They wanted detailed assessments of how realistic the manipulation techniques appeared, whether the psychological pressure tactics would be effective against different personality types, and how readers might respond to characters who gradually succumb to various forms of coercion and control. The reviews weren't evaluating literary merit. They were providing professional assessment of psychological manipulation methods disguised as educational content. I realized that Meridian Press wasn't a legitimate publisher at all. They were using the book review process to identify people with detailed knowledge of psychological manipulation, while simultaneously assessing reviewers' own vulnerabilities and susceptibility to various forms of influence. The personal information collected during the application process, combined with detailed analysis of how reviewers responded to manipulative scenarios in fiction, provided comprehensive psychological profiles that could be used to target specific individuals for exploitation. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already provided extensive analysis of manipulation techniques and detailed information about my own psychological responses to various forms of pressure and coercion. The reviews I'd written contained everything someone would need to understand my psychological vulnerabilities and develop strategies for manipulating me into participating in activities I wouldn't normally consider. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Meridian Press, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most important projects. They emphasized that my analytical skills and psychological insights made me particularly valuable for their editorial development process, and suggested that discontinuing our working relationship would be a missed opportunity for both professional development and financial benefit. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been straightforward freelance work. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had provided useful intelligence about psychological manipulation methods. I attempted to research Meridian Press more thoroughly and found that while they maintained a professional website and claimed to publish contemporary fiction, there was no evidence of actual book publication or distribution through normal literary channels. The review platform was a front for gathering detailed psychological assessments from people who could analyze manipulation techniques while unknowingly providing information about their own vulnerabilities to exploitation. People seeking legitimate freelance work were being systematically recruited to provide professional quality analysis of psychological manipulation methods, while revealing their own susceptibility to various forms of coercion and control. The detailed personal information and psychological profiles collected through the review process would be valuable for criminals who specialized in targeting isolated young people for fraud, exploitation, or recruitment into illegal activities. but reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been providing detailed analysis of manipulation techniques, potentially making me appear complicit in developing methods for exploiting vulnerable people. The psychological profiles they'd built through my review work would also make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of pressure or threats if I created problems for their operation. Meanwhile, the recruitment process was probably continuing with new reviewers who were attracted by the promise of paid work analyzing contemporary fiction, while unknowingly contributing to the development of systematic exploitation techniques. The book review work I'd thought would be a pleasant way to earn money while engaging with literature had instead made me an unwitting consultant for operations that specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable young people. But the most disturbing realization was that the manipulation techniques I'd been analyzing in fictional contexts were probably being tested and refined in real-world applications against people who had been identified through similar recruitment processes. The detailed psychological assessments collected through fake review platforms were being used to facilitate actual exploitation of people who trusted educational and literary organizations to provide legitimate opportunities rather than systematic recruitment for criminal activities. I never completed another review for Meridian Press or any similar platform, but I remained concerned about how the psychological profiles and manipulation analysis I provided might eventually be used against me or other people who had been identified as suitable targets. After I'd stopped all contact with Meridian Press, I received a package containing several books I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that they were advanced copies of novels that had been selected specifically for my reading preferences and psychological profile, with an invitation to provide detailed analysis of the manipulation techniques described in each story. The job advert was buried deep in the freelance section of a university careers website. £15 an hour for translating simple documents from French to English, work from home, flexible hours. Perfect for someone like me who needed money but had a packed schedule at university. My French was decent enough from A-levels and a gap year in Lyon. Certainly good enough for basic translation work that wouldn't interfere with my history degree. I applied through a standard online form and got a response within hours. The company, Linguistic Solutions Ltd, specialized in document translation for small businesses and individual clients who needed quick, affordable service for routine paperwork and correspondence. My first assignment arrived by email the next day. A collection of what appeared to be personal letters and basic business documents. Nothing complex, just straightforward prose that required careful attention to meaning rather than any specialized vocabulary or technical knowledge. The letters seemed to be from various French speakers writing about everyday concerns, family matters, travel plans, work situations. Exactly the sort of material you'd expect from a translation service, handling personal correspondence for clients who didn't speak French themselves. But something about the content made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't initially pinpoint what was wrong. The letters contained unusually detailed information about people's daily routines, living situations, and personal relationships. More detail than you'd typically include in normal correspondence, as if the writers were deliberately documenting comprehensive information about specific individuals. One letter described a woman's weekly schedule with minute precision. Which days she worked late when she went shopping. Exactly what time she returned home each evening. Another provided detailed layouts of someone's house, including information about locks, alarm systems, and which rooms were typically occupied at different times. When I mentioned these concerns to my contact at Linguistic Solutions, they explained that the detailed nature of the correspondence reflected cultural differences in French letter-writing traditions. French speakers often included more comprehensive information about their circumstances than British writers might consider necessary. The explanation seemed reasonable, but I started paying closer attention to the specific types of information being documented in subsequent translation assignments. Many letters contained what appeared to be surveillance reports disguised as personal correspondence, detailed observations about people's behaviors, habits, and vulnerabilities written in the casual style of letters between friends or family members. Others included technical information about security systems, building layouts, and access methods that would be valuable for planning break-ins or other criminal activities against the people being described. I realized that I wasn't translating legitimate personal correspondence at all. The letters were intelligence reports about potential victims, written in French to avoid easy detection by law enforcement, and translated into English for criminals who were planning targeted attacks. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already translated dozens of documents that contained detailed information about innocent people who were being systematically surveilled and assessed as targets for serious crimes. The translation work I'd thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an accessory to what appeared to be organized stalking and criminal planning on a significant scale. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Linguistic Solutions, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most urgent projects. They emphasized that my translation skills and attention to detail made me particularly valuable for their specialized document processing, and suggested that maintaining consistent service was important for building long-term freelance relationships. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for routine translation services. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had proven reliable for processing sensitive intelligence materials without asking awkward questions. I attempted to research Linguistic Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintain professional business registration and contact information, there was minimal verifiable information about their actual client base or the types of translation services they provided. Most legitimate translation companies had extensive portfolios of work, client testimonials, and clear specializations in particular industries or document types. Linguistic Solutions operated with much less transparency than would be expected for an established language services provider. More troubling was evidence that some of the individuals described in the documents I translated had subsequently experienced break-ins, stalking incidents, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. The translation work wasn't supporting legitimate business communication. It was facilitating systematic criminal activity against people who had no idea they were being surveilled and assessed as targets. But proving the connection between my translation work and subsequent crimes would require admitting that I'd been processing what I now understood were criminal intelligence reports, potentially making me legally liable as an accessory to serious offenses. The detailed personal information about my own circumstances that I'd provided when applying for the translation work would also make it easy for the people behind Linguistic Solutions to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a security risk. Meanwhile, the criminal intelligence operation was probably continuing with other translators who were unaware of the true nature of the documents they were processing, gradually building comprehensive profiles of potential victims across multiple regions and criminal specializations. People seeking legitimate freelance translation work were being systematically recruited to provide professional language services that facilitated serious crimes, while believing they were just helping with routine business correspondence. The French language skills I developed through education and travel had instead made me a valuable asset for criminals who needed to process surveillance intelligence without attracting the attention that would come from using obviously criminal terminology or communication methods. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people with other language skills as well, creating a distributed translation network that could process criminal intelligence in multiple languages while maintaining plausible deniability about the content. Students and freelancers seeking part-time work were being systematically exploited to provide essential services for criminal operations that relied on detailed surveillance and intelligence gathering to identify and target vulnerable victims. I never completed another translation assignment, but I remained concerned about the possibility that the criminal organization would continue to monitor my activities or attempt to ensure my silence about what I discovered through their document processing operations. The comprehensive personal information they'd collected during the application process, combined with their demonstrated capabilities for surveillance and criminal planning, made it clear that they had both the motivation and resources to take action against anyone who posed a threat to their continued operations. 2 months after I'd stopped all contact with Linguistic Solutions, I received a handwritten letter in French containing detailed information about my current daily routine and living situation, along with a note explaining that maintaining discretion about translation work was important for protecting the privacy of all parties involved in confidential document processing. I thought I was joining a community where people shared surplus vegetables from their gardens, but the harvesting schedules they sent me didn't match any growing season I'd ever heard of. Gardening runs in my family, though I'd never had much opportunity to try it myself. Where I grew up in Birmingham, we had a terrace with a tiny back garden, which meant our attempts at growing anything were limited to a few herbs in pots and maybe some tomatoes, if we were lucky. But my gran had always kept an allotment and talked endlessly about the satisfaction of growing your own food. When I moved to Leeds for university and ended up in a shared house with a proper back garden, I finally had the chance to try growing vegetables. Nothing ambitious, just basic stuff that would be useful for cooking and might help reduce my food bills. The problem was that I had no idea what I was doing. Despite my grand stories, I'd never actually learned the practical side of gardening. I knew plants needed water and soil, but beyond that, I was completely clueless about timing, spacing, fertilizing, or any of the details that separate successful gardeners from people who kill everything they touch. That's when I discovered online gardening communities where experienced growers shared advice with beginners and helped each other solve problems with pests, diseases, and failed crops. I found a platform called GrowShare that specialized in connecting people who wanted to learn gardening with experienced growers who were willing to mentor newcomers. The concept was simple. Beginners could access detailed growing guides and personalized advice, while experienced gardeners could share their knowledge and sometimes exchange surplus produce with people in their local area. The community seemed perfect for someone in my situation. Detailed planting calendars, troubleshooting guides for common problems, and a mentorship system that matched new gardeners with experienced growers who could provide ongoing support throughout the growing season. I was paired with a mentor called Tom, who claimed to have been growing vegetables for over 20 years and specialized in helping university students establish productive gardens in small urban spaces. His profile showed impressive photographs of abundant harvests and detailed knowledge of growing techniques suited to the Yorkshire climate. Tom's advice was comprehensive and specific. He provided detailed schedules for when to plant different crops, what varieties would work best in my garden conditions, and step-by-step instructions for preparing soil and caring for plants throughout their growing cycles. But some of his recommendations seemed unusual for someone supposedly focused on helping beginners grow food for personal consumption. Tom encouraged me to plant much larger quantities of certain vegetables than I could possibly use, even accounting for sharing with flatmates or preserving surplus harvest. When I mentioned that the recommended plantings seemed excessive for household consumption, he explained that successful gardening required planning for crop failures and that surplus produce could always be shared with other community members. He also recommended specific varieties that were described as particularly vigorous or high-yielding, but when I researched them through normal gardening sources, I found limited information and no obvious advantages over standard varieties available through mainstream suppliers. Most concerning were Tom's detailed questions about my garden's privacy, security, and accessibility. He wanted to know whether neighbors could see into the growing area, if there were any security cameras nearby, and how easily someone could access the garden without being observed. When I asked why these security considerations were relevant to growing vegetables, Tom explained that valuable crops sometimes attracted theft and that successful gardeners needed to protect their investments from people who might help themselves to produce they hadn't worked to grow. As the growing season progressed, Tom's advice became increasingly focused on cultivation techniques that seemed designed for commercial rather than domestic production. Instructions for maximizing yields through intensive planting and aggressive fertilization that would produce much more food than any household could reasonably consume. Recommendations for varieties that required specialized harvesting and processing methods not typically used for vegetables intended for immediate consumption. Tom also began providing detailed schedules for harvesting that didn't correspond to normal ripening patterns for the crops I was growing. Some vegetables were supposed to be harvested while still clearly unripe, while others were left much longer than would be normal for food production. When I questioned these unusual harvesting instructions, Tom emphasized the importance of following experienced guidance rather than relying on general information that might not be suitable for the specific varieties and growing conditions he'd recommended. But the harvesting schedules he provided seemed designed to optimize the production of materials other than food. Timing that would maximize certain chemical compounds in plants rather than their nutritional value or taste. I started researching the specific varieties Tom had recommended and found that several had properties that made them useful for purposes other than cooking. Some contained higher levels of compounds that could be extracted and processed for pharmaceutical or industrial uses. Others had characteristics that made them valuable for producing substances that weren't related to nutrition at all. I realized that Tom wasn't helping me learn to grow food. He was using my garden space and labor to cultivate crops that could be processed into materials for illegal drug production or other criminal activities. The detailed security questions weren't about protecting vegetables from theft. They were about assessing whether my garden could be used for an illegal cultivation without attracting attention from neighbors or law enforcement. The excessive planting quantities and specialized varieties were designed to produce raw materials that would be harvested and processed by people with expertise in extracting valuable compounds from plants that appeared to be normal vegetables. I was unknowingly providing agricultural services for a drug production operation, while thinking I was learning to grow food for personal consumption. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already planted and tended crops according to Tom's detailed instructions. If law enforcement discovered the specialized varieties growing in my garden, I would appear to be deliberately cultivating plants for illegal drug production. When I tried to contact Tom to express concerns about the unusual growing recommendations, I found that his profile had been deleted and the contact information I'd been using was no longer active. The mentorship program had disappeared, leaving me with a garden full of suspicious plants and no way to verify their intended purpose or prove that I'd been deceived about their nature. I attempted to research the other mentors and participants in the GrowShare community, hoping to understand whether other people had experienced similar recruitment for unwitting agricultural support of illegal operations. What I found was that the platform had been used to identify people with suitable growing space who could be manipulated into cultivating illegal crops while believing they were learning legitimate gardening skills. The community specifically targeted university students and other young people who had access to private garden space but lacked experience to recognize unusual cultivation requirements or question guidance from supposed experts. The detailed growing instructions and specialized varieties were designed to produce maximum yields of materials that could be processed into illegal drugs, with the cultivation distributed across multiple small gardens to avoid the concentrated activity that might attract law enforcement attention. I was part of a systematic operation that used gardening education as cover for recruiting unwitting accomplices in illegal drug production, with each participant responsible for a small portion of the overall cultivation while remaining unaware of the criminal purpose. The agricultural skills I'd wanted to learn as a way to save money and connect with family traditions had instead made me an accessory to serious drug-related crimes. But extracting myself from the situation wasn't straightforward. The suspicious plants were already established in my garden, and removing them suddenly might create more problems than leaving them to complete their growing cycle. If neighbors or landlords noticed unusual activity in the garden, or if law enforcement became interested in the property for any reason, the specialized crops would be difficult to explain as innocent gardening mistakes. Meanwhile, the GrowShare platform continued operating under different names and with modified approaches, continuing to recruit new gardeners who would unknowingly provide agricultural support for illegal operations. People seeking to learn sustainable food production were being systematically exploited by criminals who understood that gardening communities provided perfect cover for distributing illegal cultivation across multiple locations. The legitimate educational content and community support made it nearly impossible for participants to recognize that they were being recruited for criminal activities rather than receiving genuine gardening instruction. I never harvested the crops that Tom had recommended, instead allowing them to die back naturally while trying to establish normal vegetables in other areas of the garden. But I remain concerned about the possibility that law enforcement might eventually investigate the drug production operation and discover evidence of the specialized cultivation that had taken place in gardens across Leeds and other university cities. 3 months after the growing season ended, someone broke into the garden during the night and carefully excavated specific areas where Tom's recommended plants had been growing, removing not just any remaining plant material, but several inches of soil that might have contained residual traces of what had been cultivated there. Looking back, I should have questioned why anyone would pay £50 for a simple memory test, but I was desperate for cash, and it seemed harmless enough at the time. I'd been struggling financially during my 3rd year studying English literature at university. My part-time job at a local bookshop had ended when the business closed down, and finding replacement work that fitted around lectures and essay deadlines was proving impossible. The student loan barely covered rent and basic living expenses, leaving me constantly worried about money and unable to afford things like course materials or even occasional social activities. That's when I saw an advertisement on a university notice board, offering payment for participation in cognitive research studies. The poster was simple and professional, advertising paid opportunities for students to contribute to psychology research while earning enough money to help with academic expenses. The study in question was investigating human memory formation and recall, specifically looking at how people process and remember visual information under different conditions. Participants would complete a series of memory tests involving photographs and images, with payment of £50 for approximately 2 hours of testing. The contact details led to a website that looked legitimate and academic, with proper information about research ethics, participant rights, and detailed descriptions of the testing procedures. The study was supposedly being conducted by researchers from several universities who were investigating cognitive processes that might eventually contribute to treatments for memory-related disorders. I contacted them through the website's form and received a prompt response inviting me to participate in the research. The initial screening process involved basic questions about my age, educational background, and general health, along with confirmation that I had normal vision and no history of serious memory problems. Within a few days, I was scheduled for a testing session at what appeared to be a legitimate research facility in a business park outside Hull. The location was professional and well-equipped, with proper reception areas and testing rooms that looked exactly like what you'd expect from a university psychology department. The researcher who conducted my session seemed knowledgeable and professional, explaining the testing procedures clearly and ensuring I understood my rights as a participant. She emphasized that all data would be anonymized and used only for academic research purposes. The memory tests themselves were straightforward initially. I'd be shown sequences of photographs for specific time periods, then asked to recall details about what I'd seen. The images were mostly neutral: landscapes, buildings, everyday objects, and the questions focused on basic details like colors, numbers, and spatial arrangements. But as the session progressed, the photographs became more complex and personally engaging. Instead of abstract images, I started seeing photographs that appeared to show real people in various situations. The researcher explained that using realistic social scenarios would provide more accurate data about how memory works in everyday contexts. Some of these photographs showed people in what appeared to be private or intimate situations. Not obviously inappropriate, but images that seemed like they might have been taken without the subject's knowledge or consent. When I mentioned this concern, the researcher assured me that all images were used with proper permission and that the realistic nature of the scenarios was important for the validity of the research. The memory testing continued with increasingly personal and detailed images. Photographs that showed people in their homes, at work, during private activities that suggested the images had been captured through surveillance rather than normal photography. The questions about these images were also more detailed than seemed necessary for basic memory research. Instead of asking about general visual details, the researcher wanted specific information about people's appearances, behaviors, and circumstances shown in the photographs. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was being asked to observe and remember, but the researcher emphasized the importance of completing the full testing protocol and reminded me that discontinuing the session would forfeit the £50 payment I needed for living expenses. During breaks between testing sequences, I noticed details about the facility that seemed inconsistent with legitimate academic research. The equipment was more sophisticated than necessary for basic memory testing, and some of the staff appeared to have security or surveillance backgrounds rather than academic credentials. Most concerning were glimpses of other testing materials that suggested the memory research was just one part of a larger operation, involving different types of psychological assessment and data collection. When I tried to ask about the broader research program, the staff were evasive and redirected my attention to completing the memory tests I'd agreed to participate in. After several hours of testing, I was paid as promised and thanked for contributing to important research about human cognitive processes. The researcher mentioned that they might contact me about future studies if I was interested in additional paid participation. But over the following weeks, I started noticing things that made me question what I'd actually participated in during the memory testing session. Some of the people I'd seen in the photographs appeared in local news reports or missing person appeals. Images that had been presented as research materials were actually surveillance photographs of real people who were dealing with serious problems or dangerous situations. I realized that the memory testing had been used to assess my ability to recall detailed information about surveillance targets, possibly as part of a recruitment process for people who could provide useful observational skills for illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the screening process would have helped identify participants who were financially vulnerable and might be suitable for recruitment into criminal operations that required good memory and attention to detail. When I tried to research the facility where the testing had taken place, I found that the business park address was registered to a generic office rental company with no permanent tenants. The psychology research program had been a temporary operation designed to assess potential recruits, rather than conduct legitimate academic studies. I attempted to contact the researchers to express concerns about how the study had been conducted, but the website had been taken down and the email addresses I'd used were no longer active. The entire memory testing operation had disappeared, leaving no trace of the people who had conducted the research or the purposes for which the collected data would be used. But I was still in their database as someone who had demonstrated useful observational capabilities and financial desperation that might make me suitable for future recruitment attempts. Over the next few months, I received contacts from various sources offering paid opportunities that seemed designed to test my willingness to gather and report detailed information about other people. Requests to document activities in public spaces, photograph specific individuals or locations, even provide detailed reports about the behaviors and routines of people in my social circle. All presented as legitimate research or commercial opportunities, but clearly designed to assess my potential value as an intelligence gatherer. I realized that the memory testing had been the beginning of a systematic recruitment process, targeting vulnerable students who could be gradually drawn into providing surveillance and intelligence services for criminal operations. The £50 I'd earned for participating in cognitive research had actually been payment for demonstrating my suitability as a potential accomplice in activities that could seriously harm the people I'd been unknowingly helping to identify and target. But by the time I understood what had happened, I'd already provided detailed evidence of my observational capabilities, financial circumstances, and willingness to participate in questionable activities for relatively small amounts of money. The psychological profile they'd built during the memory testing session would make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of recruitment pressure and what kinds of offers would be most likely to overcome my ethical concerns about intelligence gathering work. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar memory testing studies, I found that most were reluctant to discuss their experiences or claimed not to remember details about the research they'd contributed to. Either they'd been convinced to maintain confidentiality about their participation, or the memory testing had included techniques designed to make participants less likely to recall or question the true nature of what they'd experienced. The recruitment operation was probably systematic and ongoing, targeting financially desperate students across multiple universities and gradually building a network of people who could provide surveillance and intelligence services without fully understanding how their observations would be used. I never participated in any follow-up research or accepted the additional paid opportunities that continued to be offered through various channels. But I remain concerned about how the detailed psychological and observational data collected during the memory testing might eventually be used. I found a website where people traded unusual cooking recipes, but some of the ingredients they were discussing definitely weren't meant for food. Cooking has always been my way of dealing with stress. Growing up in a chaotic household, where money was tight and meal times were unpredictable, I learned early that being able to make something good from basic ingredients was both practical and therapeutic. When everything else felt out of control, I could at least create something nourishing and satisfying in the kitchen. That skill became even more valuable when I moved to Manchester for university. While my flatmates survived on takeaways and ready meals, I enjoyed experimenting with recipes that could transform cheap ingredients into proper meals. It was economical and relaxing. Plus, it gave me something to focus on, besides the stress of assignments and money worries. I started looking online for recipe ideas that would work with student budgets and limited kitchen equipment. Most cooking websites were aimed at people with more money and space than university accommodation provided, but I eventually found communities dedicated to creative cooking with minimal resources. These communities were exactly what I'd been looking for. People sharing techniques for making interesting meals from supermarket basics, tips for stretching expensive ingredients, and recipes that could be adapted based on what was available and affordable. I contributed some of my own discoveries and gradually became part of regular discussions about cooking techniques, ingredient substitutions, and creative approaches to meal planning on tight budgets. But after participating in these communities for a few months, I started noticing conversations that seemed to go beyond normal cooking advice. Some members discussed ingredients that I couldn't identify, using terminology that didn't match anything in cookbooks or standard culinary references. When I asked about these unfamiliar items, other members would explain that they were specialized ingredients available through particular suppliers who catered to experimental cooks. The descriptions of these specialty ingredients were vague and often contradictory. Some were described as enhancing flavors in ways that seemed impossible, while others were supposed to have effects on people who consumed them that sounded more medicinal than culinary. I started paying closer attention to the recipe discussions and noticed that some members seemed to be sharing information about much more than just cooking techniques. Recipes that included detailed instructions about timing, dosages, and effects that would be experienced by people who ate the prepared dishes. Discussions about how to mask unusual tastes or textures so that diners wouldn't notice they were consuming something other than normal food. Most concerning were conversations about sourcing ingredients that couldn't be obtained through normal suppliers. Members shared information about vendors who operated through hidden websites and specialized in providing materials that weren't available through standard cooking channels. When I tried to research some of the ingredients being discussed, I found that many had no connection to legitimate culinary uses. Some were industrial chemicals, others were substances with pharmaceutical properties, and a few were materials that appeared to be completely toxic if consumed. I realized that the cooking community had been infiltrated by people who were using recipe sharing as a cover for discussing how to poison or drug others without detection. The detailed discussions about preparation methods, timing, and effects weren't about cooking at all. They were instructions for administering harmful substances to unsuspecting victims through food and drink. But the legitimate cooking discussions continued alongside these more sinister exchanges, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine recipe sharing and systematic planning of harm against innocent people. Some members seemed genuinely unaware that they were participating in a community that facilitated poisoning and drugging. They continued sharing normal recipes and cooking advice while unknowingly providing cover for criminal activities. Others were clearly aware of the dual purpose of the community and used coded language to discuss harmful activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. When I tried to report my concerns to the website administrators, I found that there were no obvious contact methods or oversight mechanisms for addressing problematic content. The community operated through platforms that prioritized anonymity and unrestricted sharing, making it nearly impossible to identify the people responsible for criminal discussions or hold them accountable for facilitating harm. I attempted to research whether law enforcement was aware of communities that used cooking discussions to share information about poisoning and drugging methods. What I found was that food-related crimes were difficult to detect and prosecute because they often appeared to be accidents or natural illnesses rather than deliberate attacks. Victims rarely suspected that their symptoms had been caused by consuming contaminated food, especially when prepared by people they trusted. The cooking communities provided perfect cover for sharing harmful techniques because the discussions appeared innocuous to casual observers and were mixed with legitimate culinary content that made suspicious activities harder to identify. People seeking normal cooking advice were unknowingly providing cover for criminal networks that specialized in food-based attacks against victims who would never suspect that their illnesses had been deliberately caused. But understanding the true nature of these communities didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been participating in discussions that included both legitimate cooking advice and criminal instruction sharing, potentially making me appear complicit in facilitating harmful activities. The detailed information I'd shared about my cooking habits, ingredient preferences, and kitchen setup could be used to assess my potential value as someone who could prepare harmful substances without attracting suspicion. When I tried to withdraw from the communities entirely, several members contacted me expressing disappointment about my reduced participation and offering to share more specialized recipes that weren't discussed in public channels. These private communications included invitations to join exclusive groups that focused on what they called advanced cooking techniques for people who were serious about experimental cuisine. The descriptions of these advanced techniques made it clear that they involved preparing substances intended to harm or incapacitate people who consumed them, with detailed instructions about avoiding detection and managing the effects. I was being recruited to participate directly in criminal activities that would make me responsible for poisoning innocent victims who trusted me to prepare safe food for them. But declining these invitations might not be sufficient to avoid continued recruitment pressure or retaliation from people who considered me a potential security risk because of what I'd learned about their activities. The cooking skills that I developed as a way to manage stress and create something positive had instead made me a target for people who specialized in using food as a weapon against unsuspecting victims. Meanwhile, the recipe-sharing communities continued operating and growing, attracting new members who were seeking normal cooking advice but unknowingly joining platforms that facilitated systematic poisoning and drugging operations. People who just wanted to learn how to cook better meals were being gradually exposed to criminal techniques and assessed for their potential willingness to participate in food-based attacks against others. The legitimate cooking discussions provided perfect cover for recruiting accomplices who would have access to kitchens, ingredient suppliers, and trusted relationships with potential victims who would never suspect that their meals had been deliberately contaminated. I stopped participating in all online cooking communities and avoided sharing recipes or cooking advice through any digital platforms. But the knowledge I'd gained about how these communities operated made it impossible to trust any online food-related discussions. Every recipe-sharing website, cooking community, and culinary advice platform potentially contained people who were using legitimate cooking interests as cover for planning attacks against innocent victims. The most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people in other communities as well. Any hobby or interest that involved preparing things for others to consume could be infiltrated by criminals looking for unwitting accomplices. Homebrewing communities, baking groups, even gardening discussions about growing herbs and vegetables might contain people who were sharing information about producing harmful substances while appearing to pursue innocent hobbies. After I'd stopped all participation in cooking communities, I received a package containing several unmarked containers of powder, along with detailed recipes for incorporating the substances into common baked goods and instructions for observing and documenting the effects on people who consume the prepared items. My flatmate's package got delivered to our address by mistake, and when I looked up the return label online, I found myself somewhere I definitely shouldn't have been. The box was sitting by our front door when I got back from lectures, addressed to someone called Marcus Webb at our flat number, but with a completely different street name. Obviously, a delivery error. Happens all the time in student areas where drivers are dealing with confusing addresses and residents who change every year. I brought it inside thinking I'd drop it round to the correct address later, but curiosity got the better of me, and I had a closer look at the sender details. The return address was just a P.O. box number, no company name or individual sender listed. The package itself was surprisingly heavy for its size. Maybe the weight of a thick textbook, but in a box that looked like it should contain something much lighter. Since I didn't recognize the name and the correct street was about 10 minutes walk away, I decided to do a quick online search to see if I could find any contact information. Maybe save myself a trip if I could just phone the intended recipient and arrange for them to collect it. That's where things got odd. A basic Google search turned up nothing useful, too common a name to get specific results. But the P.O. Box return address led me down a different path entirely. When I searched for that specific box number, most results were dead ends or generic postal service information. But buried several pages deep was a reference that caught my attention. A discussion thread about package delivery services that mentioned the same P.O. box in connection with something called discrete shipping arrangements. The thread was on a site I'd never heard of, and the discussion was vague enough that I almost dismissed it. But there were enough specific details about shipping methods and package tracking to make me think this might be connected to whatever was in the box sitting on my kitchen table. Following links from that discussion led me to other sites, each slightly more obscure than the last. Most required specific addresses to access, and I found myself navigating through increasingly hidden corners of the internet just to understand what sort of business might be using that P.O. box. Eventually, I ended up on a site that required me to confirm I was over 18 and agreed to terms about viewing potentially disturbing content. At that point, I should have backed out, but I was genuinely curious about what I'd stumbled across and what connection it might have to the misdelivered package. The site turned out to be a marketplace for items that couldn't be sold through normal channels. Not necessarily illegal goods, but things that mainstream e-commerce platforms wouldn't handle due to policy restrictions or liability concerns. Most listings were for collectibles, vintage items, or specialty products that were difficult to find elsewhere. But mixed in with apparently legitimate unusual items were listings that made me deeply uncomfortable. Some sellers were offering what they described as personal effects from deceased individuals, not normal estate sale items, but things like clothing, jewelry, and documents that seemed too intimate and recent to be legitimate estate clearances. Others were selling what appeared to be surveillance equipment disguised as everyday objects, or items that could be used for stalking and monitoring people without their knowledge. Most disturbing were listings for what were called verification services, sellers offering to provide detailed personal information about specific individuals, including photographs, addresses, daily routines, and other data that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance. I realized I'd found a marketplace that specialized in facilitating stalking, harassment, and potentially much worse crimes against innocent people. But I still had no idea what connection this had to the package sitting on my kitchen table, or whether the intended recipient was a buyer, seller, or victim in whatever transactions were taking place through this hidden marketplace. When I searched for the name within the marketplace, I found that users could create accounts and transaction histories, though most details were protected by the site's privacy systems. But there were enough public references to suggest that someone using that identity had been active on the platform recently. Without being able to access specific account information, I couldn't tell whether this person was purchasing items through the marketplace or somehow connected to the surveillance and personal information trading that seemed to be the site's primary business. But the fact that packages from this operation were being delivered to addresses in my area suggested that either the recipient lived nearby and was involved in these activities, or someone was using local addresses to receive materials connected to stalking and harassment operations. The weight and size of the package made more sense now. It could contain surveillance equipment, personal documents, or other materials that would be valuable for someone planning to monitor or harm specific individuals. I was holding evidence of serious criminal activity delivered to my address by mistake, with no clear way to report it without revealing that I'd been browsing illegal marketplaces and potentially compromising ongoing investigations. But leaving the package undelivered seemed equally problematic. If the intended recipient was expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harassing someone, failing to receive them might prompt investigation into what had happened to their order. That investigation could lead back to my address and make me a target for someone who clearly had experience with surveillance and intimidation tactics. I decided to research the specific street address where the package was supposed to be delivered, hoping to understand more about the intended recipient and whether delivering it would be putting someone in danger. The address turned out to be a block of flats similar to student accommodation, with high turnover and minimal security. Exactly the sort of place where someone could receive packages without attracting attention from neighbors or building management. But when I checked electoral records and other public databases, there was no record of anyone by that name living at the address currently or in recent years. Either they were using a false identity or having packages delivered to an address where they didn't officially reside to avoid creating traceable connections to their activities. The package delivery was part of a system designed to maintain anonymity for people involved in illegal surveillance and harassment operations. I was caught between potentially facilitating serious crimes by delivering the package and potentially becoming a target myself by interfering with criminal operations that relied on reliable delivery systems. Meanwhile, someone was probably expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harming innocent people, and the longer they remained undelivered, the more likely they were to investigate what had gone wrong with their order. That investigation would eventually lead them to my address and make me a person of interest for people who specialized in surveillance and intimidation. I considered contacting police about the package, but explaining how I discovered the connection to illegal marketplaces would require admitting that I'd been browsing hidden websites and potentially accessing illegal content. Without concrete evidence of specific crimes or identifiable victims, reporting the package might not result in any meaningful investigation, while potentially exposing me to retaliation from the criminal network I'd discovered. The marketplace was probably still operating, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations against victims who had no idea they were being systematically monitored and assessed as targets. The delivery error that had brought the package to my address had given me a glimpse into criminal operations that were almost certainly affecting people in my local area. But I had no safe way to report what I'd discovered or protect potential victims. I never delivered the package. Instead, I left it unopened in a storage cupboard, hoping the recipient would assume it had been lost in transit and arrange alternative delivery methods that wouldn't involve my address. But I remained concerned about the possibility that the failed delivery would prompt investigation into what had happened to the package and why it hadn't reached its intended destination. The criminal marketplace I discovered was probably continuing to operate, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations while maintaining the anonymity that allowed people to target victims without accountability. Weeks later, I came home to find that someone had broken into my flat while I was at university, but nothing had been stolen, and there was no obvious damage except for the storage cupboard, which had been forced open and thoroughly searched. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to fix old family photographs for money, and some of the images people wanted restored were definitely not family pictures. I'd always been good with digital art software, not professionally trained or anything, just someone who'd grown up messing about with Photoshop and had developed a decent eye for color correction and image repair. My flatmate mentioned that her gran had boxes of old photographs that were fading or damaged, and wondered if there was anyone who could fix them digitally. I offered to have a go, partly because I was curious about the technical challenge and partly because I was perpetually skint and thought it might lead to some paid work. The results were better than I'd expected. I managed to restore color to faded wedding photos and repair tears in pictures that had genuine sentimental value. More importantly, my flatmate's family were delighted and willing to pay reasonable money for the service. Word spread quickly among families who had accumulated decades of photographs that were deteriorating in storage. Most people had precious memories slowly fading away in albums and shoeboxes, but professional restoration services were expensive and often had waiting lists of several months. I started advertising photo restoration through local classified ads and university notice boards, offering to repair damaged images for about half what commercial services charged. The work was satisfying and fitted well around my studies. I could work on images during evenings and weekends while building up useful digital art skills. Most clients were exactly what you'd expect. Older people wanting to preserve family memories, couples restoring wedding photographs, parents fixing damaged pictures of their children. Straightforward work that involved removing scratches, adjusting faded colors, and occasionally reconstructing small damaged areas using content from other parts of the image. But after a few months, I started receiving requests through more unusual channels. Instead of local recommendations or university advertising, people began contacting me through anonymous email addresses and online platforms that specialized in discrete services. These clients offered significantly higher payments for restoration work, often several times what I charge for normal family photographs. They explained that they had valuable historical images or sensitive personal photographs that required professional quality restoration but couldn't be handled through commercial services for privacy reasons. The first few assignments seemed legitimate enough. Historical photographs that appeared to be from private collections, possibly valuable enough to justify the premium prices and confidentiality requirements. The technical challenges were more complex than family snapshots, but the work itself was similar to what I'd been doing for other clients. However, I gradually began noticing things about these high-paying assignments that made me uncomfortable. Some photographs showed people in situations that didn't seem consistent with normal historical documentation or family photography. Images that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge, often in private locations where photography wouldn't normally be permitted. Other images contained content that seemed deliberately obscured or damaged in ways that suggested someone had tried to prevent the photographs from being useful as evidence or identification. Faces that had been scratched out, backgrounds that had been chemically treated to remove details, even physical damage that appeared to have been inflicted intentionally rather than through normal aging. When I asked clients about the context of these unusual images, they typically claimed the photographs were part of private collections or family archives that required discretion due to the prominence or sensitivity of the people depicted. But as I worked on more of these assignments, I started recognizing patterns that suggested the images weren't legitimate, historical photographs at all. Many showed recent locations and modern details that contradicted claims about their age and historical significance. Others contained evidence of digital manipulation that predated my restoration work, suggesting they'd been deliberately altered before being submitted for further modification. Most concerning were images that appeared to show people in distress or dangerous situations. Photographs that looked like they might have been taken during crimes or other illegal activities, with the restoration work focused on making faces and identifying details clearer rather than simply repairing age damage. I began to suspect that some clients were using my restoration services to enhance evidence of criminal activities or to prepare images for blackmail and extortion purposes. The technical skills I developed for repairing family photographs were being used to make incriminating or exploitative images more useful for people who specialized in harming others. But the money was substantial enough to cover most of my university expenses, and I convinced myself that I was just providing technical services without knowledge of how the restored images would eventually be used. When I tried to research some of the clients who had submitted unusual photographs, I found that most were using anonymous contact methods and temporary email addresses that made them impossible to trace or verify. The payment methods they used were also designed to maintain anonymity, involving cash transfers and prepaid cards that left no permanent records connecting them to the restoration work. Some clients had submitted multiple batches of photographs over time, suggesting they were involved in ongoing activities that regularly generated images requiring professional enhancement. The volume and consistency implied systematic operations rather than occasional private requests. I started paying closer attention to the specific types of restoration work being requested and the techniques that clients wanted me to use on their images. Many requests involved enhancing details that would be useful for identification or evidence purposes, making faces clearer, improving the visibility of text or documents in backgrounds, even adjusting lighting and contrast to reveal information that had been hidden in shadows or poor exposure. Other assignments involved removing or obscuring details that might complicate the use of images for illegal purposes, eliminating identifying marks from locations, removing evidence of dates or times when photographs had been taken, even altering backgrounds to make images appear to have been taken in different places. The restoration work was essentially image manipulation, designed to make photographs more useful for criminal activities, while removing details that might help law enforcement or victims identify when and where the images had been created. I was unknowingly providing professional quality technical support for operations that relied on photographic evidence to facilitate blackmail, exploitation, and other serious crimes. But extricating myself from these high-paying assignments wasn't straightforward. The clients who submitted unusual photographs often returned with additional work, suggesting they were satisfied with my technical skills and discretion. Some began requesting rush jobs with premium payments, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of their requirements and the importance of maintaining absolute confidentiality about the restoration work. When I tried to decline certain assignments or reduce my availability for this type of work, several clients expressed disappointment and offered substantially higher payments to ensure my continued services. The pressure to maintain my involvement felt excessive for people who were supposedly just seeking technical assistance with private photograph collections. I tried to research whether other photo restoration services had experienced similar requests for unusual or potentially illegal image enhancement work. What I found was that criminal organizations regularly used legitimate photo editing services to prepare images for various illegal purposes, often targeting freelance operators who worked independently and maintained less rigorous oversight of client requirements. The technical skills required for photo restoration were identical to those needed for sophisticated image manipulation and evidence tampering, making it easy for criminals to obtain professional quality services through seemingly innocent channels. I realized that my restoration business had probably been targeted specifically because I operated independently, charged reasonable rates, and had demonstrated both technical competence and willingness to work with anonymous clients who paid well for discretionary services. But understanding the criminal nature of some assignments didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd already completed restoration work on dozens of images that might have been used to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I'd been unaware of how the enhanced photographs would be used, my technical expertise had contributed to making harmful activities more effective and harder to detect or prosecute. The clients who had submitted criminal photographs also had detailed knowledge of my personal circumstances, payment methods, and technical capabilities, information that could be used to ensure my continued cooperation, or to implicate me in their illegal activities if I tried to withdraw my services. When I attempted to stop accepting assignments that seemed potentially criminal, I discovered that determining which photographs were legitimate and which were connected to illegal activities was often impossible based solely on image content. Many criminal photographs appeared innocuous without context, while some legitimate historical images contained disturbing content that reflected the circumstances of their original creation, rather than contemporary illegal activities. The ambiguity made it difficult to establish clear boundaries around acceptable work without potentially losing all the high-paying assignments that had been covering my university expenses. Meanwhile, new clients continued to contact me with requests for restoration work, often specifically mentioning my reputation for quality results and discretion with sensitive historical materials. The referral pattern suggested that my services were being recommended within communities that specialized in activities requiring professional image enhancement for illegal purposes. I was probably being systematically recruited by criminal organizations that needed reliable technical support for operations involving photographic evidence, blackmail materials, and other image-based crimes. The photo restoration skills I developed for preserving family memories had instead made me a valuable asset for people who specialized in exploiting and harming others through sophisticated manipulation of visual evidence. but the most disturbing realization was that legitimate photo restoration services were probably being infiltrated by similar criminal recruitment efforts, making it difficult for anyone offering technical services to distinguish between innocent preservation requests and systematic exploitation of their skills. People seeking to earn money through freelance photo editing were being systematically targeted and gradually drawn into providing technical support for serious crimes, while believing they were just helping clients preserve valuable images. 3 weeks after I'd stopped accepting new restoration assignments, someone left an envelope under my door containing printed copies of several photographs I'd restored, along with newspaper clippings about crimes where the enhanced images had apparently been used as evidence or blackmail materials. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seemed designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. Accounts that asked detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. the fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared through the fitness community's achievement system. I've always been the responsible type. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded teachers about homework and never forgot to lock the front door. My mum used to say I was born middle-aged, which wasn't exactly a compliment, but wasn't entirely wrong either. That reliability served me well when I moved to Manchester for university. While my course mates were getting bladdered every night and sleeping through lectures, I kept my head down, studied hard, and managed my money carefully. By my second year, I built up a decent reputation as someone who could be trusted with responsibilities that other students would probably mess up. That's how I ended up house-sitting for Professor Williams. She taught European history and lived in one of those Victorian terraces in Didsbury that academics always seem to end up in. The place was filled with books and quirky furniture, looking like it had been furnished entirely from charity shops, but somehow working perfectly together. She'd been recommended for a visiting fellowship at Oxford and needed someone reliable to look after her house for 6 months. The arrangement was brilliant for me. Free accommodation in a much nicer area than I could normally afford. plus a small monthly payment for handling basic maintenance and keeping the place secure. All I had to do was water her plants, deal with any post, and make sure the house didn't get broken into while she was away. Professor Williams was thorough about explaining everything before she left: which plants needed watering when, how to work the ancient central heating system, where the stopcock was in case of emergencies. She showed me around every room, pointing out anything that might need attention and making sure I understood how everything worked. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years without much planning. There was a study lined with books from floor to ceiling, a conservatory full of plants that she was particularly worried about, and a cellar that she used for storage, but told me I probably wouldn't need to access. She also had a small office upstairs where she did her research, with a computer and filing cabinets full of what looked like academic papers and correspondence. She asked me not to disturb anything in there, which was fine by me. I had no interest in medieval trade routes or whatever it was she specialized in. The first few weeks went smoothly. I settled into a routine of checking the plants every couple of days, bringing in any post, and generally making sure everything was ticking over normally. The house was comfortable and quiet, much better for studying than my previous shared accommodation, where someone was always playing music or having people round. Professor Williams had left me her contact details and asked me to send weekly updates about how everything was going. Just brief emails letting her know that the house was fine and there were no problems. She was clearly quite anxious about leaving her home for such a long period, which I could understand given how much stuff she had accumulated over the years. But after about a month, I started receiving emails from her that seemed odd. She began asking very specific questions about things happening around the house, whether I'd noticed anyone lurking in the street outside, if any post had arrived that wasn't addressed to her, whether I'd heard any unusual noises during the night, the sort of questions that suggested she was worried about something more serious than just general burglary concerns. When I assured her that everything was completely normal and quiet, she seemed relieved, but also somehow surprised, as if she'd been expecting something to happen and was puzzled that it hadn't occurred yet. She also started giving me additional instructions about security, making sure all windows were locked every night, not answering the door to anyone I didn't recognize, being careful about what information I shared if neighbors asked questions about her absence. Again, sensible precautions, but the level of concern seemed disproportionate to the actual risks. I began paying more attention to the house and neighborhood, wondering if there was something I'd missed that was making Professor Williams so anxious. But Didsbury was exactly the sort of middle-class area where the biggest crime problem was probably bicycle theft. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive. The street was well lit and regularly patrolled, and I'd never felt unsafe walking around at any time of day or night. The house itself also seemed perfectly secure. Good locks on all the doors and windows, a modern alarm system, even security lights that came on automatically if anyone approached the property after dark. Whatever Professor Williams was worried about, she'd clearly taken reasonable precautions to protect against it. That's when I started exploring the house more thoroughly. I'd been respectful of her privacy during the first month, staying in the main living areas and only going into other rooms when necessary for maintenance. But her increasingly worried emails made me curious about whether there was something about the property that she hadn't mentioned during her initial tour. The study and conservatory were exactly as she'd shown me. Nothing unusual or concerning. Her bedroom and the guest room where I was staying were also completely normal. But when I started looking more carefully at the upstairs office, I noticed things that hadn't registered during my initial visit. The filing cabinets contained much more than just academic research. There were folders full of correspondence with solicitors, insurance companies, and what appeared to be private investigators. Legal documents related to property disputes, insurance claims for items that had apparently been stolen, even what looked like restraining orders taken out against individuals whose names I didn't recognize. Professor Williams had clearly been dealing with some serious problems that went well beyond normal academic concerns. The computer in her office was password protected, but she'd left it logged in with several browser windows open. Most were related to her research, but there were also tabs showing websites that specialized in personal security and surveillance detection. Forums where people discussed stalking, harassment, and methods for protecting yourself against individuals who posed ongoing threats. It was becoming clear that Professor Williams's anxiety about house security wasn't general paranoia. She was dealing with specific threats from people who had targeted her in the past and might try to access her property while she was away. I started reading through more of the documents in her filing cabinets, trying to understand what kind of situation I'd gotten myself involved with. What I found was a pattern of harassment and intimidation that had been going on for several years. Someone had been systematically targeting Professor Williams with various forms of harassment, items stolen from her garden, threatening letters posted through her door, even incidents of people attempting to break into her house while she was asleep. She'd reported everything to the police, but they'd been unable to identify the perpetrators or provide effective protection. The harassment seemed to be connected to her academic work, specifically research she'd been conducting into historical property ownership in the Manchester area. Some of her findings had apparently contradicted claims made by individuals who were involved in contemporary property disputes, and they'd responded by trying to intimidate her into retracting or modifying her conclusions. But the harassment had escalated beyond simple intimidation. Recent incidents included evidence that someone had been inside her house while she was away, moving items around and accessing her computer and files. Professional security assessments had confirmed that her property was being monitored by people with sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed knowledge of her daily routine. The Oxford Fellowship hadn't been an academic opportunity. It had been an escape route. Professor Williams had accepted the position specifically to get away from Manchester until the harassment situation could be resolved. She'd hoped that a 6-month absence would convince her tormentors to move on to other targets. But leaving the house empty created new vulnerabilities. If the people harassing her were primarily interested in her research and files, an unoccupied property would provide the perfect opportunity for them to search through everything without interference. That's why she'd been so specific about security precautions and had asked for such detailed updates about any unusual activity. She wasn't just worried about burglary. She was expecting her harassers to use her absence as an opportunity to break in and steal or destroy her research materials. I realized I was essentially being used as a human security system, positioned in the house to deter break-in attempts and alert her if anyone tried to access her property. But I had no idea how dangerous these people might be or what they'd do if they discovered someone was living in the house they were planning to search. Professor Williams hadn't told me any of this because she'd known I probably wouldn't have agreed to house sit if I'd understood the real risks involved. Instead, she'd presented it as a straightforward arrangement that would benefit both of us while concealing the fact that I might be putting myself in serious danger. I considered confronting her about the deception, but I was also curious about what exactly she'd discovered that had made these people so determined to stop her research. The academic papers in her filing system were dense and technical, full of references to medieval property records and land ownership disputes that seemed unlikely to generate such extreme reactions. But when I started looking at her more recent work, I found research that was much more contemporary and potentially controversial. Professor Williams had been investigating connections between historical property ownership and modern property development in Manchester. Specifically, she'd been tracing how certain pieces of land had been acquired, developed, and transferred over several centuries, revealing patterns that suggested some contemporary property holdings might be based on fraudulent historical claims. Her research had identified several prominent Manchester property developers whose holdings appeared to be derived from land that had been acquired through forged documents, bribery, and other illegal methods during the 19th and early 20th centuries. If her findings were accurate, these developers' current property empires could be vulnerable to legal challenges that might cost them millions of pounds. That would certainly explain why someone might be willing to use harassment and intimidation to prevent her research from being published or used in legal proceedings. But it also meant that the people targeting her weren't just academic rivals or cranks with grievances about historical interpretations. They were potentially connected to serious criminal enterprises with substantial financial resources and a willingness to use violence to protect their interests. I was now living in a house that contained evidence of major property fraud, being targeted by people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use illegal methods to suppress inconvenient research. Professor Williams's increasingly worried emails suddenly made much more sense. She wasn't just concerned about burglary. She was terrified that her research would be destroyed and that anyone protecting it might be seriously harmed in the process. I started taking much more serious security precautions, double-checking all locks every night, varying my daily routine to make it harder for anyone to predict when I'd be home, even researching escape routes from the house in case someone tried to break in while I was there. But I also began preparing to document and preserve Professor Williams's research in case something did happen to the original materials. If people were willing to commit serious crimes to suppress her findings, those findings were probably important enough to deserve protection. I started copying her files onto external storage devices, uploading important documents to secure cloud storage, even photographing particularly crucial papers so there would be multiple backups if the originals were destroyed. As I worked through her research more systematically, I began to understand why it posed such a serious threat to certain property developers. Her historical analysis didn't just identify questionable land acquisitions. It provided detailed documentation that could be used in court to challenge the legal ownership of some of Manchester's most valuable commercial and residential properties. Property worth hundreds of millions of pounds could potentially be redistributed if her research was accepted as evidence in legal proceedings. Entire business empires could collapse if the historical ownership claims they were based on were proven to be fraudulent. That level of financial exposure would certainly justify extreme measures to prevent the research from becoming public knowledge. But I also realized that simply copying and storing the research wasn't enough to protect it. If the people targeting Professor Williams discovered that backup copies existed, they'd probably escalate their efforts to suppress the information entirely. Anyone known to have access to her research would become a target for the same harassment and intimidation she'd experienced. And unlike an established academic with tenure and institutional support, a student house-sitter would be much more vulnerable to serious threats. I was sitting on evidence of major crimes committed by people with significant resources and demonstrated willingness to use illegal methods to protect their interests. Even if I tried to distance myself from the situation, I now knew too much to be completely safe from retaliation. The house-sitting arrangement that had seemed like such a good opportunity was actually a trap that had put me in serious danger without my knowledge or consent. That's when I started noticing signs that the house was being watched. Cars parked in the street for longer than normal, with occupants who seemed to be observing the property rather than visiting neighbors. People walking past more frequently than you'd expect for a quiet residential street, sometimes making multiple passes within short periods. Most concerning were indications that someone had been testing the house's security measures. Scratch marks around lock mechanisms that suggested attempted lockpicking, footprints in flower beds near windows, even what looked like small electronic devices attached to the property's exterior that might have been surveillance equipment. Professor Williams's harassers had apparently identified the house as a target and were conducting reconnaissance in preparation for a break-in attempt. I tried contacting her to report these developments, but her responses became increasingly evasive. She seemed reluctant to discuss specific security concerns and kept redirecting the conversation to routine house maintenance issues, as if she was worried that our email communications might be monitored by the same people who were targeting her research. When I pressed her for clearer guidance about what to do if I discovered evidence of attempted break-ins, she suggested that I might want to consider ending the house-sitting arrangement early and returning to normal student accommodation. But by this point, I was too invested in protecting her research to simply walk away. The historical property fraud she'd uncovered was exactly the sort of investigative journalism I hoped to pursue after graduation. Her work represented years of careful research that could expose serious crimes and help victims recover property that had been stolen from their families generations earlier. If I abandoned the house and her research was destroyed, important evidence of historical injustices would be lost forever. I decided to stay and take whatever precautions I could to protect both the property and the research materials. But I also started preparing for the possibility that the harassment might escalate to direct confrontation. That preparation turned out to be necessary sooner than I'd expected. I woke up 3 nights later to the sound of someone trying to force open the back door of the house, not attempting to pick the lock or disable the alarm system, just using brute force to break through the door and gain entry as quickly as possible. I had maybe 30 seconds before they got inside. I'd always been bad at languages despite studying French for years at school. By the time I got to university, I could read fairly well and understood most of what I heard, but speaking was still a nightmare. That horrible combination of knowing exactly what you want to say, but being too self-conscious about pronunciation and grammar to actually get the words out. My course required a year abroad, which meant I needed to be conversational in French by the following September or risk failing my degree entirely. The University Language Center offered conversation classes, but they were always oversubscribed and moved too slowly for someone who needed intensive practice. Private tutoring was expensive, and most of the French students I knew were more interested in practicing their English than helping struggling Brits with pronunciation. That's when someone mentioned online language exchange platforms where you could practice conversation with native speakers for free. The concept was simple. You'd spend half your session helping someone practice English, and they'd spend the other half helping you with French. Mutual benefit without the cost of formal tutoring. I found several platforms that offered this kind of language exchange, most of them operating through standard video calling software with simple matching systems based on your language learning goals and availability. The more established sites had thousands of users and sophisticated systems for matching people with compatible learning objectives. But the platform I eventually chose specialized in what they called intensive language immersion, for students who needed rapid improvement. They claimed to use advanced matching algorithms that paired learners with native speakers who had specific expertise in helping people overcome particular language barriers. The registration process was more detailed than I'd expected for a language learning platform. Beyond the basic information about my French ability and learning goals, they wanted comprehensive details about my background, daily routine, and personal circumstances. They explained that this information helped them match people with compatible schedules and similar life experiences. The level of personal detail they requested was extensive. Where I lived, what I studied, my family background, even information about my social activities and hobbies. When I questioned why this was necessary for language learning, they explained that successful conversation practice required understanding cultural context and shared experiences that could serve as discussion topics. Within a few days, I was matched with a French speaker called Marie, who claimed to be a university student in Lyon, looking to improve her English conversation skills. Her profile indicated she was studying similar subjects to me and had comparable language learning challenges, suggesting we'd be well suited for mutual practice sessions. Our first conversation went reasonably well. Marie was patient with my pronunciation mistakes and provided helpful corrections without being condescending. She seemed genuinely interested in practicing English and asked thoughtful questions about British university life and cultural differences between our countries. But I noticed that Marie was particularly interested in details about my personal life that seemed tangential to language practice. She wanted to know about my daily schedule, where I lived, what my accommodation was like, and how I spent my free time. When I redirected the conversation to more general topics, she seemed disappointed and struggled to maintain interest in the discussion. Over the next few sessions, this pattern became more pronounced. Marie would ask increasingly specific questions about my routine, my living situation, and my personal relationships. She wanted to know when I was typically alone, whether I lived with other students, and how often my family visited or called. When I tried to focus on structured language exercises or discussion of academic topics, Marie seemed distracted and would quickly steer the conversation back to personal questions about my circumstances and daily activities. I started to suspect that Marie wasn't genuinely interested in language exchange at all. Her English was actually quite fluent, much better than she'd initially suggested, and her questions seemed designed to gather information rather than practice conversation skills. More concerning was that Marie seemed to know details about my life that I hadn't shared during our conversations. She made references to places I'd visited, people I'd mentioned in passing, and even changes to my schedule that I was certain I hadn't discussed with her. When I asked how she knew these details, Marie claimed she had good memory for the personal information people shared during conversations. But I started keeping notes of what I'd actually told her, and it became clear that she was demonstrating knowledge that could only have come from systematic monitoring of my activities. I decided to research the language exchange platform more thoroughly, looking for information about their matching process and data protection policies. What I found raised serious concerns about the legitimacy of their operation. The platform claimed to be based in Switzerland and registered as an educational service provider, but the business registration details were minimal and didn't include verifiable contact information. Their terms of service were vague about how personal data was collected, stored, and shared with other users. Most concerning was the discovery that many users had similar experiences to mine. Language exchange partners who seemed more interested in gathering personal information than practicing conversation, and who demonstrated knowledge about users' lives that couldn't have been obtained through normal conversation. Some users reported that their supposed language partners had tried to arrange in-person meetings, claiming they were visiting the UK and wanted to practice English in real-world situations. Others had received unsolicited contact from their partners outside the platform, including phone calls and messages to personal accounts they'd never shared. The pattern suggested that the language exchange platform was being used as a cover for systematic data collection about vulnerable young people, particularly international students and others who might be isolated or seeking social connections. I tried to research Marie's background more thoroughly, using the information she'd provided in her profile to verify her identity and location. What I found was troubling. There was no evidence that Marie was a real person at all. The university she claimed to attend had no record of students matching her description. The photos in her profile appeared to be stock images rather than genuine personal photographs. Even her supposed social media accounts were recently created and contained minimal genuine content. Marie was a completely fabricated identity, created specifically to interact with language learners and gather information about their personal circumstances. I realized that I'd been providing detailed information about my life, routine, and vulnerability to someone whose identity and motives were completely unknown to me. But ending contact with Marie wasn't straightforward. When I stopped scheduling conversation sessions, she began contacting me through other channels, claiming concern about my language learning progress and offering alternative ways to continue our practice sessions. She suggested meeting in person when she visited the UK, or continuing conversations through private messaging apps that would provide better audio quality than the platform's built-in system. When I declined these suggestions, she seemed genuinely distressed and insisted that abandoning our language exchange would significantly harm both of our learning objectives. Her persistence in maintaining contact seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly just disappointed about losing a conversation partner. It felt more like someone who was concerned about losing access to information they'd been systematically collecting. I started monitoring whether my personal information was appearing in unexpected places online, concerned that details I'd shared with Marie might be used for identity theft or other fraudulent purposes. What I found was evidence that information about my circumstances was being traded through hidden marketplaces that specialized in data about students and young people. Personal details, daily routines, and contact information were being sold to buyers who weren't identified but were presumably planning to use the data for criminal purposes. Some of the information being traded was specific enough that it could only have come from the detailed conversations I'd had with Marie during our supposed language exchange sessions. I wasn't just a victim of data theft. I was part of a systematic operation that used language learning as a pretext for gathering intelligence about vulnerable young people who could be targeted for various types of exploitation. The language exchange platform was essentially a recruitment tool for identifying isolated students who were seeking social connections and might be susceptible to manipulation or fraud. I tried to research other users who might have been similarly targeted, hoping to warn them about what was happening and gather evidence that could be used to expose the operation. But contacting other users was difficult because the platform didn't provide direct communication between participants beyond their scheduled language exchange sessions. I could only reach people who happened to be online at the same time I was, and most seemed reluctant to discuss their experiences with platform security or data protection. The few users I managed to speak with confirmed that they'd had similar experiences with language partners who seemed more interested in personal information than conversation practice. But most hadn't realized the full scope of what was happening and were shocked to learn that their personal details might be traded through criminal marketplaces. Some users had already experienced problems that might be connected to their participation in the language exchange program. Identity theft, unauthorized use of personal information, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they'd shared details about their circumstances with supposed conversation partners. But proving the connection between the language platform and subsequent criminal activity was difficult. The time delays between initial data collection and eventual misuse meant that most victims didn't recognize the relationship between their language learning activities and later problems. I decided to document everything I could about the platform's operations and the information gathering techniques used by fake language partners like Marie. This investigation revealed that the operation was much more sophisticated than I'd initially realized. The platform hosted hundreds of fake profiles representing language learners from various countries, all designed to appeal to different types of users and extract different kinds of personal information. Some fake profiles targeted business students and gathered information about career prospects and financial circumstances. Others focused on international students and collected details about visa status, family connections, and social isolation that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The most disturbing profiles seemed designed to target people dealing with mental health problems, relationship difficulties, or other personal challenges that might make them especially susceptible to manipulation and control. All of this information was being systematically collected, organized, and distributed through networks that specialized in facilitating crimes against vulnerable young people. The language exchange concept was just one of many methods being used to identify and profile potential victims of serious criminal activity. But exposing what I'd discovered wasn't straightforward. Reporting the platform to law enforcement would require admitting that I'd voluntarily shared personal information with strangers online, potentially making me appear naive or careless, rather than victimized. More importantly, taking action against the platform might alert the criminals operating it that their methods had been discovered, causing them to modify their techniques or target new populations before their existing victims could be protected. I was also concerned about my own safety. If the people behind the platform realized that I'd identified their criminal purpose and was gathering evidence against them, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be eliminated. The personal information I'd shared with Marie would make it easy for them to monitor my activities and take action against me if they decided I was a threat to their operations. Meanwhile, Marie continued trying to maintain contact, sending increasingly concerned messages about my absence from scheduled conversation sessions. She claimed to be worried about my well-being and offered various types of support that seemed designed to re-establish regular communication. Her messages demonstrated detailed knowledge of my university schedule, social activities, and personal relationships that she couldn't have obtained through our previous conversations. Someone was clearly conducting comprehensive surveillance of my daily life. Most disturbing were messages that included information about my family members and friends, suggesting that the data collection operation had expanded beyond just targeting me to include people in my social network. Marie claimed that she'd learned this information through mutual connections in the language learning community, but the level of detail suggested systematic research into my personal relationships and background. I realized that everyone connected to me might be at risk of being targeted by criminals who specialized in exploiting personal information for financial fraud, identity theft, or worse. The language exchange platform had provided them with everything they needed to systematically compromise the security and privacy of everyone in my social circle. I tried to warn friends and family members about the potential risks, but explaining the situation without sounding paranoid or delusional was challenging. Most people found it difficult to believe that language learning websites could be covers for serious criminal operations. Some friends suggested that I was overreacting to what was probably just aggressive marketing by language learning companies, trying to retain customers. Others thought I might be misinterpreting cultural differences in communication styles between French and British language learners. But the evidence of systematic data collection and distribution was too comprehensive to dismiss as misunderstanding or coincidence. I started monitoring hidden marketplaces more systematically, documenting how personal information was being traded, and looking for evidence of the criminal activities that this data was being used to facilitate. What I found was a comprehensive criminal economy built around exploiting personal information obtained from vulnerable young people through various deceptive schemes. Language learning platforms were just one method among many being used to gather intelligence about potential victims. Similar operations used fake dating profiles, fraudulent employment opportunities, bogus charity work, and various other pretexts to establish relationships with isolated or vulnerable individuals. All of these schemes shared the same basic methodology: identify people who were seeking social connections or opportunities, establish trust through seemingly legitimate interactions, then systematically extract personal information that could be used for criminal purposes. The scale of the operation suggested that thousands of young people were being targeted simultaneously through multiple platforms and schemes, creating a vast database of personal information that could be used to facilitate identity theft, fraud, stalking, and more serious crimes. But most victims never realized they were being targeted because the initial contact seemed legitimate, and the eventual misuse of their information was delayed and difficult to trace back to the original data collection. The language exchange platform was still operating when I last checked, continuing to match unsuspecting language learners with fake conversation partners who were systematically gathering information about their personal lives and circumstances. Marie was probably still conducting conversation sessions with new victims, collecting details about their routines, relationships, and vulnerabilities that would eventually be used to facilitate crimes against them. And somewhere in hidden marketplaces, detailed profiles of hundreds of students and young people were being bought and sold by criminals who specialized in turning personal information into opportunities for exploitation and harm. The conversation practice I thought would help me improve my French had instead made me part of a criminal network that systematically targeted vulnerable people for some of the most serious crimes imaginable. But the most terrifying part was knowing that I'd voluntarily provided most of the information that put me at risk, thinking I was just having friendly conversations with someone who shared my interest in language learning. The people operating these schemes understood exactly how to exploit normal human desires for social connection and self-improvement, turning our most positive impulses into vulnerabilities that could be systematically exploited for criminal gain. And they were probably developing new methods and platforms all the time, finding increasingly sophisticated ways to identify and target people who were seeking help, friendship, or opportunities for personal growth. The next time someone offers to help you learn something new or make social connections online, you might want to ask yourself what they're really hoping to learn about you. I'd always been competitive with puzzles and problem-solving games, the sort of person who couldn't resist a Sudoku or crossword that others had given up on. My mates used to joke that I should try those online puzzle competitions where people solve increasingly difficult challenges for prize money. But I never thought I was good enough for that level of competition. That changed when I was 25 and unemployed in Leeds, spending most days applying for teaching jobs that never materialized while living off savings that were rapidly dwindling. The job market for history teachers was brutal, and I was starting to consider completely different career paths when something happened that made me realize my puzzle-solving hobby might actually be worth something. I'd been working through some logic problems on a free puzzle website when a message appeared offering access to more challenging content if I was interested in testing my skills against harder material. The invitation seemed automated, probably triggered by my completion time or accuracy rate, but it led to a section of the site I hadn't seen before. The puzzles there were considerably more complex than anything I'd encountered on mainstream puzzle platforms. Not just mathematical problems or logic games, but challenges that required research, pattern recognition across multiple data sources, and the sort of analytical thinking that goes beyond casual entertainment. Some challenges involved analyzing communication patterns in large datasets. Others required identifying connections between seemingly unrelated pieces of information, and a few demanded the kind of systematic investigation that reminded me of historical research methods I'd learned during my degree. The difficulty level was addictive. These weren't puzzles you could solve in a few minutes during a coffee break, but genuine intellectual challenges that required hours of focused analysis and creative problem-solving approaches. More importantly, the platform offered small payments for successfully completing certain challenges. Nothing substantial, but enough to make the time investment feel worthwhile when I wasn't earning anything through conventional job applications. Over several weeks, I worked through increasingly difficult challenges, earning modest amounts that helped offset my unemployment while keeping my analytical skills sharp during a period when I wasn't getting much intellectual stimulation. The challenges gradually shifted from abstract logic problems to tasks that involved analyzing real-world information. Some required researching public records and identifying patterns in business registrations. Others involved tracking information flow through social media platforms or news reporting. The analytical work was genuinely engaging, combining the satisfaction of puzzle solving with research skills that were directly relevant to my historical training. It felt like productive use of my education during a time when my actual qualifications weren't leading to employment opportunities. But as the challenges became more complex and better paid, they also started requiring access to information sources that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The platform provided specialized software that could access databases and information networks that weren't indexed by standard search engines. The research challenges using these alternative information sources were considerably more interesting than anything I'd worked on before. Instead of analyzing sanitized datasets or public information, I was working with raw communication logs, unfiltered social media activity, and comprehensive records that showed how information actually moved through digital networks. The analytical challenges required understanding not just what information was being shared, but how different groups used various platforms to coordinate activities, spread influence, and maintain privacy while conducting business or personal activities. Some challenges focused on identifying key influencers in specific online communities. Others involved mapping relationships between apparently unconnected individuals or organizations. And a few required analyzing the effectiveness of different communication strategies for achieving particular goals. The work was intellectually stimulating and felt like legitimate research that could potentially be valuable for academic or professional purposes. I was developing data analysis skills that might be relevant for future employment while earning enough to cover basic living expenses. But I also started noticing that some challenges involved analyzing information about people and organizations in Yorkshire, including details about businesses and individuals in Leeds and surrounding areas that I was familiar with from living in the region. The research wasn't focused on abstract or distant subjects, but was systematically analyzing real people and activities in my immediate geographic area. Some challenges required identifying vulnerabilities in local business operations. Others involved mapping social connections between specific individuals, and a few focused on analyzing personal communication patterns that revealed private information about real people's relationships and activities. I realized that my analytical work wasn't contributing to academic research or legitimate business intelligence, but was being used to compile detailed information about Yorkshire residents for purposes that weren't clearly explained. The puzzle-solving platform seemed to be using gamified challenges to recruit people with analytical skills for conducting systematic research into real people's private lives and business activities. When I questioned the purpose of the more invasive research challenges, the platform explained that understanding social and business networks was essential for various legitimate purposes, including market research, academic studies, and security analysis. They assured me that all information was obtained through legal sources and that my analytical work was contributing to legitimate research rather than harmful activities. But the analytical challenges continued becoming more specifically targeted at Yorkshire residents, with increasing focus on gathering detailed intelligence about specific individuals' personal circumstances, business relationships, and private activities. Some challenges required analyzing people's financial situations based on their digital footprints. Others involved identifying personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited for various purposes. And a few focused on mapping family relationships and social connections that could be used to influence or manipulate specific individuals. I started recognizing that the research I was conducting involved some people I knew personally from around Leeds, including detailed analysis of their private communications, business activities, and personal relationships. The puzzle platform wasn't just collecting abstract information about Yorkshire residents, but was systematically profiling real people I encountered in my daily life, using my analytical skills to compile intelligence that could be used for manipulation, harassment, or exploitation. My competitive puzzle-solving hobby had been exploited to recruit me for conducting surveillance research on my own community, with the intellectual satisfaction of challenging analytical work being used to overcome ethical concerns about systematic invasion of privacy. I tried to investigate what was being done with the analytical research I'd been conducting, following the specialized software connections to discover where my intelligence reports were being distributed and used. The investigation led to online communities that operated outside normal internet infrastructure, where detailed personal information about UK residents was being traded and analyzed for various purposes that range from targeted advertising to systematic harassment. The analytical intelligence I'd been providing through puzzle challenges was being used by these communities to develop comprehensive profiles of Yorkshire residents that could be used for financial exploitation, personal manipulation, or coordinated harassment campaigns. Some community participants specialized in using personal intelligence for systematic psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's circumstances and vulnerabilities. The research skills I developed through historical training and puzzle solving were being used to facilitate systematic harm to real people in my own community, with the intellectual challenge of analytical work being used to disguise surveillance activities as legitimate research. When I attempted to stop participating in the platform challenges, I discovered that my analytical work had already provided enough intelligence about Yorkshire residents to make withdrawal complicated, without risking exposure of activities I'd inadvertently supported. The platform made it clear that my research contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation, rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their data collection activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in analytical challenges would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial research support for implementing. The competitive puzzle solving that had seemed like productive use of my analytical skills during unemployment had made me complicit in systematic surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community. I never found safe methods for extracting myself from involvement with the platform, or for warning Yorkshire residents who were being profiled using intelligence I'd helped compile through analytical challenges. The puzzle platform continues operating. The systematic analysis of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed through gamified research challenges that exploit competitive instincts and intellectual curiosity. I eventually found teaching work through conventional job applications, but the analytical research I'd conducted during unemployment continues being used to facilitate systematic targeting of Yorkshire residents who have no idea their personal information was collected through puzzle-solving activities. The intellectual challenge that had seemed like productive use of my historical research skills turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community, with competitive puzzle solving being used to overcome ethical resistance to systematic invasion of privacy. My analytical contributions continue being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Yorkshire, while the platform continues recruiting unemployed graduates who believe they're developing valuable research skills rather than providing intelligence for systematic exploitation disguised as challenging intellectual work. I started volunteering to help elderly people with their computer problems, but it turns out someone was using my visits to case their homes for burglaries. My grandmother had always been hopeless with technology, and watching her struggle with basic things like email and online banking made me realize how isolated older people can become when the world goes digital. After she died during my second year at university, I decided to volunteer with a local charity that helped elderly residents learn to use computers and stay connected with family online. The charity was called Digital Bridges and operated throughout South Wales, providing free computer training and technical support to pensioners who couldn't afford commercial services or felt intimidated by technology. Most of their work involved visiting people in their homes to set up equipment, teach basic skills, and troubleshoot problems with internet connections or software. I'd always been reasonably good with computers, not an expert, but capable of handling the sort of problems that seem insurmountable to people who didn't grow up with technology. Basic virus removal, setting up email accounts, helping people navigate online shopping or government websites. The kind of support that takes 5 minutes if you know what you're doing, but can be completely mystifying if you don't. The training process with Digital Bridges was straightforward. They provided background checks for all volunteers, basic training on computer security and data protection, and guidelines for working safely in people's homes. The charity had been operating for several years and had built up a good reputation with social services and local councils. My coordinator was a woman called Sarah who managed volunteers across the Cardiff area. She seemed professional and knowledgeable, with extensive experience in community outreach and elderly care. She explained that most of their clients were referred through social services, doctors' surgeries, or local community centres when people needed help staying connected with family or accessing essential online services. The work itself was rewarding in exactly the way I'd hoped. Most clients were genuinely grateful for help with technology that allowed them to video chat with grandchildren, order groceries online, or manage their finances without having to travel to bank branches. Simple assistance that made a significant difference to people's independence and quality of life. But after a few weeks of regular visits, I started noticing aspects of the Digital Bridges operation that seemed unusual for a charity focused on computer training. Sarah was surprisingly interested in details about clients' living situations that didn't seem relevant to providing technical support. She wanted to know about security arrangements, valuable items people owned, and whether they had family members who visited regularly. When I asked why this information was necessary, she explained that understanding clients' circumstances helped the charity provide appropriate support and identify people who might need additional services. The client referral process also seemed more complex than necessary for a simple computer training program. Rather than just providing contact details and basic information about what help people needed, referrals included comprehensive background information about clients' financial situations, health conditions, and family relationships. Sarah explained that this detailed information helped volunteers provide personalized support and identify potential safety concerns when visiting vulnerable people in their homes. But the level of detail seemed excessive for what should have been straightforward technical assistance. I began paying more attention to the other volunteers working for Digital Bridges, trying to understand whether they shared my concerns about the organization's practices. Most volunteers were genuinely committed to helping elderly people with technology problems and seemed unaware of any issues with how the charity operated. But I noticed that Sarah assigned certain volunteers to specific types of clients in ways that didn't seem to be based purely on technical expertise or geographic convenience. Volunteers with particular backgrounds or skills were consistently assigned to clients who lived alone, had valuable possessions, or received minimal family support. Meanwhile, clients who lived with relatives or had active social networks were usually assigned to different volunteers who seemed less experienced or committed to the work. The pattern suggested that Sarah was systematically matching certain volunteers with vulnerable clients who might be suitable targets for some purpose beyond computer training. When I tried to discuss this with other volunteers, most seemed genuinely confused by my concerns and suggested that I was reading too much into normal administrative decisions about workload distribution and volunteer capabilities. But a few volunteers admitted they'd noticed similar patterns and had wondered about the charity's selection criteria for client assignments. Some had been asked to gather specific information about clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions in ways that seemed unrelated to providing technical support. One volunteer mentioned that Sarah had specifically requested detailed reports about clients' homes, including information about door and window security, alarm systems, and the location of expensive items like jewelry or electronics. When the volunteer had questioned why this information was necessary, Sarah had explained that it helped the charity assess whether clients needed additional support services or referrals to other organizations. I started documenting the information requests I received from Sarah, looking for patterns that might reveal what she was really interested in learning about our clients. The requests consistently focused on details that would be valuable for planning burglaries or other crimes against vulnerable elderly people. She wanted to know when clients were typically alone, what security measures they had in place, and what valuable items they owned that might be worth stealing. Most concerning was her interest in clients' relationships with family members and neighbors. She wanted to know who had keys to their homes when relatives visited, and whether anyone would notice if clients were absent or in distress for extended periods. This information would be crucial for criminals planning to target elderly people who were isolated and vulnerable to theft, fraud, or worse. I realized that Digital Bridges might not be a legitimate charity at all. Instead, it appeared to be a criminal operation that used computer training as a pretext for gathering intelligence about potential victims of crime. The volunteers were unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for people who planned to exploit or harm the elderly clients we thought we were helping. When I tried to research Digital Bridges more thoroughly, I found that while the charity was officially registered and had proper documentation, there was very little information about its leadership, funding sources, or actual activities beyond the basic computer training services. The charity's website and promotional materials looked professional, but they contained minimal specific information about their programs, success stories, or partnerships with other organizations. For an established charity that claimed to serve hundreds of clients across South Wales, their public profile was surprisingly limited. Most legitimate charities had extensive documentation about their work, regular reports to funders, and active engagement with local media and community organizations. Digital Bridges seem to operate with much less transparency and accountability than would be expected for an organization providing services to vulnerable populations. I tried contacting some of the organizations that supposedly referred clients to Digital Bridges, hoping to verify that they were aware of the charity's activities and had confidence in their services. What I found was concerning. Several social services departments and community centers claim to have no record of referring clients to Digital Bridges, despite Sarah's claims that they were regular sources of referrals. Others had minimal information about the charity and couldn't verify that they had ongoing relationships with the organization. The pattern suggested that Digital Bridges was operating with much less oversight and legitimacy than they'd claimed during my volunteer training. I decided to investigate some of the clients I'd been assigned to help, hoping to understand more about how they'd been connected with the charity and whether they'd experienced any problems beyond their original computer issues. This investigation was more difficult because contacting clients directly could alert Sarah that I was questioning the charity's operations, but I was able to research some of them through public records and local news reports. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. Several clients I'd worked with had subsequently experienced burglaries, fraud attempts, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their living situations and daily routines. In most cases, the crimes had occurred weeks or months after my visits, with enough time delay that the connection to Digital Bridges wouldn't be immediately obvious. But the specific nature of what had been stolen or attempted suggested that the perpetrators had detailed inside information about the victims' homes and circumstances. One elderly woman I'd helped set up email had been burglarized 3 weeks after my visit. The thieves had known exactly where she kept her jewelry, had avoided rooms where valuable items weren't stored, and had timed their break-in for a period when she was predictably absent for medical appointments. Another client had been targeted by telephone fraudsters who had detailed knowledge of his financial situation and family relationships that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance or inside information. The pattern was consistent across multiple clients, suggesting that information gathered during Digital Bridges visits was being used to facilitate crimes against the elderly people we were supposed to be helping. I was unknowingly participating in a criminal operation that targeted vulnerable elderly people for exploitation and theft. But confronting Sarah directly about what I discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised and might result in evidence being destroyed or the entire scheme being relocated before victims could be protected. I needed to find a way to document the criminal activity and alert law enforcement without revealing that I'd discovered the truth about Digital Bridges. I started keeping detailed records of all my interactions with Sarah and the specific information requests she made about clients. I also began photographing any documents or materials related to the charity's operations that I could access during volunteer meetings or training sessions. Most importantly, I tried to identify other clients who might be at risk of being targeted for crimes based on the types of information Sarah had requested about their circumstances. This process revealed that the Digital Bridges operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. Sarah was coordinating multiple volunteers across several local authorities, systematically gathering intelligence about elderly people throughout South Wales. The scale of the operation suggested that it wasn't just opportunistic crime, but a systematic business that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable elderly people through fake charity work. But while I was building evidence of the criminal operation, I also became aware that Sarah was monitoring the volunteers much more closely than I'd initially realized. She began asking specific questions about my interactions with clients that suggested she was tracking exactly what information I'd gathered and how thoroughly I documented their circumstances. When I provided less detailed reports than she expected, she expressed concern that I wasn't taking the charity's assessment responsibilities seriously enough. Sarah also started assigning me to new clients in different areas, claiming that my skills were needed for more complex technical problems. But the new assignments were all people who lived alone, had minimal family support, and owned valuable possessions that would make attractive targets for criminals. I realized that Sarah was testing my willingness to gather the detailed intelligence information that the criminal operation required, and that my reduced cooperation had been noticed. If I continued to resist providing the information she wanted, I might be dropped from the volunteer program before I could gather enough evidence to expose the operation. But if I cooperated with her requests, I'd be directly facilitating crimes against innocent elderly people. Meanwhile, the clients I'd already worked with remained at risk of being targeted for crimes based on information I'd unknowingly provided during my early visits. I decided that I had to prioritize protecting potential victims, even if it meant revealing that I'd discovered the criminal nature of the Digital Bridges operation. I started contacting some of the clients I'd worked with, claiming to be conducting follow-up surveys about the charity's services. During these conversations, I tried to warn them about potential security risks without directly accusing Digital Bridges of criminal activity. I suggested that they review their home security arrangements, be cautious about sharing personal information with strangers, and consider changing their daily routines if they felt unsafe or observed. Most clients were receptive to these suggestions and appreciated the follow-up contact from someone they'd worked with previously. But some seemed confused about why I was providing security advice that went well beyond computer training. I also started researching how to report the criminal operation to law enforcement in a way that would protect both the potential victims and my own legal situation. Reporting suspected criminal activity was complicated by my own involvement in gathering some of the intelligence that could be used to harm elderly clients. Even though I'd been unknowingly participating in the scheme, I could potentially be charged as an accessory if prosecutors decided that I should have recognized the criminal nature of the operation sooner. But I also knew that delaying action to protect my own interests would mean that more elderly people would be victimized by criminals who were using my volunteer work to facilitate their crimes. The morning I decided to contact the police, Sarah called to inform me that the charity was expanding its operations and needed volunteers who were willing to take on additional responsibilities. She explained that Digital Bridges had secured funding for a new program that would provide more comprehensive support to elderly clients, including assistance with financial management, home security assessments, and family communication services. The new program would require volunteers to gather much more detailed information about clients' circumstances and to provide regular reports about their welfare and security needs. Sarah offered me a paid position coordinating the expanded program in the Cardiff area, with responsibility for training new volunteers and managing client assessments. It was clear that the criminal operation was expanding, and that Sarah wanted to recruit me as a more active participant in systematically targeting elderly people for exploitation. I had run out of time to gather more evidence or find a way to expose the operation without compromising my own safety. I've always been a bit of a loner, which suited me fine growing up. While other kids were obsessing over football or hanging around shopping centres, I preferred reading in my room or exploring the countryside around our village. My parents worried I was too antisocial, but I just found books more fascinating than most people. That love of reading followed me to university in Bristol, where I studied English literature and spent most of my free time in the library or local bookshops. I wasn't completely isolated. I had a few friends on my course and occasionally went out for drinks, but I was never really part of the social scene that seemed to consume most students' lives. By my final year, I developed quite specific tastes in literature. I was particularly drawn to obscure Victorian novels and early 20th century works that most people had never heard of. The sort of books that existed in tiny print runs and were now nearly impossible to find except in specialist collections or rare book dealers. That's how I discovered underground book trading communities. It started when I was trying to track down a particular novel by a forgotten author whose work had caught my attention during my dissertation research. The book had been published in a limited edition in 1923, and copies were extraordinarily rare. The few I could find through legitimate antiquarian book dealers were priced at several £100s, completely beyond my student budget. Someone on a literature discussion board mentioned that there were alternative communities where rare books could be found through less conventional channels. Not necessarily stolen or illegal, just networks of collectors and enthusiasts who traded items privately without going through official dealers or auction houses. I was skeptical at first, but curiosity got the better of me. After some searching, I found my way to sites that operated like specialized marketplaces for book collectors. The setup was similar to normal online trading platforms, but focused exclusively on rare, out-of-print, or otherwise hard-to-find literary works. Most of the books being offered were legitimately rare editions that sellers had acquired through estate sales, house clearances, or inherited collections. The prices were reasonable, often significantly cheaper than what established dealers charged, and the community seemed to be made up of genuine enthusiasts rather than commercial operators. I found several items I'd been looking for, including the 1923 novel that had started my search. The seller was helpful and knowledgeable, providing detailed descriptions of the book's condition and provenance. When it arrived, it was exactly as described. A genuine first edition in remarkable condition for its age. Over the next few months, I became a regular participant in these book trading communities. I bought several rare editions for my collection, and even sold a few duplicates I'd acquired over the years. The other members were knowledgeable and passionate about literature, exactly the sort of people I enjoyed discussing books with. But gradually, I began noticing that some sections of these communities dealt with more than just rare books. There were private groups within the larger community that required special access and dealt with what they called exclusive materials. The descriptions were vague, but they seemed to be offering items that went beyond normal rare book collecting. Manuscripts, personal papers, even unpublished works by famous authors. When I inquired about joining these exclusive groups, I was told that membership required recommendations from existing members and demonstrated commitment to serious literary scholarship. They explained that some of the materials they dealt with were sensitive or controversial, requiring discretion and careful handling. That explanation made sense for genuinely important literary discoveries. Unpublished manuscripts or personal correspondence from famous authors would need to be handled carefully to protect both their value and the privacy of any living relatives or estate holders. I was eventually invited to join one of these exclusive groups after several established members vouched for my knowledge and discretion. The selection process was thorough, including detailed questions about my academic background and research interests. The exclusive group dealt with materials that were genuinely extraordinary. Unpublished poems by well-known authors, personal letters between famous literary figures, even early drafts of novels that showed how classic works had evolved during the writing process. The sort of items that would be invaluable to serious scholars, but would never be made available through conventional academic channels. Most of these materials had been acquired through private collectors who preferred to keep their transactions confidential, estate executors who wanted to sell items quickly without the publicity that major auction houses would generate, families who had inherited literary collections but wanted to avoid the complicated legal and tax implications of donating them to institutions. The group's members included university professors, independent researchers, and serious collectors who were genuinely committed to preserving and studying important literary works. The discussions were intelligent and well-informed, focusing on the historical and scholarly significance of the materials being offered. But as I became more involved with the group, I started noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of the materials being offered seemed to have unclear or questionable provenance. Items that sellers claimed to have acquired through legitimate channels, but couldn't provide detailed documentation about how they'd obtained them. Manuscripts that had supposedly been discovered in private collections, but matched descriptions of items that had been reported missing from institutional libraries. When I raised concerns about this, other group members explained that provenance documentation was often incomplete for materials that had been in private hands for decades. Many important literary items had been acquired informally over the years, and expecting modern standards of documentation for historical transactions was unrealistic. That explanation was reasonable up to a point, but I began to suspect that some sellers were deliberately obscuring the origins of their materials to avoid awkward questions about how they'd been acquired. More troubling were the types of materials that some group members were specifically seeking. Rather than looking for items related to their stated research interests, some buyers seemed to be commissioning thefts of particular items from known collections. They would provide detailed descriptions of specific manuscripts or books, along with information about which libraries or private collections currently held them. Then they would wait for sellers to offer those exact items, often within surprisingly short timeframes. The pattern suggested that some group members were essentially placing orders for materials they wanted, stolen from legitimate owners. When I tried to discuss these concerns with other members, I found that the group had strict rules about questioning other members' activities or the legitimacy of materials being offered. Such discussions were considered disruptive to the community and could result in membership being revoked. The group also had elaborate security measures that seemed excessive for a community of book collectors. All communications were heavily secured. Members used pseudonyms rather than real names, and there were strict protocols about maintaining anonymity and avoiding any activities that might attract attention from law enforcement. I began to realize that I'd gotten involved with something much more serious than enthusiastic book collecting. Some group members were clearly involved in systematic theft of rare books and manuscripts from libraries, universities, and private collections. They used the community's scholarly reputation and academic discussions to provide cover for what was essentially organized crime, focused on high-value cultural artifacts. The exclusive materials weren't just rare. They were stolen goods being traded among people who used their knowledge of literature to identify and acquire valuable items through illegal means. But extricating myself from the group wasn't straightforward. I'd been participating for several months and had purchased items that might have been stolen from legitimate owners. Even if I'd done so unknowingly, I could potentially be charged with receiving stolen goods if law enforcement investigated the group's activities. More concerning was the group's emphasis on maintaining secrecy and protecting member identities. People who left the community under suspicious circumstances were treated as potential security threats, and there were hints that former members had experienced various forms of harassment designed to ensure their continued silence. I decided to gradually reduce my participation while being careful not to raise suspicions about my reasons for withdrawing. I stopped making purchases, participated less in discussions, and began distancing myself from the group's activities. But I also started documenting what I'd observed, building a record of the group's operations that might be useful if I ever needed to provide evidence to law enforcement about their activities. What I discovered was that the book theft operation was much larger and more organized than I'd initially realized. The group I'd been involved with was just one part of a network that specialized in stealing and trading cultural artifacts from institutions across the UK and Europe. They had members with access to university libraries, museum collections, and private archives. Some were employees who could access materials legitimately, while others were specialists in bypassing security systems and accessing restricted areas without authorization. The network also included people with expertise in document authentication, book restoration, and even forgery. They could modify stolen items to obscure their origins, create false provenance documentation, and repair damage that might have occurred during theft. Most disturbing was evidence that some network members specifically targeted vulnerable institutions with inadequate security or poor inventory management. They would identify libraries or collections where items could be stolen without being quickly noticed, then systematically remove valuable materials over extended periods. Some university libraries had apparently lost hundreds of rare books and manuscripts without realizing the extent of the theft, because the criminals were careful to target items that weren't frequently accessed and might not be missed for months or years. I tried to contact some of the institutions that appeared to have been targeted, but explaining how I'd learned about the thefts would require admitting my involvement with the criminal network. Without concrete evidence of specific stolen items, most librarians were reluctant to take my concerns seriously. The few who did investigate found exactly what I'd expected: valuable items missing from their collections, with no clear record of when or how the thefts had occurred. But proving that these items had been stolen by the network I'd been involved with would require much more comprehensive investigation than individual institutions could undertake. Meanwhile, I continued to receive communications from the book trading group, despite my reduced participation. Messages about new materials being offered, invitations to exclusive events, and requests for recommendations about potential new members. The group seemed reluctant to accept that I was simply losing interest in their activities. Some communications hinted that they were concerned about my withdrawal and wanted to ensure I remained committed to maintaining the community's confidentiality. When I failed to respond to several messages, I started receiving more direct contact from group members. Phone calls to numbers I'd never given them, emails to addresses I hadn't used for group communications, even what appeared to be surveillance of my daily activities around Bristol. They clearly had much more information about my real identity and personal circumstances than I'd realized, despite the community's emphasis on anonymity and security. That suggested the group's security measures were designed to protect the organizers while making ordinary members vulnerable to monitoring and control. They'd been gathering information about participants that could be used for blackmail or intimidation if anyone tried to expose their operations. I realized I was in a much more dangerous situation than I'd understood. Not only had I potentially committed crimes by purchasing stolen materials, but I now possessed information about a criminal network that had demonstrated their willingness to threaten and harass people who posed risks to their operations. Simply trying to withdraw from their activities might not be enough to ensure my safety. If they considered me a security threat, they might take more serious action to prevent me from exposing what I'd learned about their methods and targets. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my routes between university and home, being more careful about who I shared personal information with, even considering whether I should report everything to police despite the potential legal consequences for myself. But I also knew that the evidence I'd gathered about their book theft operations was probably important enough to justify the risks involved in exposing them. Cultural institutions across the country were losing irreplaceable materials to organized criminals who treated priceless literary works as commodities to be bought and sold. The question was whether I could find a way to provide information to law enforcement without destroying my own life in the process. That question became much more urgent when I discovered someone had been inside my student accommodation. I came back from lectures one afternoon to find subtle signs that my room had been searched. Nothing obviously disturbed, but books rearranged slightly, drawers that weren't quite closed properly, even my laptop repositioned on my desk. Someone had been through my possessions carefully and professionally, looking for evidence of what I might know about the book theft network. They'd probably found exactly what they were looking for. My research notes about the group's activities, copies of communications with other members, even photographs I'd taken of some of the rare books I'd purchased that might help identify stolen materials. Now they knew I'd been documenting their operations and posed a serious threat to their continued activities. I had maybe hours before they decided how to deal with that threat. I was looking for cheap furniture online when I found photographs of my grandmother's sitting room, posted 3 weeks before she died. I only discovered this because I was trying to find cheap furniture for my first proper flat after graduating from Cardiff. Estate sales were brilliant for picking up decent pieces without paying retail prices, and there were several websites that specialized in house clearances where the family either couldn't be bothered with the hassle or lived too far away to deal with it properly. Most of these sites were straightforward. Photographs of rooms full of furniture, descriptions of individual pieces, contact details for viewing appointments. But I kept finding listings that seemed too good to be true, offering valuable antiques and collectibles at prices that made no sense unless something was seriously wrong with them. That's how I ended up browsing the darker corners of online estate sales, places where people sold items that might not have been acquired through entirely legitimate means. There were no obviously stolen items, only house clearances and estate sales with unclear provenance and ownership documents. As I scrolled through a site specializing in urgent clearances, I came across a listing that left me speechless. It was titled Complete House Contents, Elderly Lady, Cardiff Area, and the main photograph showed my grandmother's sitting room, exactly as I remembered it from my last visit. The listing had been posted 3 weeks earlier. My grandmother had died 5 days ago. According to the sale description, the contents belonged to an elderly woman who had recently passed away, and the family wanted everything cleared quickly. They were offering the entire house contents as individual lots: furniture, ornaments, books, even kitchen equipment and bedding. The photographs showed every room in comprehensive detail. But my grandmother had been alive and living independently when these photos were taken. I recognized specific arrangements that she'd changed just days before her death. A vase she'd moved from the windowsill to the mantelpiece, magazines that had been on her coffee table, even the way she'd arranged her medication on the kitchen counter. Someone had been inside her house, cataloguing everything she owned while she was still living there. The photographs were professional quality, taken with proper lighting equipment and careful composition. Not the sort of quick snapshots you'd expect from someone hastily clearing a house after a death. These had been planned and executed systematically, documenting every valuable item and piece of furniture. What made it worse was the level of detail. The photographer had opened wardrobes and drawers, cataloguing jewelry, personal documents, even clothing. They'd moved items around to get better shots, rearranged furniture to show pieces more clearly. This wasn't a quick survey. Someone had spent hours going through my grandmother's possessions. I tried contacting the seller through the site's messaging system, claiming I was interested in viewing the items. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike, offering to arrange access to the property for serious buyers. They even provided an address, my grandmother's actual address. When I asked how soon the items would be available, they said the house would be accessible within the week, pending final legal clearances. They seemed completely confident that they'd have full access to sell everything, as if my grandmother's death had been a certainty rather than the sudden heart attack that had actually killed her. I showed the listing to my mum, who was handling the funeral arrangements and probate. She went white when she saw the photographs, immediately recognizing not just the house, but specific items that she'd been planning to keep as mementos. The seller was offering her own mother's engagement ring, the dining table where we'd had family meals, even the china set that was supposed to pass to my cousin. We called the police, but explaining the situation was complicated. How do you report that someone photographed your grandmother's possessions before she died and was now trying to sell them illegally? The officer we spoke to seemed confused about whether any actual crime had been committed. Technically, nothing had been stolen yet, and proving that someone had entered the house without permission would be difficult. The police did agree to check the property for signs of forced entry, but they found nothing obvious. All the locks were intact, windows secure, no indication that anyone had broken in. Either the photographer had used a key, or they'd found another way inside that left no traces. That's when I started thinking about who would have had access to my grandmother's house in the weeks before her death. She'd been having problems with her heating system and had arranged for several repair visits. The council had also sent someone to assess whether she qualified for additional support services. There had been a meter reader, a postman delivering a registered letter, even someone from her insurance company who'd wanted to inspect the property for a policy renewal. Any of these people could have taken photographs while they were legitimately inside the house, or they could have made copies of keys, noted security vulnerabilities, gathered information that would allow them to return later when she was out shopping or visiting friends. My grandmother had been trusting of people in official capacities. If someone had arrived with proper identification and a reasonable explanation for why they needed access, she would have let them in without question. She'd grown up in an era when you could generally trust people who claimed to represent legitimate organizations. I started researching the other listings on the same website, looking for similar cases where houses had been photographed and catalogued before the owners had actually died. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the results. Dozens of properties, all belonging to elderly people living alone, all photographed in the same professional style with the same comprehensive documentation. Most of the listings claimed the owners had recently passed away, or that families wanted quick clearances for unspecified reasons. But when I cross-referenced the addresses with death notices and obituaries, I found several cases where the photographs had been taken weeks or even months before the actual deaths. Someone was systematically documenting the possessions of elderly people, then waiting for them to die so they could claim ownership of everything they'd catalogued. Some of the cases were even more disturbing. Properties where the photographs showed clear signs of neglect or health problems, medication bottles scattered around, mobility aids, evidence of declining self-care, as if someone was specifically targeting vulnerable people who might be approaching the end of their lives. The website itself was sophisticated, with proper payment systems and customer support. This wasn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic thieves. Someone had built a comprehensive business around predicting and profiting from elderly deaths. I tried reporting what I'd found to action on elder abuse, but they said they needed more concrete evidence of actual crimes before they could intervene. Photographing someone's possessions wasn't illegal if you had permission to be in their house, and proving that permission hadn't been given would require testimony from victims who were no longer alive. The police were equally unhelpful. They agreed that the whole thing sounded suspicious, but without evidence of theft or fraud, there was little they could do. They suggested that the photographs might have been taken by legitimate estate valuers or insurance assessors, and that the timing was just an unfortunate coincidence. But I knew it wasn't coincidence. Someone had been inside my grandmother's house, planning to steal everything she owned, weeks before she died. The fact that they seemed confident about gaining access to sell her possessions suggested they weren't just waiting for natural death. They might have been actively contributing to it. I started looking more carefully at the circumstances of my grandmother's death. She'd had a heart attack while at home alone, found by a neighbor who'd noticed she hadn't collected her milk for 2 days. The doctor who certified the death said it was consistent with her age and medical history. Nothing suspicious enough to warrant an inquest. But my grandmother had been in relatively good health for her age. She'd been managing her medication properly, eating well, maintaining her independence. The heart attack had come suddenly, without the warning signs you'd normally expect from someone with underlying cardiac problems. I requested copies of her medical records from the weeks before her death, looking for any evidence that someone might have been interfering with her medication or healthcare. What I found was a series of appointments and visits that didn't match what my family had been told about her condition. There had been 3 home visits from people claiming to represent her GP surgery, supposedly checking on her well-being and medication compliance. But when I contacted the surgery, they had no record of arranging these visits. They said they would never send unqualified staff to patients' homes without proper documentation and family notification. Someone had been visiting my grandmother regularly in the weeks before her death, posing as healthcare workers with access to her medication and potentially the opportunity to cause the heart attack that killed her. I tried presenting this evidence to the police, but they said it was too circumstantial to justify reopening the case. Elderly people often confuse details about medical appointments, and proving that unauthorized people had accessed her medication would require toxicology tests. that hadn't been performed during the original death investigation. Meanwhile, the online listing for her possessions remained active. The seller had updated the description to say that the property was now available for immediate clearance, and several valuable items had already been marked as sold. Someone was actively profiting from my grandmother's death, selling her possessions to buyers who had no idea they were purchasing the proceeds of what might have been murder. I tried bidding on some of the items myself, hoping to prevent them from being sold to strangers, but the seller seemed to have other buyers lined up. People were willing to pay premium prices for specific pieces, as if they'd been planning their purchases in advance. The most disturbing possibility was that the buyers were part of the same operation, that someone was running a comprehensive business that included targeting elderly victims, arranging their deaths, and selling their possessions to clients who appreciated the efficiency of the service. I started monitoring other listings on the same website, looking for properties that might be next on their target list. What I found were dozens of houses belonging to elderly people who were still alive, all photographed in the same professional style, all listed as coming soon or pending availability. Someone was building an inventory of elderly people's possessions, planning their deaths in advance, and taking orders from buyers who were happy to wait for their preferred items to become available through estate clearances. I tried warning some of the people whose houses had been photographed, but most of them didn't believe me. Elderly people who lived alone were often suspicious of strangers making unusual claims, and they had no way to verify that their houses had been secretly documented by people planning to kill them. The few who did take me seriously often didn't know what to do with the information. Calling the police to report that someone might be planning to murder them for their possessions sounded like paranoia, especially when the evidence was just photographs on a website they couldn't access themselves. I considered going to the media, but explaining about dark web marketplaces and estate sale fraud would require revealing how I'd found the information in the first place. Most journalists wouldn't be able to verify the websites or access the evidence needed to substantiate the story. Instead, I started documenting everything myself. Screenshots of listings, records of which properties had been photographed and when, cross-references with subsequent death notices and estate sales, building a comprehensive database that might eventually be useful to law enforcement, even if they weren't ready to act on it yet. What I discovered was that the operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. The same seller had listings for properties across Wales and Western England, suggesting a network of people who specialized in targeting elderly victims in multiple regions. Some of the photographs showed signs that the documentation process was becoming more systematic. Earlier listings were relatively simple, just showing furniture and valuable items. But more recent ones included detailed inventories, professional valuations, even photographs of documents like wills and insurance policies. Someone was expanding their business model, gathering information that would allow them to maximize profits from each victim, not just stealing possessions, but potentially manipulating inheritance arrangements and insurance claims to extract maximum value from each death they arranged. I'm still monitoring the websites, still documenting new listings, and trying to warn potential victims when I can identify them. But I know I'm fighting something much larger and more organized than I can handle alone. My grandmother's possessions are gone now, sold to buyers who will never know they were purchased with blood money. Her house has been cleared and put up for rent, with no trace remaining of the life she'd built there over 60 years. The people responsible are still operating, still photographing elderly people's homes, still planning deaths and estate sales with the efficiency of any other business venture. And somewhere out there, other families are probably discovering that their grandparents' possessions were being catalogued and sold before they'd even died. The worst part is knowing that this will keep happening until someone with proper authority takes it seriously. But elderly people die every day, and most families are too grief-stricken to question whether their loved ones' deaths were really as natural as they appeared. The ideal cover for a murder business that operates in plain sight, posing as legitimate estate clearances and house sales. You know how sometimes you lose touch with people and wonder what happened to them? Well, I found out what happened to my old flatmate, and I really wish I hadn't. I was trying to find someone who could make me a fake ID. Nothing serious, just something that would get me into pubs without having to carry my passport around Manchester. My real driving license had been stolen along with my wallet, and getting a replacement was taking weeks because of some bureaucratic nonsense with DVLA. Someone at uni had mentioned there were places online where you could get decent fake documents made. So I spent a few evenings browsing hidden sites that specialized in that sort of thing. Most were obvious scams, asking for hundreds of pounds up front. But eventually, I found what looked like a legitimate service run by someone who actually knew what they were doing. The site was simple but professional. Examples of their work, pricing for different types of documents, even customer reviews that seemed genuine. What caught my attention was that they offered to meet clients in person for document handovers, which seemed safer than trusting the post with something like a fake ID. The person running the operation called themselves Dockmaster and claimed to be based in the Northwest. When I sent an inquiry about getting a driving license made, they responded quickly with details about their process and pricing. About £80 for a basic fake that would pass casual inspection. More if you wanted something that could fool professional scrutiny. But it was the photograph on their profile page that made me do a double take. The image showed someone's hands holding a newly printed driving license, demonstrating the quality of their work. But I recognized the hands immediately. The scar across the knuckles from when Jake had punched the window during Freshers Week. The distinctive silver ring he always wore on his middle finger. Jake had been my flatmate for 8 months before he vanished. He was studying business at Manchester Met, was always short of money, and was constantly looking for ways to make quick cash without having to get a proper job. He'd tried everything from selling energy drinks at raves to offering essay writing services to international students. Then one day in February, he'd simply disappeared. Left his room exactly as it was, didn't take any clothes or personal belongings, just stopped coming home. His phone went straight to voicemail. His university login hadn't been used, and his bank account showed no activity after the day he vanished. I'd reported him missing after a week, but the police weren't particularly interested. Young men disappeared from shared accommodation all the time, they said. Usually it was drugs, or debt, or family problems they didn't want to discuss. Most of them turned up eventually, living rough, or staying with friends they hadn't told anyone about. But Jake hadn't seemed like someone who would run away from problems. He was actually quite sensible about money and relationships, never got involved with anything too risky or illegal. The sudden disappearance was completely out of character for someone who usually overthought every decision. Now I was looking at what appeared to be his hands in a photograph advertising illegal document services. Either he was alive and working as a forger, or someone else was using his identity to run a criminal operation. I decided to place an order with Dogmaster to see if I could learn more about who was really behind the service. I submitted my photograph and personal details, explaining that I needed the document quickly and was willing to meet in person to collect it. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike. They could have the license ready within 3 days, and we could arrange to meet at a location in Manchester city centre. The handover would take place in a public area. They suggested the food court at the Arndale Centre during busy periods when there would be plenty of people around. What struck me was the writing style. The messages were formatted in exactly the same way Jake used to write emails, short paragraphs, specific punctuation habits, even the same tendency to over-explain simple instructions. If this wasn't Jake himself, it was someone who had studied his communication patterns very carefully. I agreed to the meeting and waited for further instructions about the exact time and location. Part of me hoped it would actually be Jake, that he'd somehow gotten involved with document forgery and would have a reasonable explanation for why he'd disappeared so suddenly. But another part of me worried that someone else was using his identity for reasons I didn't want to think about. The final message about the meeting contained details that convinced me this really was Jake. The suggested meeting point was a specific bench near the Waterstones in the Arndale Centre, the exact same spot where we'd arranged to meet during Freshers' Week when he was helping me find accommodation. Nobody else would have known that location was significant to us. But if Jake was alive and operating as a document forger, why hadn't he contacted any of his friends or family? Why had he left all his possessions behind and allowed people to think he might be dead? And how had he acquired the skills and equipment needed to produce professional quality fake documents? I started researching what was involved in document forgery, trying to understand what kind of operation Jake might have gotten himself involved with. It wasn't just a matter of having a good printer and some cardstock. Producing convincing fake IDs required specialized equipment, access to security features, and knowledge of exactly how legitimate documents were constructed. Such a setup would cost thousands of pounds and take months to establish properly. This was not something a cash-strapped student could assemble independently, even if he possessed the technical knowledge. That suggested Jake was working for someone else, possibly someone who had recruited him for his clean background and lack of obvious criminal connections. Young men without records were valuable for operations that needed to maintain a legitimate front while conducting illegal business. But it also raised darker possibilities. Maybe Jake hadn't chosen to disappear at all. Maybe he'd been recruited against his will, or coerced into participating through threats against his family or friends. The document forgery operation might be just one part of a larger criminal enterprise that used missing persons as expendable workers. I tried to investigate potential connections between missing person cases, specifically seeking young men who had vanished from university accommodation under comparable circumstances. What I found was disturbing. Dozens of cases across different cities, all involving students who had vanished without explanation, leaving behind personal belongings and active social lives. Most of these cases had received minimal police attention, classified as voluntary disappearances unless there was evidence of violence or coercion. The missing persons were usually described as having financial problems or academic struggles that might motivate them to start fresh elsewhere. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Someone was systematically targeting vulnerable students, making them disappear in ways that wouldn't trigger serious investigations, and at least some of them were probably being forced to work in illegal operations like the document forgery service I discovered. The day of the meeting arrived, and I positioned myself in the Arndale Centre early to observe the area around the designated meeting point. I wanted to see who showed up and whether they appeared to be working alone or as part of a larger group. At exactly the agreed time, someone approached the bench where we were supposed to meet. From a distance, it looked like Jake. Same height and build, similar clothing style, even the same way of walking that I'd observed during the months we'd shared accommodation. But when he got closer, I could see that something was wrong. his appearance was different in subtle ways. Hair cut shorter than he used to wear it, weight loss that made his face look gaunt, an overall demeanor that seemed more cautious and nervous than the confident person I remembered. Most disturbing was the way he kept checking his surroundings, constantly scanning the crowd as if he was expecting trouble or watching for specific people. This wasn't someone meeting a client for a routine business transaction. It was someone who felt threatened and was taking precautions against unknown dangers. I watched from across the food court as Jake waited for nearly 20 minutes, checking his phone repeatedly and growing increasingly agitated when nobody approached him. Eventually, he got up and walked away, moving quickly through the crowd toward one of the center's exits. I followed at a distance, trying to see where he was going without getting close enough to be noticed. He moved through the building like someone who knew exactly where the security cameras were positioned, taking routes that kept him out of direct surveillance as much as possible. Outside the Arndale Center, Jake headed toward the northern quarter, walking quickly and continuing to check behind him every few minutes. I stayed as far back as I could while keeping him in sight, but the streets were busy enough that following someone without being noticed was relatively easy. He led me to a small internet cafe on a side street, the kind of place that catered to people who needed anonymous online access. Through the window, I could see him settling at a computer terminal in the back corner, positioned so he could watch both the entrance and the street outside. I waited across the street for about an hour, watching the internet cafe and noting who else came and went. Most of the customers seemed to be using the place for legitimate purposes. Tourists checking email, students working on assignments, people who didn't have reliable internet access at home. But there were also a few individuals who behaved differently, using the computers for short periods and paying in cash before leaving quickly. People who seemed more concerned with anonymity than convenience, possibly conducting business they didn't want traced back to their normal internet connections. When Jake finally emerged from the internet cafe, he looked even more nervous than before. He spent several minutes standing in the doorway, scanning the street carefully before stepping outside. Then he walked quickly toward the tram station, moving like someone who needed to get away from the area as soon as possible. I decided not to follow him any further. If Jake was involved with people who made him this paranoid about surveillance, getting too close might put both of us in danger. Instead, I went into the internet cafe to see if I could learn anything about what he'd been doing during his visit. The manager was helpful when I explained that I was trying to locate a friend who might have been using their services. He couldn't provide specific details about what customers did online, but he confirmed that the person I described was a regular visitor who always paid cash and never stayed for more than an hour at a time. More interestingly, he mentioned that this customer always used the same computer terminal, the one in the back corner that Jake had chosen. That terminal was popular with people who valued privacy because it was positioned away from the main seating area and had additional software installed that provided better anonymity protection. This setup would be particularly useful for someone conducting illegal business online, such as running a document forgery service through dark web marketplaces. I tried contacting Dockmaster again through the original website, explaining that I'd been unable to attend the meeting due to unexpected circumstances. I asked if we could reschedule, hoping to get another chance to make contact with Jake in a safer environment. But this time, there was no response. The website remained active, still advertising document services and accepting new orders, but my messages to Dockmaster went unanswered. Either Jake had recognized me at the meeting and realized his cover was blown, or something had happened to prevent him from continuing to operate the service. Over the next few weeks, I kept monitoring the website to see if there were any changes or updates. The service remained available, but the response times for customer inquiries became longer and more inconsistent. Eventually, new orders stopped being accepted entirely, and the site displayed a message saying the service was temporarily unavailable due to technical difficulties. I tried visiting the internet cafe again, hoping to catch Jake during one of his regular sessions, but the manager said he hadn't seen him since the day I'd followed him there. Either he'd found a different location for his online activities, or he'd stopped using the service entirely. The most disturbing possibility was that Jake's employers had discovered his identity had been compromised and had decided to eliminate the security risk. People involved in serious criminal operations didn't usually tolerate workers who attracted unwanted attention, especially when those workers were supposed to be untraceable missing persons. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining how I'd found Jake would require admitting to browsing illegal websites and attempting to purchase forged documents. And without concrete evidence that he was being held against his will, they might not take the information seriously. People often assumed that young men who disappeared and later turned up working in illegal operations had chosen that path voluntarily. Proving coercion or trafficking would require more evidence than just recognizing someone's hands in a photograph on a criminal website. I started monitoring missing person databases more systematically, looking for other cases that might be connected to the document forgery operation or similar criminal services. What I found suggested that Jake's situation wasn't unique. There were dozens of young men who had disappeared from universities and later been spotted in circumstances that suggested involvement with illegal activities. However, the majority of these sightings were brief and inconclusive. People thought they'd seen missing persons in different cities, working in shops or restaurants, but the individuals had disappeared again before any contact could be made, as if someone was systematically moving them around to prevent them from being tracked down by friends or family. The document forgery website eventually went offline entirely, replaced by an error message claiming the domain had expired. But similar services continued to operate on other sites, offering the same types of illegal documents with the same professional quality and customer service standards. I sometimes wonder if Jake is still out there somewhere, working for people who use missing persons as expendable labor in criminal operations, whether he chose to disappear or was forced into it, and whether he has any way of escaping from whatever situation he's gotten trapped in. The worst part is knowing that there are probably dozens of other families wondering what happened to their missing sons and brothers, never realizing that their loved ones might be alive, but unable to make contact because they're being held by people who profit from making inconvenient individuals disappear. People who understand that a missing person presumed dead is much more valuable than a living person who might eventually find a way to ask for help. My anxiety got so bad during my final year at university that I ended up buying medication from someone online who turned out to be much more interested in my personal life than my prescription needs. I'd always been a bit of a worrier, but something about the pressure of final exams and job applications sent my mental health completely off the rails. Panic attacks in lectures, sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, that constant feeling like something terrible was about to happen even when everything was fine. Classic anxiety symptoms that probably half the students at York were dealing with in their own ways. The obvious solution was to see a doctor and get proper medication, but the waiting list for mental health services was about 3 months long. The university counseling service was overwhelmed, private therapy was expensive, And meanwhile, I was supposed to be writing my dissertation and applying for graduate jobs while feeling like I was having a heart attack every time someone mentioned deadlines. A friend mentioned that there were ways to get anxiety medication without going through the official channels. Nothing dodgy, she insisted. Just people who could provide prescriptions for students who needed help urgently and couldn't wait for the NHS bureaucracy to catch up with demand. I was desperate enough to consider it. The panic attacks were getting worse, and I was starting to fall behind on coursework because I couldn't concentrate on anything except the constant worry that everything was going wrong. If I could just get something to take the edge off for a few weeks, maybe I could get through the final push to graduation. Finding these unofficial prescription services turned out to be easier than I'd expected. There were entire communities online dedicated to helping students and young people access medications that were difficult to obtain through conventional channels. Most operated through hidden websites that required specific addresses to access. The service I eventually contacted called itself Student Health Solutions and presented itself as a legitimate medical consultancy that specialized in providing rapid access to treatments for common student health problems. Their website looked professional, with information about qualified doctors and proper pharmaceutical suppliers. The consultation process seemed thorough and responsible. I filled out detailed forms about my medical history, symptoms, and previous treatments. I even had a video call with someone who claimed to be a qualified doctor, who asked intelligent questions about my anxiety and seemed genuinely concerned about finding appropriate treatment. The doctor explained that they could provide a short-term prescription for a mild anxiety medication that would help manage my symptoms while I waited for NHS treatment. The cost was reasonable, about £40 for a month's supply, and they guaranteed that the medication would be genuine pharmaceutical products rather than dodgy internet pills. When the medication arrived, it was exactly as described. Proper packaging, correct labeling, even an information leaflet, with all the standard warnings and dosage instructions. I started taking it according to the prescribed schedule and found that it genuinely helped with the anxiety symptoms. For the first time in weeks, I could focus on my dissertation without constant panic about deadlines and failure. The medication didn't solve everything, but it gave me enough breathing room to function normally while I worked on getting proper support through official channels. But after about a week, I started receiving follow-up communications from Student Health Solutions that seemed oddly personal for a medical consultancy. The doctor who had conducted my initial consultation sent regular check-in emails asking not just about how the medication was working, but about my daily routine, social activities, and personal relationships. He wanted to know where I was living, who I was spending time with, even details about my family background and financial situation. When I asked why this information was relevant to my medical treatment, he explained that anxiety often had complex social and environmental causes. Understanding my complete circumstances would help him provide more effective support and identify any factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. That explanation seemed reasonable for a holistic approach to mental health care, but the questions were becoming increasingly detailed and personal, going well beyond what seemed necessary for medical purposes. He wanted to know about my daily schedule in specific detail, what time I woke up, when I had lectures, where I ate meals, what route I took walking around campus. He asked about my relationships with flatmates, whether I felt safe in my accommodation, if I'd had any problems with other students or university staff. Most concerning were questions about my family's financial situation, my employment prospects after graduation, and whether I had any valuable possessions or access to money that might help with ongoing treatment costs. I started to suspect that the medical consultation was being used as cover for gathering information that had nothing to do with providing healthcare. When I tried to research student health solutions more thoroughly, I found very little information about the organization beyond their professional-looking website. No registration with medical regulatory bodies, no physical address beyond a PO box, no verifiable credentials for the staff who claimed to be qualified doctors. The medication itself was genuine, but that didn't necessarily mean the people providing it were legitimate medical professionals. I decided to stop responding to the follow-up questions and just focus on using the medication I'd already received. But the communications from Student Health Solutions became more persistent and concerning. The supposed doctor started expressing worry about my mental health based on my reduced communication. He suggested that isolation and withdrawal were signs that my anxiety was getting worse and that I needed more intensive support than just medication. He offered to arrange in-person consultations at locations around York, claiming that face-to-face assessment would allow him to provide more effective treatment. When I declined, he seemed genuinely concerned that I was putting my health at risk by avoiding professional medical support. But he also started demonstrating knowledge about my activities that he couldn't have gained through our online communications. He mentioned seeing me around campus in specific locations, knew which coffee shops I'd been visiting, even referenced conversations I'd had with friends that he couldn't possibly have overheard, unless he'd been deliberately monitoring my activities. It was becoming clear that Student Health Solutions wasn't just providing informal medical consultations. They were using healthcare as a pretext for systematic surveillance of vulnerable students. I tried to research other people who might have used their services, looking for reviews or discussions about their treatment experiences. What I found was more disturbing than I'd expected. There were scattered reports from students who had received medication from similar services, but had subsequently experienced problems that seemed unrelated to their original health concerns. Identity theft, burglary, even stalking incidents that had started shortly after they provided personal information during medical consultations. Most concerning were cases where students had become dependent on their unofficial medication suppliers, unable to transition to legitimate NHS treatment because their informal providers had created complex psychological relationships that were difficult to break. Some students reported that their supposed doctors had gradually increased their involvement in personal decision-making, offering advice about relationships, career choices, and financial management that went far beyond medical treatment, creating dependent relationships where vulnerable young people relied on their medication providers for guidance about all aspects of their lives. I realized I was potentially being targeted by people who used fake medical services to identify and exploit vulnerable students. The anxiety medication was probably genuine, but it was being used as bait to establish relationships with young people who were dealing with mental health problems and might be susceptible to manipulation and control. I stopped taking the medication immediately and tried to cut all contact with Student Health Solutions. But they continued sending communications expressing concern about my welfare and offering various types of support that seemed designed to maintain some form of relationship. When I ignored their emails, they started using text messages and phone calls. The supposed doctor claimed he was worried about my mental health and felt professionally responsible for ensuring I received appropriate care. But the calls often came at times when I was alone in specific locations, suggesting that my activities were still being monitored, despite my attempts to end our professional relationship. Most disturbing was evidence that they had detailed information about my financial situation, academic performance, and family circumstances that I'd never provided during the original consultation. They knew about my student loan balance, my parents' occupations, even my employment prospects after graduation. Someone had been conducting comprehensive background research into my personal life, using information that could only have been gathered through systematic surveillance or unauthorized access to official records. I started taking precautions around my daily routine, varying my schedule and being more careful about sharing personal information. But I also began to suspect that the surveillance had been going on much longer than I'd realized. Looking back at the original consultation process, I could see signs that Student Health Solutions had already known significant details about my circumstances before I'd contacted them. The questions they'd asked had been designed to confirm information they already possessed, rather than genuinely learning about my medical history. They had somehow identified me as a potential target before I'd even been aware that services like theirs existed. The friend who had recommended them might have been unknowingly part of a recruitment process designed to connect vulnerable students with people who specialized in exploiting their mental health problems. I tried contacting the friend who had originally mentioned the service, hoping to understand how she'd learned about them and whether she'd experienced similar problems. But she claimed not to remember giving me their details and seemed uncomfortable discussing anything related to unofficial healthcare services. When I pressed her for more information, she suggested that I might be confused about where I'd heard about Student Health Solutions, and that maybe my anxiety was causing me to misremember recent events. Her response made me wonder whether she was genuinely confused or whether she'd been instructed to distance herself from the organization if anyone started asking awkward questions about how they recruited new clients. Either way, it was clear that I wasn't going to get help understanding the situation from people who had been involved in directing me towards Student Health Solutions in the first place. I considered reporting everything to the police, but explaining the situation would require admitting that I'd obtained prescription medication through illegal channels. Even if the people providing it were running some kind of fraud or surveillance operation, I could potentially be charged with obtaining controlled substances without proper medical supervision. The legal risks of reporting the problem might be worse than the risks of simply trying to avoid further contact with the organization. But I also knew that other students were probably being targeted through similar schemes, and that the surveillance and manipulation tactics I'd experienced were likely being used against more vulnerable people who might be less able to recognize what was happening to them. Students dealing with serious mental health problems would be particularly susceptible to people who offered medical help while gradually gaining control over their personal lives and decision-making processes. I started monitoring online communities where students discussed mental health and informal healthcare options, looking for other people who might have encountered Student Health Solutions or similar organizations. What I found was a pattern of reports from students who had received medication or treatment from unofficial providers, but had subsequently experienced various forms of harassment, exploitation, or identity theft. Most of these students had been in vulnerable situations when they'd first sought help, dealing with mental health crises, financial problems, or academic difficulties that made them desperate enough to consider alternatives to official support services. The fake medical providers had used their initial healthcare consultations to identify students who were isolated, financially insecure, or struggling with personal problems that made them susceptible to manipulation. Once they'd established relationships with vulnerable targets, they'd gradually expanded their involvement in those students' lives, offering various forms of support and guidance that created psychological dependence while gathering information that could be used for financial fraud or other criminal purposes. Some students had lost significant amounts of money to people who had gained their trust by providing medical help during mental health crises. Others had experienced identity theft, stalking, or harassment that had started after they'd shared personal information during fake medical consultations. The most disturbing cases involve students who had become completely dependent on their unofficial healthcare providers. unable to function independently because they'd been systematically isolated from legitimate support systems and convinced that only their fake doctors could provide effective treatment. I realized that Student Health Solutions was probably part of a larger operation that specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through fake medical and support services. They used legitimate seeming healthcare provision as a way to establish relationships with targets who were dealing with mental health problems, financial difficulties, or other vulnerabilities that made them susceptible to manipulation and control. The genuine medication they provided was just the initial hook used to establish trust and credibility. Once they'd gained access to their targets' personal lives, they could exploit that access for various criminal purposes while maintaining the appearance of being helpful healthcare providers. But understanding the scheme didn't necessarily protect me from its consequences. I'd already provided them with extensive personal information and had demonstrated that I was dealing with mental health problems that might make me a valuable long-term target. Even if I avoided further direct contact with Student Health Solutions, the information they'd gathered about me could be used for identity theft, fraud, or sold to other criminals who specialized in targeting vulnerable individuals. The surveillance of my daily activities was probably continuing, and the people behind the organization might decide that I posed a security risk if they suspected I was planning to expose their operations. I was trapped in a situation where seeking help for mental health problems had made me a target for criminals who specialized in exploiting people with exactly the vulnerabilities I'd been trying to address. The medication that was supposed to help me manage anxiety had instead created a much more serious and long-term threat to my safety and independence. And somewhere out there, other students were probably going through the same process, reaching out for help with mental health problems and unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to systematically destroy their lives. People always ask how someone like me ended up in this situation. I suppose it's fair to wonder how a university cleaner from Brighton could stumble onto something so dark that thousands of people are now eagerly waiting to watch me suffer. The answer is embarrassingly simple. I thought I was being helpful. It was about 4 months ago when I first heard about live streaming. My daughter had moved to Leeds for university, and we'd been struggling to stay in touch. She suggested we try some new platform where she could show me around her campus and I could give her virtual tours of home. I'm not great with technology, but I wanted to connect with her, so I signed up. The platform was called Streamlink, and it seemed straightforward enough. You could broadcast live to friends and family, or watch other people's streams if they made them public. I spent my first few weeks just watching travel vlogs and people cooking meals in their kitchens. Harmless stuff, the kind of content that made the internet feel like a friendlier place. I work night shifts, cleaning office buildings around Brighton. It's solitary work, which suits me fine, but it does get lonely sometimes. During my breaks, I'd watch these streams on my phone. People chatting while they worked, students showing their daily routines, families having dinner together. It felt like having company during the long, quiet hours. One night, I was cleaning a legal firm's offices when I received a notification that someone wanted to follow my account. The username was just a string of numbers and letters, but their profile showed they were interested in workplace environments. I accepted the follow request without thinking much about it. Probably someone else who worked night shifts, I figured. The next night, I got a message from the same account asking if I'd ever considered streaming during my work. They said they found workplace content relaxing and would be interested in watching someone clean offices. The message was polite, even complimentary, about how peaceful night cleaning must be. They offered to pay me £20 per stream. £20 doesn't sound like much, but when you're on minimum wage and trying to help your daughter with university expenses, it's significant. I was hesitant at first. Streaming while working seemed unprofessional. But then I reasoned that I was only cleaning, and the buildings were empty anyway. What harm could there be? I started with short streams, maybe 30 minutes, while I cleaned reception areas or break rooms. My one regular viewer seemed genuinely interested, making comments about cleaning techniques and asking questions about different office layouts. They were respectful, never asking personal questions or trying to get me to show anything inappropriate. Just someone who found routine, methodical work soothing to watch. After a few weeks, they asked if I'd be willing to stream while cleaning higher security areas, places like server rooms or document storage. They offered £50 per stream and explained they worked in office security and were interested in how cleaning staff navigated around sensitive equipment. The request seemed reasonable, and the money was too good to refuse. That's when things started feeling off. During these streams, my viewer would make very specific comments about the equipment I was near, or ask me to clean certain areas more thoroughly. Once, they asked me to focus the camera on a particular server rack while I worked around it. Another time, they wanted me to spend extra time near a filing cabinet marked confidential. I started noticing other changes too. My viewer count occasionally showed 2 or 3 people watching instead of just one, though only my original follower ever commented. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unfamiliar usernames in the viewer list before they'd disappear. I told myself it was just a glitch in the platform. The requests grew more specific. Could I stream while cleaning the partners' offices? Could I make sure to clean around their desks thoroughly, showing any documents that might be left out? Could I adjust the camera angle to get a better view of computer screens that had been left on? Each request came with an increased payment offer. I should have stopped then, should have realized what was really happening. But the money was too useful, and I convinced myself I wasn't doing anything truly wrong. I wasn't stealing documents or accessing computers. I was just cleaning, and if people wanted to watch me do my job, that was their choice. One night, about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. I was streaming while cleaning a law firm's conference room when I noticed something odd about the viewer count. Instead of the usual 2 or 3, it showed dozens of people watching, then hundreds, then thousands. The chat, which had always been just my one regular viewer making polite comments, exploded with activity. Messages were flying by too fast to read, but I caught fragments, coordinates, building layouts, security schedules. Someone was discussing the best times to enter the building. Another was sharing information about alarm systems. That's when I understood what my streams had really been used for. I wasn't providing relaxing content for lonely night shift workers. I was unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for criminals. Every office layout I'd shown, every security camera I'd inadvertently revealed, every keypad code I'd accidentally captured while unlocking doors, it had all been recorded and analyzed. I ended the stream immediately and tried to delete my account, but the platform wouldn't let me. Every time I attempted to log in, I received error messages. When I tried to create a new account to see what was happening, I found that my streams had been archived and were still available to view. My cleaning routes through multiple office buildings had been documented in detail. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was just my full name. The body contained a single link and the words, "You've been very helpful. Now it's time to give back to the community." The link led to a different website, not Streamlink, but something darker. The page showed what appeared to be a live feed from an empty room. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor. In the corner was a viewer counter that showed thousands of people watching. Below that was a countdown timer, set to 3 days from then. I closed the browser and tried to pretend I'd never seen it. But over the next day, I kept receiving messages, text messages to my phone, which I'd never given to anyone associated with the platform. Emails to addresses I'd only used for personal things. Social media accounts I thought were private suddenly had friend requests from users with random number usernames. The messages all carried the same theme. I'd provided valuable services, and now I needed to fulfill my part of a larger agreement, an agreement I'd never knowingly made. They referenced specific details from my streams, which office building I was in on which nights, what time I usually took my breaks, even what I typically ate for my midnight meal. I went to the police, but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid or potentially complicit in whatever crimes were being planned. A middle-aged cleaner claiming he'd accidentally helped criminals through innocent live streams. They took a report, but clearly thought I was either confused or trying to cover up involvement in something illegal. That's when the physical surveillance began. People following me to work, cars parked outside my flat, strangers in the cleaning supply store who seemed to know my schedule. One morning, I came home to find my front door unlocked and a note on my kitchen table with just an address and the word tomorrow. The address was for a warehouse on the outskirts of Brighton. I didn't go, obviously. Instead, I packed what I could carry and left town. I've been moving from place to place since then, staying in different guest houses and hostels, paying cash for everything. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who recognize me despite using different names. Other guests who seem to know my routines. Maintenance workers who ask unusual questions about the buildings I'm staying in. Sometimes I'll return to my room to find that someone has been through my belongings, though nothing is ever taken. Yesterday, I found a small package in my backpack that I definitely didn't put there. Inside was a mobile phone, already switched on. The screen showed a familiar interface, Streamlink, with a notification that I had thousands of followers waiting for my next broadcast. There was also a countdown timer, showing less than 2 days remaining. I'm writing this from an internet cafe in a town whose name I won't mention. The mobile phone is still with me because I'm afraid to throw it away. Every time I look at it, the follower count has increased. The comments section is active with messages I can't understand, references to locations, schedules, preparation. This morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was no voice on the other end, just the sound of a streaming platform notification. Then text appeared on the screen. Final stream begins in 36 hours. Location details to follow. Failure to participate will result in consequences for family members. I haven't spoken to my daughter in Leeds for 3 weeks. I've been too afraid to contact her, worried that doing so might draw attention to her. But this morning, I received a photo message on the mysterious phone. It showed her walking to lectures, clearly taken without her knowledge. She looked tired and stressed, probably worried about not hearing from me. The most terrifying realization is that this was always the plan. The initial approach, the gradual increase in payment, the specific requests for certain areas. It was all designed to gather information while slowly drawing me deeper into something I couldn't escape from. They'd studied my financial situation, my relationship with my daughter, my work schedule. They knew exactly how to manipulate me. I keep thinking about how many other people might be involved in similar schemes without realizing it. Delivery drivers streaming their routes, security guards showing empty buildings at night, maintenance workers broadcasting from inside restricted areas, all thinking they're earning a bit of extra money through harmless content creation, not realizing they're providing reconnaissance for something much darker. The phone just vibrated with another notification. The stream is scheduled to begin tomorrow evening at a location that will be sent to me 6 hours beforehand. The viewer count now shows tens of thousands of people waiting, people who have been watching my every move for months, learning my routines, studying my vulnerabilities. I don't know what kind of stream they expect me to participate in, but given what I've learned about the platform's true purpose, I doubt it's anything I'd survive. The empty room with the concrete walls and the drain in the floor keeps appearing in my nightmares. I'm going to try to disappear again after posting this. Maybe if I can stay hidden long enough, they'll lose interest. Maybe they'll find another target. Maybe my daughter will be safe if I just vanish completely. But I'm not optimistic. They've proven they can track me anywhere, through any means. They have resources I can't understand and reach I can't escape. And they have something that makes escape impossible: leverage over the people I care about. If you ever get approached to start streaming your work, no matter how innocent it seems, please think carefully about what you might inadvertently be revealing. The people watching might not be who they claim to be. The request might seem reasonable at first, but lead somewhere much darker. The countdown on the phone now shows less than 30 hours. I need to move again, but I'm running out of places to hide, and running out of hope that I can somehow break free from this nightmare I accidentally created. One innocent stream led to this. One decision to earn a bit of extra money has put me and my daughter in danger. All because I wanted to help someone who claimed to find workplace cleaning relaxing to watch. The viewer count keeps growing. They're all waiting for tomorrow's final stream, waiting to see what happens to the helpful cleaner who showed them exactly how to break into the buildings where he worked. I should never have accepted that first follow request. I keep thinking this is someone else's life I'm living now. 8 weeks ago, my biggest worry was making rent on my flat in Brixton. Now I have a burner phone, 3 different hair colors in my bathroom bin, and a constant feeling like there's a target on my back, all because I tried to help someone I thought was my friend. My name doesn't matter anymore. I used to be a paralegal at a mid-sized corporate law firm in London. Nothing special, just contract reviews and document preparation. The pay was decent. My flat was small, but mine. And I had what I thought were good friends. Tara was one of them. We met at the firm 3 years ago. She was in marketing. I was in legal. We weren't best mates or anything, but we got lunch together sometimes and complained about our bosses. About 2 months ago, Tara stopped showing up to work. No calls, no emails, nothing. After a week, HR just said she'd resigned for personal reasons. It happened pretty quickly. One day she was there. The next her desk was cleared out. A few people tried calling her, but her number was disconnected. Her social media went dark. Nobody seemed particularly worried. People quit all the time. Except I had just seen her the Friday before she disappeared. We'd gotten drinks after work at our local in Soho, and she seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She was excited about some side project she was working on that was going to let her finally quit the corporate grind. She was being secretive about it, but in a fun way, not concerning. Said she'd tell me all about it once everything was finalized. So when she vanished, I was worried. I tried her email, her old flatmate, even drove by her apartment in Clapham. The flatmate said Tara had moved out suddenly, no forwarding address. The building manager said the same thing. Rent paid through the month, keys left in the letterbox. That might have been the end of it, except for the thumb drive. Tara had borrowed my external hard drive a few weeks before she disappeared, saying she needed extra storage for some marketing videos. When she returned it, apparently she accidentally left one of her own thumb drives in the case. I didn't notice until I was using the hard drive myself and found this unmarked black USB stick. I figured it probably had her marketing stuff on it, maybe something she'd need for her new venture. I plugged it in, thinking I could email whatever files were on it to her personal account, even if she didn't respond. The drive was password protected, which was odd for work files. I was about to give up when I remembered Tara always used the same password for everything. Her cat's name, plus the year she graduated uni. It worked on the first try. There were only a few files on the drive. One was a text document with what looked like login credentials. Another was a spreadsheet with dates, times, and amounts. Large amounts, like tens of thousands of pounds each. The third was a video file simply labeled verification. The video wasn't long, maybe 2 minutes. It started with a black screen and text stating the date from about a month ago. Then it showed a plain room with concrete walls, maybe a basement. There was a person tied to a chair in the center, head covered with some kind of hood. A figure in a dark mask stood behind them, holding up a piece of paper with a series of numbers and today's date, like those hostage verification videos you sometimes hear about. The masked person then set the paper down, picked up something from a table just off camera, and approached the bound person. That's when I closed the video. I didn't want to see what happened next. I felt sick. My first thought was that this was some kind of joke, or maybe footage from an indie horror film Tara was working on. But then why the spreadsheet with all that money? And why would she have disappeared right after? I reopened the text file with the credentials. There was a URL I didn't recognize, not a normal website address, but something ending in .onion. I knew enough to recognize it as a Tor address, those hidden sites you can only access with special browsers. Below it was a username and password, along with instructions for a two-factor authentication app. I should have gone to the police right then. That would have been the smart thing to do. But I kept thinking about Tara. What if she was the person in that chair? What if she was in trouble and needed help? And if I'm being honest, I was curious. What was this thing she had been so excited about that had potentially gotten her into trouble? I installed the Tor browser that night. It took some figuring out, but I managed to get to the address. It looked like a simple login page with a plain black background and the word observatory at the top. No other information, no hints about what the site was for. I entered the username and password from the file. The next page asked for a verification code from the authentication app. I didn't have that, so I couldn't go further. But there was a small help link at the bottom of the page. I clicked it, expecting FAQs or contact information. Instead, it took me to a page explaining what the site was, a viewing platform for private events. The description was clinical, almost businesslike, but I understood what it meant. This was a red room, one of those dark web urban legends where people pay to watch torture or murder in real time. Except it wasn't a legend, it was real, and somehow Tara was involved. The page explained the pricing tiers. Basic membership was £8,000, which allowed viewing access only. Executive membership was £40,000, which granted voting rights on what happened during events. And then there was producer status at £200,000, which allowed members to commission specific events. I closed the browser immediately. This couldn't be real. These things didn't actually exist. They were stories people told to scare each other, like alligators in the sewers or razor blades in Halloween candy. But then I remembered the verification video, the date card, the spreadsheet with all those transactions. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about Tara, about that video, about what I had found. Had she stumbled onto this like I had? Or was she involved somehow? I couldn't imagine her participating in something so horrific. But then again, she had been excited about a lucrative side project. During lunch, I used a computer in an unused conference room to do some research. I didn't want this in my search history. I looked up red rooms trying to find out if they were real or just internet folklore. Most sources said they were myths, technically impossible to stream reliably over the Tor network. But a few suggested they were real, but extremely rare, requiring significant technical infrastructure and insider connections to access. That evening, I made a decision I still regret. I went back to the site, but this time from a public computer at a library in Camden. I wanted to see if there was any way to find out more without actually logging in. There wasn't much, but I discovered a calendar of upcoming events visible on the login page. The next one was scheduled for Friday night, just 2 days away. I spent those 2 days trying to decide what to do. Go to the police. What would I say? I had a thumb drive with a disturbing video and login credentials to what might be an illegal site. Would they take me seriously? Would they think I was involved somehow? And what about Tara? If she was in danger, would going to the authorities put her at more risk? I decided to try one more thing before going to the police. I installed the two-factor authentication app and used the setup key that was in the text file. To my surprise, it worked. I now had access to the verification codes needed to fully log in. I didn't plan to actually view any events, but I thought I might find information about Tara or evidence I could take to the authorities. On Friday night, I used the Tor browser and the authentication codes to log into the observatory site. The interface was surprisingly professional, like a high-end video conferencing platform. There was a main viewing area currently showing a countdown timer with about 20 minutes remaining. Below that was a chat box where members were already discussing the upcoming event. To the right was a list of about 30 users currently online, all with anonymous handles. I didn't interact, just observed. As I watched, I noticed something disturbing. The users were discussing the subject for tonight's event, referring to them by a code name. They mentioned specific details about this person, their occupation, their habits, even their taste in music. The way they talked was clinical, almost bored, like executives discussing a business proposal. That's when a private message popped up on my screen. Someone with the username producer_3 had noticed me. The message asked if I was enjoying my first visit and whether I had received a personal invitation. They noted that my account was registered to someone else, someone who was no longer with their organization. They wanted to know how I had gained access. I didn't respond, but my heart was racing. They knew I wasn't supposed to be there. I was about to log off when another message came through. This one included my real name and address in Brixton. They said they had tracked my connection, impossible through Tor, but maybe they had other ways of monitoring access to the site. They said they knew I had Tara's drive and that I had watched the verification video. They said a car was already on its way to my flat. I shut everything down and left the library immediately. I didn't go home. I went to a hotel in King's Cross and paid cash for the room. That night, I saw on the local news that there had been a gas leak in my building. The residents had been evacuated while authorities investigated. There was footage of people standing outside in their pajamas, looking confused. I recognized my neighbors. The next morning, I withdrew as much cash as I could from my accounts, bought a prepaid phone, and got on a train to Manchester. From there, I kept moving, staying in cheap B&Bs, changing my appearance, using only cash. I've been moving ever since. I never went to the police. After seeing what happened at my flat, I'm convinced they have connections in law enforcement. These aren't amateurs. The site had too many users, too much money flowing through it. This is an organized operation with resources. Sometimes I think about the people in those videos. Were they random victims or chosen for specific reasons? Were they people who discovered something they shouldn't have, like me? Or were they selected based on those detailed profiles the members discussed, targeted specifically for someone's entertainment? I keep wondering about Tara. Was she a victim? Was she involved? Did she try to expose them and pay the price? Or did she try to profit from it somehow? I'll probably never know. I've changed hotels again today. The cleaning lady gave me a strange look this morning, like she recognized me. It might have been nothing, but I can't take chances. I'll dye my hair again tonight, maybe change my style completely. Last week, I saw a missing person flyer at a train station. It was for a man in his 30s, last seen leaving his office in Birmingham. The flyer said he worked as a cybersecurity consultant and had no history of disappearing. Something about his occupation made my stomach turn. Had he stumbled onto the same thing I had? I know they're still looking for me. I'm not important enough for them to spend significant resources on tracking down. But I've seen how their operation works. They're methodical, patient. They have money and connections, and they can't afford loose ends. Sometimes I consider turning myself in, going to the National Crime Agency rather than local police. But what proof do I have now? The thumb drive is hidden, hundreds of miles away. I have no evidence, just a story that sounds impossible. So I keep moving, keep looking over my shoulder. I've become good at spotting details, cars that linger too long, people whose eyes follow me in corner shops. I pay attention to emergency exits and back doors wherever I go. I've learned to live with less sleep. The hardest part is the isolation. I can't contact family or friends, can't use social media, can't stay in one place long enough to make connections. Some days the loneliness is worse than the fear. I don't know how long I can keep living like this. Maybe one day they'll decide I'm not worth the trouble and stop looking. Maybe I'll find a way to disappear completely, get a new identity, start over, somewhere far away. Or maybe they'll find me, and I'll become just another missing person, another name on a flyer that people glance at and forget. What haunts me most isn't the fear of being caught. It's knowing that right now, even as I write this, another event might be starting. Another countdown timer reaching 0. Another group of bored, wealthy viewers logging in from around the world. Another person who has no idea they've been chosen. And no one would believe it's real, even if I told them. That's the perfect cover. Something so terrible most people dismiss it as an urban legend or creepypasta. Something that could never actually happen in the real world. My neighbor knocked on my door at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, holding a bottle of wine and wearing the sort of smile that suggested she'd been working up the courage to make this visit for weeks. I was 27 and had been living in the ground floor flat in Exeter for about 6 months, long enough to establish that Claire from upstairs was friendly but not intrusive. The sort of neighbor who'd accept parcels and water plants without expecting lengthy conversations in return. She apologized for the late hour, but explained that she'd been meaning to invite me up for dinner as a proper welcome to the building. Nothing fancy, just a chance to get to know each other better, since we'd be sharing the same address for the foreseeable future. I was working as a freelance translator, mostly doing technical documents for engineering firms, which meant spending most days alone in my flat converting German and French manuals into English that wouldn't confuse anyone trying to operate complex machinery. The isolation was starting to affect me more than I'd expected when I'd chosen freelance work over office employment. Having an actual social interaction that didn't involve explaining why hydraulic systems documentation needed precise terminology felt genuinely appealing. Claire's flat was exactly what you'd expect from someone who worked in marketing for a local arts organization. Tasteful furniture, interesting books, walls covered with exhibition posters from galleries I'd never visited but probably should have. She'd prepared an excellent meal and seemed genuinely interested in hearing about translation work, asking thoughtful questions about the challenges of technical accuracy and whether I missed having colleagues to discuss difficult projects with. About halfway through dinner, she mentioned that she'd been feeling similarly isolated recently, despite working with creative people who were supposedly excellent at maintaining social connections. The conversation shifted to discussing how modern work arrangements were making genuine human interaction increasingly rare, with everyone communicating through digital intermediaries that stripped away the subtleties of face-to-face conversation. She'd been exploring ways to connect with people who shared similar concerns about digital isolation, looking for communities that prioritized authentic communication over the performative social media interactions that had become standard. That's when she mentioned discovering online spaces that weren't part of the mainstream internet, places where people could have genuine discussions without worrying about algorithmic manipulation or corporate data collection. I admitted that I'd heard about hidden parts of the internet, but had never explored them myself, assuming they were either too technical for casual users or focused on activities I wouldn't be interested in participating in. Claire laughed and explained that this was a common misconception. Many hidden communities were actually more accessible and welcoming than mainstream platforms, designed for people who valued privacy and authentic conversation over viral content and commercial advertising. She'd been participating in several discussion groups that focused on topics ranging from philosophy to creative writing, all hosted on networks that required special software, but weren't particularly difficult to access once you understood the basic principles. The communities she'd found were refreshingly different from anything available through normal internet browsing. Thoughtful participants, meaningful discussions, genuine interest in understanding different perspectives rather than winning arguments or gaining followers. She offered to show me how to access these communities if I was curious about experiencing online interaction that felt more like actual conversation than performative social media posting. The demonstration was surprisingly straightforward. Claire had the necessary software already installed on her laptop, and within minutes we were browsing communities that looked and functioned much like regular discussion sites, but felt completely different in terms of content quality and participant behavior. The first few groups she showed me were focused on creative writing and literary criticism, exactly the sort of intellectual discussion that had been missing from my daily routine since leaving university. Participants shared original work, provided thoughtful feedback, and engaged in sophisticated analysis that would have been impossible to maintain on platforms designed for quick consumption and instant reaction. But as Claire navigated through different communities, I started noticing content that was considerably more concerning than creative writing workshops. Some groups were sharing information that seemed intended to remain private, personal details about public figures, internal communications from businesses and government organizations, even what appeared to be surveillance footage from various locations. Claire explained that these were investigative communities, groups of people who researched topics that weren't being covered adequately by mainstream journalism. Citizen investigators who used their collective skills to uncover information that might otherwise remain hidden. The work they were doing seemed legitimate, if ethically complex, documenting corporate misconduct, investigating political corruption, exposing activities that were being concealed from public scrutiny through official or legal pressure. But some of the content made me uncomfortable. Photographs that appeared to have been taken without subjects' knowledge, personal information that seemed too detailed to have been gathered through public sources, discussions about methods for accessing restricted information. When I expressed concern about the legality of some activities being discussed, Claire assured me that the communities were careful to focus on information that was already accessible through various public sources, just aggregated and analyzed more thoroughly than traditional journalism typically allowed. She showed me how to create accounts and participate in discussions, explaining the etiquette and safety practices that would help me contribute meaningfully while protecting my privacy. Over the next few weeks, I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in these hidden communities, initially drawn by the quality of literary discussions, but gradually becoming interested in the investigative work that some groups were conducting. The research techniques they used were sophisticated, combining traditional journalism methods with technological approaches that allowed them to gather and analyze information more efficiently than individual investigators could manage. I started contributing translation skills to groups that were working with documents in multiple languages, helping them understand materials that might contain important information but weren't accessible to English-only researchers. The work felt meaningful in ways that technical manual translation never had. Instead of helping people operate machinery, I was helping uncover information that might expose wrongdoing or provide evidence of activities that were being deliberately concealed. But I also started noticing that some of the communities Claire had introduced me to were focused on activities that went beyond investigation into what seemed like active harassment of specific individuals. Groups that shared detailed personal information about people they claimed were involved in various forms of misconduct, including private addresses, family connections, employment details, and daily routines that would be impossible to gather without systematic surveillance. Some discussions included suggestions for actions that participants could take to disrupt the lives of these targeted individuals, methods for causing professional problems, techniques for creating financial difficulties, even strategies for psychological harassment that would be difficult to trace or prove. The tone of these discussions was casual and matter-of-fact, as if ruining people's lives was routine problem-solving rather than serious criminal activity. When I raised concerns about these communities with Claire, she explained that they were focused on accountability for people who had used their positions to cause harm, but had avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes traditional justice systems failed to address serious wrongdoing, she said, and citizen action was necessary to ensure that harmful individuals faced appropriate consequences for their behavior. The targets weren't randomly selected, but carefully researched individuals who had demonstrated patterns of behavior that justified intervention by people who understood the full scope of their activities. She showed me documentation that these communities had compiled about various targets, evidence of corporate fraud, political corruption, abuse of power, and other activities that had been reported to authorities but hadn't resulted in appropriate accountability. The research was impressively thorough, with detailed timelines, cross-referenced sources, an analysis that would have met academic standards for investigative research. But the proposed responses to this research were disturbing. Rather than continuing to work through official channels, many participants advocated for direct action that would force targets to experience consequences regardless of legal outcomes. I started researching some of the individuals being targeted by these communities, trying to understand whether the allegations against them were justified and whether the harassment they were experiencing was proportionate to their alleged wrongdoing. What I discovered was deeply troubling. While some targets had indeed been involved in questionable activities, others appeared to have been selected based on incomplete information or unsubstantiated allegations. The communities had created detailed profiles of people who might be entirely innocent, sharing their personal information and encouraging harassment based on research that was sophisticated but not necessarily accurate. Some targets were experiencing severe consequences, job losses, relationship problems, financial difficulties, even safety concerns, based on community decisions that had been made without proper verification of the allegations against them. I tried to raise these concerns within the communities, suggesting that their research standards might need improvement and that some of their targets might not deserve the harassment they were experiencing. The response was immediate and hostile. Participants questioned my commitment to accountability, suggested that I was more concerned with protecting wrongdoers than supporting victims, and accused me of being insufficiently informed about the full scope of the target's alleged activities. Some community members started researching my own background, gathering personal information, and analyzing my online activities to determine whether my objections were legitimate concerns or evidence that I was connected to the people they were targeting. Within days, I found detailed discussions about my personal life, professional activities, and even my friendship with Claire appearing in communities that I'd never participated in. The research about me was thorough and largely accurate, compiled from sources that included information I'd never shared publicly and observations that could only have come from systematic surveillance of my daily routine. They'd gathered enough personal information to create a comprehensive profile that covered my employment history, financial circumstances, social connections, and even private activities that I'd assumed were invisible to outside observation. The tone of discussions about me was analytical rather than immediately threatening, but the implications were clear. If I continued to object to their targeting methods, I could easily become a target myself. Claire visited again the following week, ostensibly to check on how I was adapting to the communities she'd introduced me to. But her questions were more specific than casual social inquiry. She wanted to know which groups I'd been participating in, what kinds of contributions I'd been making, and whether I'd encountered any content that concerned me. When I mentioned my reservations about some of the harassment activities I'd observed, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She explained that accountability work required difficult decisions about how to respond to people who had caused harm, but avoided consequences through official channels. Sometimes direct action was the only way to ensure that wrongdoers faced appropriate repercussions for their behavior. The communities weren't engaged in random harassment, but in carefully considered interventions designed to protect potential future victims by ensuring that harmful individuals experience consequences that might deter similar behavior. If some innocent people occasionally experience temporary inconvenience as a result of imperfect information, that was unfortunate but necessary collateral damage in the broader effort to create accountability for people whose harmful activities had been ignored by official systems. Her explanation sounded reasonable in principle, but didn't address my concerns about the accuracy of their research or the proportionality of their responses. More troubling was her casual mention of my own research activities. including details about my investigation into community targeting methods that I hadn't shared with anyone. She knew what I'd been researching, which communities I'd been questioning, and even which specific targets I'd been investigating independently. Either she had access to my private online activities, or the communities we'd been participating in were monitoring their members more closely than I'd realized. Over the next few days, I started experiencing technical problems that interfered with my ability to access both the hidden communities and regular internet services. Connection issues prevented me from participating in discussions, email problems disrupted my professional translation work, and even basic web browsing became unreliable enough to affect my ability to research the targeting concerns I'd been investigating. The problems were sophisticated enough to suggest deliberate interference rather than routine technical difficulties, but subtle enough that reporting them to internet service providers wouldn't result in meaningful investigation. I realized that questioning the targeting methods of communities that specialized in harassment had made me a problem that needed to be managed through exactly the sort of systematic interference they used against their other targets. My concerns about innocent people being harassed had led to me being harassed, using techniques that were designed to disrupt my life, while remaining difficult to prove or address through official channels. I stopped participating in the hidden communities entirely, hoping that withdrawal would end the technical problems and reduce my visibility to groups that had demonstrated their willingness to target people who questioned their methods. But the interference continued, expanding from internet connectivity to other aspects of my daily life. Professional translation projects began experiencing problems that seemed to originate from my end, but weren't caused by anything I'd done wrong. Client communications became unreliable, file transfers failed at crucial moments, and technical issues affected my ability to meet deadlines. My income started declining as clients lost confidence in my reliability, attributing professional problems to my own incompetence rather than systematic sabotage by people who wanted to punish me for asking inconvenient questions. The harassment was sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to create maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability about its source and intentional nature. Last week, I found something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities had been monitored from the beginning. A printed summary of my online research, left in my mailbox where I'd be certain to find it. The document contained detailed analysis of my investigation into community targeting methods, including screenshots of private browsing sessions and transcripts of conversations I'd had with Claire. The research about me was as thorough as the profiles they'd created for their other targets, compiled with the same systematic approach and presented with the same analytical detachment. But attached to the summary was a handwritten note that made their position clear. Accountability works both ways. They wanted me to understand that questioning their methods had made me subject to the same treatment they provided to their other targets, and that continued investigation would result in escalated harassment, designed to make my concerns about their activities seem insignificant compared to my own problems. The hidden communities continue to operate, the targeting continues to expand, and people continue to experience systematic harassment disguised as accountability for alleged wrongdoing that may or may not be accurately documented. I still do translation work when technical problems allow it, still live in the same building as Claire, who continues to smile when we pass in the hallway, still wonder how many other people have been introduced to communities that turn legitimate concerns about justice into systematic harassment of anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about their methods. But I'm also aware that my daily routine is being monitored, my professional activities are being sabotaged, and my personal information is being shared among people who've made questioning their targeting methods into justification for making me a target myself. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence, people sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties, financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences. Official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, Still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16. And I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned. Forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name, not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering. I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 in the morning, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 in the morning. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio, while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be cover for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. You'd think working for a tech startup would keep you busy enough to avoid trouble. Turns out the opposite is true when your job involves testing apps that nobody else wants to touch. 6 weeks ago, I was just a QA tester in Bristol trying to make rent on an apprentice's salary. Now I'm writing this from a service station near Cardiff, knowing that tomorrow night I'll become the main attraction for an audience I helped build, without realizing it. I work for a small company called DevCore Solutions. We're one of those firms that test software for other companies, checking for bugs, security vulnerabilities, user experience issues. Most of our clients are legitimate businesses wanting to make sure their apps work properly before launch. But some of our contracts come from less transparent sources, companies that pay well, but ask few questions about what we find. The project that changed everything started in early September. My supervisor handed me a tablet loaded with a beta version of an app called StreamVault. The brief was minimal. Test the streaming functionality, check for lag issues, verify the payment integration worked smoothly. No information about who developed it or what it was ultimately intended for. StreamVault looked like any other live streaming platform at first glance. Clean interface, simple navigation, standard features you'd expect from a video app. The difference was in the back end. This wasn't designed for casual users. It had sophisticated access controls, encrypted payment systems, and viewer analytics that were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before. My job was to test it by setting up streams and checking various functions. I'd broadcast from different locations in the office, test the chat features, verify that donations and tips were processing correctly. Standard quality assurance work. The app performed well, better than many mainstream platforms I'd used. What struck me as odd was some of the advanced features buried in the settings. Options for scheduling automated content, systems for managing large-scale viewer numbers, and something called interactive participation protocols that seemed overly complex for a standard streaming app. When I asked my supervisor about these features, he told me to focus on basic functionality testing and not to worry about advanced options unless they caused obvious problems. After several weeks of testing, I was asked to evaluate the app in more realistic conditions. This meant setting up streams from my flat in the evenings, testing the mobile connection, checking how the platform handled different lighting conditions and camera angles. The company provided additional equipment, professional lighting, multiple camera angles, audio equipment that seemed unnecessarily sophisticated for testing purposes. I'd stream myself doing mundane tasks, cooking dinner, working on a laptop, watching television. The streams were supposed to be private, accessible only to other testers, but occasionally I'd notice viewer counts that seemed higher than our small testing team could account for. When I mentioned this, I was told that automated systems sometimes inflated the numbers and not to worry about it. The requests from my supervisors gradually became more specific. Could I test streaming from different rooms in my flat? Could I check how well the low-light cameras worked in the bedroom? Could I verify the audio pickup was clear enough to capture conversation from other rooms? Each request seemed reasonable in isolation, but together they were creating an unusually detailed map of my living space. About 3 weeks into home testing, I started noticing technical irregularities. The app would occasionally activate when I wasn't running tests. I'd find it open on my tablet or phone, showing a black screen but with active viewer counts in the hundreds. The microphone would sometimes show activity when I wasn't speaking, suggesting the app was recording ambient sound. When I reported these bugs, the development team claimed they were working on fixes, but needed more data to identify the root cause. They asked me to leave the app running continuously for several days to help them monitor the issues. I agreed, thinking I was helping improve the product. That's when things started getting strange. I'd return home to find small items moved in my flat. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just things like my keys being on a different table or books rearranged on shelves. I initially attributed it to stress or absent-mindedness. Then I received an email about expanding my testing role. The company wanted me to evaluate StreamVault's real-world application scenarios. They provided a list of locations around Bristol where I should test the mobile streaming, parks, shopping centres, quiet streets at night. The pay for this expanded testing was substantial, nearly doubling my usual fee. During these location tests, I began noticing people who seemed to be watching me work, individuals who would appear at multiple test sites, always at a distance but clearly observing what I was doing. When I mentioned feeling observed to my supervisor, he said it was probably just curious passers-by, and that public testing always attracted some attention. The app's functionality continued to evolve during this period. New features appeared in updates, enhanced privacy controls, geographic tagging, integration with cryptocurrency payment systems. The viewer capacity seemed to be increasing as well. During my public tests, I'd sometimes see viewer counts in the thousands. One evening, while testing at home, I decided to explore some of the advanced features I'd been told to ignore. I dug deeper into the analytics section and found logs of all my streaming activity. Not just the official tests, but every time the app had been active, including those instances when I hadn't initiated any streams. The log showed detailed information about each session: viewer numbers, duration of viewing, geographic distribution of the audience, and most disturbing, revenue generated. People had been paying to watch my mundane test streams, my evening routine, my phone calls with friends, my conversations with my girlfriend. All of it had been monetized without my knowledge. I confronted my supervisor the next morning, but he claimed that this was a misunderstanding. The revenue data was fake, generated by the testing system to verify payment functionality. The high viewer numbers were simulated to stress test the servers. Everything I'd seen was just part of the comprehensive testing environment they'd built. But that night, I received a phone call from a blocked number. The voice was distorted, probably through software, but the message was clear. They congratulated me on my excellent testing work and mentioned specific details about my daily routines that could only have come from someone watching the streams very carefully. They explained that StreamVault wasn't just another streaming platform. It was designed for a specific type of content and a particular audience willing to pay premium prices for authentic, unscripted material. My testing phase was concluding, but my participation in the platform was just beginning. That's when I realized I hadn't been testing an app. I'd been conditioning an audience. Thousands of people had been watching me live my normal life, becoming invested in my routines, learning my patterns, developing what the industry calls parasocial relationships. I was no longer just a tester. I was the content. I immediately tried to delete the app from all my devices, but found it wouldn't uninstall. The technical support team at DevCore said they needed to remotely remove it to prevent data corruption, but that process would take several days. In the meantime, the app continued running, continued streaming, continued attracting viewers who are now paying increasing amounts to watch someone who was becoming paranoid and afraid. The requests from my supervisors became more direct. Would I be willing to continue streaming, but now as official content rather than testing? The compensation would be substantial, enough to quit my day job and focus solely on this work. They framed it as a natural progression from testing to implementation. When I refused, strange things started happening around my flat. Mail for previous tenants began arriving addressed to names I'd never heard. Food deliveries I hadn't ordered appeared at my door. People started knocking at odd hours, claiming to be from utility companies or maintenance services, always wanting to come inside to check something. I realized the extended testing period had given them extensive intelligence about my life. They knew my schedule, my habits, my visitors, my vulnerabilities. The app had essentially turned my home into a surveillance center and my daily life into a product. 1 week ago, everything escalated. I came home to find a package containing a new tablet, one I hadn't seen before. When I turned it on, it showed a live stream of the room I was sitting in, but from an angle that suggested the camera was built into the device I was holding. In the corner was a viewer count showing tens of thousands of people watching. But this time, there was also a chat window. Messages were flowing constantly. Comments about my appearance, observations about my living space, questions about my daily routine. Some viewers were offering money for me to answer specific questions or perform certain tasks. Others were discussing what they wanted to see happen next. At the bottom of the screen was a countdown timer, not counting down from weeks or days, just hours, and a message indicating that the beta testing phase was concluded and that live interactive content would begin shortly. I packed what I could carry and left Bristol that night. I've been moving between service stations and cheap hotels since then, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads, trying to stay ahead of whatever system they have for tracking me. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. CCTV cameras that seem to follow my movements too precisely. And constant notifications on any device I use that the Stream Vault app is trying to install itself. The countdown reached 0 yesterday. Since then, I've been receiving messages on burner phones I've just purchased, texts from numbers I've never seen before. They all contain the same basic information: an address in Cardiff, a specific time tonight, and a reminder about the extensive audience that has been cultivated for this event. They've also sent proof that they know exactly where my family lives. Photos of my sister leaving her house in London, my parents shopping at their local supermarket in Bradford, my girlfriend at her university in Edinburgh. All taken recently, all clearly intended to show me that running isn't just about my own safety anymore. I understand now that DevCore Solutions isn't a normal software testing company. They're a recruitment and conditioning operation for something much darker. They identify suitable candidates, slowly accustom audiences to watching them, build up viewership numbers, and then transition their testers into live interactive content. The beta testing was never about improving an app. It was about training viewers to become invested in watching me, creating demand for more intimate access to my life, and gradually moving toward a final event that apparently thousands of people have now paid to see. I'm writing this from a motorway service station somewhere between Bristol and Cardiff. The address they've given me is less than an hour's drive from here. The designated time is in roughly 6 hours. I've tried calling the police from 3 different locations, but explaining that a streaming app beta test has led to being recruited for what I believe are red room broadcasts sounds insane even to me. The most disturbing realization is that I've been building my own audience this entire time. Every test stream where I acted naturally, every moment of genuine reaction when I noticed strange things happening, every instance of growing paranoia and fear, it's all been content that people have been paying to watch. I'm not just about to become a victim. I'm about to become entertainment for an audience I've been cultivating for months without knowing it. People who feel they know me, who have been following my story, who have been waiting for this conclusion to what they see as an elaborate performance. The counter on the latest message shows viewership numbers I've never seen before. Tens of thousands of people waiting for tonight's conclusion to the beta testing storyline. Payment processing servers working overtime to handle the demand for premium access to whatever they have planned. I keep thinking about all the other beta testers DevCore must have recruited over the years. How many people thought they were just testing an app while actually training an audience to watch them? How many discovered too late what they had really been participating in? Cardiff is getting closer. The time is running out. I could keep driving, head to Scotland, try to disappear completely. But they've proven they can find me anywhere. And now they have leverage over people I care about. The strangest part is knowing that whatever happens tonight will be broadcast to thousands of people who have been following my story from the beginning. People who watched me test streaming equipment in my flat, who saw me gradually become aware of what was happening, who have been anticipating this moment as the natural conclusion to the narrative they've been consuming. I never signed up to be an actor in someone else's show, but I've been performing for months without knowing it. The beta testing was just the audition. Tonight is opening night. The sat-nav shows 30 minutes to the Cardiff address. The clock shows 5 hours until the scheduled time. The viewers are waiting. The cameras are prepared. The show, as they say, must go on. I still don't know if I'll show up or keep running, but I'm starting to suspect it doesn't matter. With an audience this size, this invested, this willing to pay for the conclusion to my story, they'll make sure the show happens one way or another. It started with boredom, really. That's the thing about night shifts. They stretch on endlessly, especially when you're the only one there. 4 years working as a network security specialist for a mid-sized tech firm in London, and I still hadn't adjusted to the isolation. The office building near empty, just me and the occasional security guard making their rounds. The job itself wasn't difficult. Monitor systems, patch vulnerabilities, document any unusual traffic. By 2 a.m., I typically finished the actual work, leaving hours to fill before my shift ended. Most nights I'd read tech blogs or work on side projects. Sometimes I'd watch Netflix with the volume low, one eye on the security monitors. It was during one of these mind-numbing shifts that my life changed completely. Even now, I can't sleep properly. The doctor says it's stress-related insomnia, prescribes Zopiclone that does nothing but leave a metallic taste in my mouth. How could I tell him the real reason? That every time I close my eyes, I see what I saw that night, that I'm afraid of who I'm becoming. My colleague Jamie first mentioned the dark web to me during a shift change. He wasn't suggesting anything illegal, just talking about how fascinating it was from a technical perspective, the way people had created this entire shadow internet. Being in network security, I understood the mechanisms better than most, but I'd never actually explored it myself. Jamie described forums where people discussed everything from political dissidents to black market pharmaceuticals. He made it sound like an anthropological study, observing human behavior when anonymity was guaranteed. That night, I downloaded Tor, just to see what the fuss was about. The first few weeks, I just browsed, mostly mundane stuff, forums for people discussing drugs, some marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, political message boards. Nothing you couldn't find on the regular internet, really, just with more paranoia and worse user interfaces. I was almost disappointed. Where was this digital underworld I'd heard about? Then I found a forum called Viewing Gallery. The description claimed it was for discussing real footage that the mainstream won't show you. I figured it was probably just conspiracy theorists sharing grainy UFO videos or something equally benign. I was wrong. The forum was divided into categories, each more disturbing than the last. War footage, industrial accidents, medical procedures gone wrong. Things I wished I could unsee, but found myself morbidly unable to look away from. One category was simply labeled rooms. I clicked it and found dozens of threads with cryptic titles like December Session Number 4 or Jakarta Special Viewing. The discussions beneath were vague but enthusiastic, with users thanking the hosts and requesting specific scenarios for future events. I didn't understand at first. Then I saw a comment. When's the next live show? Last one was cut short when subject expired too quickly. That's when I realized what I was looking at. Red rooms, supposedly live streams of torture or murder that viewers could watch or even direct. I'd always assumed they were an urban legend, something that conspiracy theorists and paranoid parents warned about, but that didn't actually exist. The technical challenges alone seemed insurmountable. How could you stream something like that securely without getting caught? I should have closed the browser. I should have walked away. Instead, I clicked on a pinned thread labeled verification process. The post explained that new viewers needed to be vetted before gaining access to live streams. There was a complicated process involving cryptocurrency payments and identity verification. Not your real identity, of course, but proof that you were a consistent persona and not law enforcement. I told myself I was just curious about the technical aspects. How were they maintaining security? What kind of streaming setup could handle this without being traceable? Professional curiosity. That's what I called it as I created a dedicated persona and began the verification process. It took 3 weeks. Bitcoin transfers to anonymous wallets. Answers to increasingly disturbing hypothetical questions. References from existing members. I found someone willing to vouch for me in exchange for helping them with some network security issues. Each step giving me plenty of opportunities to back out, to realize what I was doing. But by then, I was too invested. I kept telling myself I would just look once, to confirm whether these rooms were real, and then I'd report everything to the National Crime Agency. The first live stream I gained access to was scheduled for 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I requested the night shift at work, knowing I'd be alone with secure internet access. As the designated time approached, a private message appeared with a one-time link. The message included instructions. No recording software, no screenshots, viewing limited to 45 minutes. I clicked the link. The video quality wasn't great, deliberately degraded, I assumed, to hide identifying details. The room was sparse, concrete floor, white walls, a drain in the center, bright, clinical lighting, a metal table with restraints. It looked almost like a film set, too clean and deliberate to be real. A figure entered the frame wearing a plain mask that covered their entire head. They moved with casual confidence, adjusting the camera slightly before stepping away. Text appeared in a chat window beside the video. Welcome to tonight's viewing. 14 participants confirmed. Subject will arrive momentarily. Standard rules apply. My heart was pounding. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some kind of extreme performance art or a very convincing simulation. Then the subject was brought in. I won't describe that person in detail. I can't. Even now, months later, I can barely bring myself to acknowledge what I saw, what I watched, what I didn't stop. The host addressed the camera occasionally, responding to requests in the chat. I didn't type anything. I couldn't move. I just stared, telling myself this elaborate hoax would reveal itself any moment. It never did. 27 minutes in, I closed the browser and vomited into my bin. I deleted Tor, ran security scrubs on my computer, and spent the rest of my shift shaking in my chair. I told myself I would report it in the morning. I would find a way to anonymously tip off the NCA or Interpol, someone who could trace the stream and stop these people. I didn't, because I wasn't sure I could report it without implicating myself, because a small, terrible part of me wasn't completely convinced it was real, because most shamefully, I was afraid. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one not connected to my dark web activities. It contained a single line. "Did you enjoy the show? Your attendance was noted." I changed my email, my mobile number, eventually my flat. I found a new job across the country. I tell myself they were just trying to scare me, that they can't really track me to my real identity. But sometimes my new laptop camera light turns on by itself, just for a few seconds before going dark again. My IT knowledge tells me it's probably just a software glitch. My nightmares tell me something else. I know they're watching me now. I've become the subject in a different kind of room. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear breathing on the other end of my phone line. Or I'll catch a glimpse of someone with a familiar way of moving, standing too still at the edge of a crowd. I've installed security cameras, extra locks, a VPN. I sleep with a cricket bat beside my bed. None of it helps, because I know what I did. I know what I saw and didn't stop. I know what's out there now, hiding in plain sight behind proxy servers and encrypted connections. Here's the thing about the dark web that no one tells you. Once you've really seen it, it never stops seeing you. I've written this as a warning, though I doubt it will make a difference. Curiosity is too powerful. That's why those rooms exist in the first place, because there will always be people who want to see, who need to witness the worst things humans can do to each other. I understand now that the viewers are as much a part of those rooms as the people wearing masks. Last week, I received a small package at my new address, the one no one is supposed to know. Inside was a plain white mask and a note with an IP address, an invitation. They're offering me a different seat this time, a promotion of sorts. I threw the mask away, burned the note, but I know the choice isn't really gone. It sits with me in my flat each night as I check and recheck the logs. It follows me to work, to Tesco, everywhere I go. The worst part isn't the fear. It's the tiny voice in the back of my mind, the one that wonders what it would be like on the other side of the camera. The voice that's been there all along, perhaps, just waiting for permission to speak. I've started locking my kitchen knives in a safe. I catch myself researching remote locations, properties with cellars, soundproofing materials. I close the browser each time, horrified at myself, but the searches become more frequent, more detailed. When my neighbor played his music too loudly last week, I found myself thinking not about asking him to turn it down, but about how no one would hear anything from his flat if the music was always that loud. I stood outside his door for 30 minutes before walking away, trembling and sick with myself. I don't know if what I saw that night changed me or revealed something that was always there. I don't know if I'm being hunted or recruited or both. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know, to understand what these places do to a person. The forums call it the viewer effect. The theory is that watching changes your brain chemistry permanently. I think it's simpler than that. I think watching makes you complicit. It makes you one of them. And once you're one of them, there's no going back to who you were before. Yesterday, I found myself in Curry's, examining camera equipment, high-definition models with excellent low-light performance. The shop assistant asked what I was planning to film. I didn't have an answer. I left without buying anything, but I know I'll go back or find another shop or order online using one of the anonymous payment methods I learned about. The mask I threw away. Sometimes I think I see it out of the corner of my eye, sitting on my bedside table or kitchen worktop. When I look directly, it's gone. But I know it's here, waiting. Just like I know that someday, maybe soon, I'll try it on. I keep telling myself I can resist this pull towards something monstrous, that I am still essentially good, essentially human. But late at night, when my laptop screen glows in the darkness of my bedroom, I'm less certain. If you're reading this, perhaps you felt that same curiosity. Perhaps you're considering taking that first step, downloading Tor, finding those forums just to see, just to know. Don't. Or if you do, know that you're not just looking into an abyss. You're opening a door that swings both ways, and what comes through might be wearing your face. My mobile is buzzing now with a text from a number I don't recognize. It's an address, somewhere local, and a time. Tonight, I won't go. I can't go. But I haven't deleted the message, and I know exactly how long it would take me to get there on the tube. He didn't say anything. He just tilted his head, really slowly, like he was trying to figure something out about me. Not if he was going to do something, but whether it'd be worth the effort. The link wasn't hidden. I don't know why that's the part that sticks with me, but it does. It wasn't masked behind some shady redirect or buried deep in a thread. It was just there. Centered on the page in plain text, apply for jobs. High payout, no questions. And I clicked it. No second thought, no suspicion, just bored curiosity and too much time on my hands. Back then, I was working nights at a loading dock, graveyard shift, Tuesday through Saturday. It wasn't a hard job, but it was long and mindless. Mostly just scanning pallets, logging codes, occasionally clearing stuff out when shipments got backed up. The kind of work where your brain starts to drift a lot, especially after midnight. My breaks were the same every night. 10 minutes in this little plastic booth with flickering overhead lights and a vending machine that only took change. I'd lean back in the chair, crack open a can of Red Bull that tasted like copper, and scroll through my usual trash rabbit holes. Forums, conspiracy boards, that sort of thing. It sounds sketchy, but it's just what helped the time pass. There was one site in particular I kept checking. I won't say the name. Honestly, I think it's gone now anyway. But it was this mix of internet horror stories and supposed sightings of weird things online. Creepy videos, strange live streams, hidden pages on obscure browsers. A lot of it was clearly made up, but every now and then someone would post something that didn't feel like a joke. That's where I saw the link. It was just sitting there in a thread that had nothing to do with jobs or money or anything even remotely related. Someone had replied to an old post with that single sentence: apply for jobs, high payout, no questions. And the link right underneath it. No context, no replies. I don't even remember hesitating. I wish I did. I wish I could say I felt something off, or that I paused, or that I even thought about it at all, but I didn't. I was just curious, bored. So I tapped it. The page that opened was, honestly, underwhelming. No graphics, no design. Just a list of jobs in plain white text against a black background. Stuff like overnight courier needed, or remote surveillance, high risk, 3 nights only. And then a few more, vague ones. One of them said wet work, international, name already chosen. I didn't know what that meant at first, but I remember staring at it because it was the only one that didn't have a click to apply button. It just sat there, like it had already been filled. The weird thing was, there wasn't much else on the site. No about page, no links to other forums, just a handful of jobs and a single message box at the bottom right corner, like one of those live chat things customer support uses. I don't even know how long I was staring at it when a message popped up. I didn't type anything. I hadn't even touched the keyboard. It just appeared. One sentence. I don't want to say what it said exactly, but it was direct, personal. Like whoever it was thought I was logging in to do something, not just look around. I closed everything immediately, like browser, tabs, apps, all of it. I even shut the whole phone off, which I never do. My hands were a bit shaky. My mouth was dry. I remember feeling suddenly very aware of how quiet it was in that booth, like I'd just been pulled out of something without realizing how deep in I was. The rest of the night passed in a kind of haze. I kept trying to tell myself it was nothing, probably a bot or someone screwing around. But when my shift ended and I walked to my car, I saw something that snapped me out of it fast. There was a napkin tucked under my windshield wiper. Not a receipt or a flyer, just a neatly folded napkin. White, unbranded. Inside, written in what looked like permanent marker, was one word. One word I'm not going to repeat. I just sat there in the driver's seat for a while, engine off, staring at the dash. I kept thinking. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe someone thought my car was someone else's. But that doesn't even make sense when I say it out loud. It was too specific. I didn't go home right away. I parked behind a pharmacy a few blocks away and just sat there for a while. My phone was still off. I didn't want to turn it back on. I was scared it'd buzz again. For the next couple of days, things were off. It's hard to describe. It's not like someone was obviously following me or anything. It was more like something had shifted. My mailbox kept getting flyers with the wrong name. Junk mail addressed to someone I'd never heard of. Same building, same unit number, just a different name. And I kept seeing this SUV parked across the street when I'd get home. Different times, but always the same vehicle, same shape, same blacked out windows. I told myself I was imagining it until one night I walked past it and noticed the engine was still warm. Then the emails started. At first I thought it was spam, but they weren't spam. They were blank, just subject lines. They said things like, "You're not moving fast enough," or "He's watching," or "Answer the door." I ignored all of them until the last one. That one said to answer the door. The email hit my inbox around 2:43 a.m. I remember the time because it was the exact moment someone knocked. I didn't answer. I didn't even breathe. I just stood in the hallway, staring at the door, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. When I finally looked through the peephole, there was no one there. I thought maybe it was just a prank, but when I checked the footage from the security camera outside my door, there was nothing. Just a black gap in the footage between 2:42 and 2:45. Everything else that day had recorded just fine. That's when I went to the police. And, yeah, what a waste of time. The guy behind the desk looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. When I explained, he asked me if I spend a lot of time on conspiracy sites. He smiled when he said it. That smug little smile people give when they've already decided you're a lunatic. So I left. I went home, deleted everything off my phone, wiped my laptop, changed my passwords. I didn't sleep. I kept the lights off, curtains closed. I sat on the floor in the hallway for hours just listening. Around 3 a.m., I looked out the window. There was a man across the street, just standing there, not moving, not smoking or pacing or looking at his phone. just facing my building. He stood like that for maybe a minute. I blinked, and he was gone. That was it for me. I grabbed a bag, packed what I could, and decided to leave town. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to go. I took the stairs because the elevator was slow and loud and felt like a trap. But when I hit the second floor landing, I stopped. There was someone sitting there, cross-legged, still, facing the wall. At first, I didn't even realize he was a person. He didn't react when I came down the stairs. He didn't move at all. Then slowly, he stood up. He didn't say anything threatening. He didn't have a weapon. He just looked at me, calm and bored, almost, like this whole thing had dragged on too long. And then he said something that made my skin go cold. He thought I was the target, that I was the job. I don't remember how I got outside. I don't remember running. I just remember that sick feeling in my gut, like my stomach was being crushed from the inside. I didn't go back. I didn't even stop to get gas. I drove until my phone died, and I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Then I crashed at a friend's place 2 towns over. I gave her some half-truth about being stalked. She didn't press me for details. She just gave me a blanket and let me sleep on her couch. The email stopped after that. I stopped seeing the SUV. No more knocks, no more blank messages. But I still think about that man. I think about what he said and how calm he was, how certain. I didn't accept the job, but that didn't matter because someone else did. Sophie handed in her essay with that slightly smug expression she always wore when she thought she'd done something clever, sliding the printed pages across my desk with deliberate casualness, like she was passing state secrets rather than GCSE coursework. I was marking media studies assignments at home in Birmingham that evening when I got to hers and stopped reading after the first paragraph, just staring at the pages for about 10 minutes straight. The students always think they're the first ones to discover it, like they've stumbled across some secret that previous generations never found. The assignment was straightforward enough. Investigate how information spreads online and evaluate the reliability of different digital sources. Most students picked safe topics like social media misinformation or how news travels through messaging apps, standard teenage analysis of platforms they already understood. Sophie had decided to explore what she called the hidden internet, places where information exists outside normal search results and social media feeds. She had this habit of tucking her hair behind her left ear when she was concentrating, and I could picture her doing exactly that while typing this essay, convinced she was breaking academic ground that no teacher had ever considered. Her essay described discovering communities and content that operated beyond the reach of regular browsers and conventional oversight. She wrote about it with the casual confidence of someone who assumed she was the first person to encounter these concepts, explaining hidden services and anonymous networks as if she were pioneering digital anthropology. What bothered me wasn't her choice of topic, but the specific details she included about content she'd accessed while researching. Screenshots of sites hosting material that definitely wasn't appropriate for a school project. Descriptions of communities discussing activities that were obviously illegal. The essay included references to live streaming sites that showed what she described as real events happening in real time. Not entertainment content or news broadcasts, but unfiltered documentation of activities that people wanted to keep private from normal observation. She'd analyzed the technical aspects of these streams with surprising sophistication, discussing video quality, audience interaction features, and geographic indicators that suggested some content was being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Most concerning was her casual mention of recognizing locations in some of the streams, buildings and spaces around Birmingham that she could identify from architectural details or background elements visible in the footage. I found myself reaching for my laptop to close it, to put Sophie's essay aside and mark something safer. But something about her description of recognizing local locations made me curious despite my better judgment. That evening, I researched some of the sites Sophie had mentioned. The process of reaching these hidden sites was more complex than regular browsing, requiring specific software and careful attention to security practices. Sophie's essay had included enough technical details for me to follow her research methodology, though I told myself I was just verifying whether her claims were accurate. What I found confirmed that Sophie had accessed content that was genuinely disturbing. The streaming sites showed feeds from various locations that appeared to be monitored without the knowledge of people using those spaces. Not public surveillance cameras, but hidden monitoring of private areas where people assumed they weren't being observed. Most locations looked like commercial or industrial spaces, basements, warehouses, converted buildings being used for activities that required privacy. I found myself leaning closer to the screen, straining to hear the faint background sounds that accompanied the video feeds. Distant traffic, the hum of ventilation systems, occasionally footsteps echoing in empty corridors. What made me pay closer attention was recognizing some of the architectural details Sophie had mentioned. Victorian brickwork, industrial fittings, window designs, characteristic of older buildings around Birmingham. I'd lived in the city long enough to identify these features as typical of converted warehouses in areas like Digbeth and the Jewellery Quarter. One location appeared regularly, a basement space with distinctive period features suggesting it was in a Victorian commercial building. The camera angle captured most of the room, but occasionally something would move just outside the frame, a shadow or the suggestion of movement that made me realize these weren't empty spaces being monitored for security purposes. I should have closed the laptop then, should have stopped following Sophie's research methodology and focused on how to address her inappropriate internet usage through proper school channels. But I kept watching, telling myself I needed to understand the full scope of what she'd discovered. The basement's architectural details were specific enough that I could potentially identify the building through local historical records. After narrowing down possibilities to about a dozen buildings, I decided to walk past the most likely candidates during my weekend. Most buildings I identified were occupied by legitimate businesses, but one stood out because it appeared mostly vacant despite being in a desirable commercial area. The ground floor had retail space, but upper floors showed no signs of occupancy, and basement windows were covered from inside. I walked past several times over the next week, observing at different times. Most of the time it looked empty, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles that weren't there regularly, or lights in what appeared to be the basement level. Bright, harsh illumination visible around window edges. One evening, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not slipped under the door, on the table where I'd left my keys and wallet after coming home from school. Someone had been inside my house while I was there, moving through my home quietly enough that I hadn't heard them from the living room where I'd been marking papers. Inside was a printed copy of Sophie's essay with certain sections highlighted in red. The parts where she'd mentioned recognizing local locations and analyzing geographic indicators. On the final page was a handwritten note. Curious teachers make excellent research assistants. I spent the rest of the evening checking every window and door, trying to work out how someone had entered without me noticing. But I also couldn't stop thinking about that phrase, research assistants, and what exactly they might want me to research. The next day at school, I tried to act normally while observing Sophie more carefully. She seemed exactly the same, confident, slightly rebellious, focused on completing assignments with minimal effort. During lunch break, I noticed someone waiting outside the school gates who didn't look like a parent or staff member. They were positioned where they could see both entrances, observing rather than waiting for someone specific. After about 20 minutes, they left, but their presence felt connected to the note about curious teachers. 3 days later, I saw the same person outside the supermarket near my house, standing by the car park entrance with the same careful observation posture, not following me directly, but making sure I understood that my movements were being monitored. That afternoon, I decided to speak with Sophie about her research and whether she'd had unusual contact from people interested in her work. Her response was casual. A few people had messaged her online expressing interest in her research methods, but she'd assumed they were fellow students or academics. She showed me the messages on her phone. Friendly, professional inquiries about how she'd accessed certain sites and whether she'd be interested in sharing additional findings. But something about their tone made me uncomfortable. Too knowledgeable about technical aspects, too familiar with specific sites Sophie had accessed. I tried to explain that people operating illegal surveillance networks might not appreciate students writing school essays about their activities. She seemed to understand my concerns, but pointed out that she'd only accessed publicly available sites, hadn't obtained information through illegal methods. Over the next few days, I found myself paralyzed by indecision about contacting the police. Every time I reached for the phone, I'd think about explaining how I discovered the surveillance sites, whether my own investigation might be considered problematic. Then I'd think about Sophie potentially being in danger because I was too cowardly to report what I knew. But I was also afraid that people who could enter my house without detection might take additional steps to ensure teachers didn't become problems for their activities. A week later, Sophie didn't show up for school. Her parents called to report she'd left home at normal time, but never arrived for registration. Police were notified immediately, search procedures initiated, but there was no obvious explanation for where she might have gone. I should have mentioned her research project and the possibility that her internet activities had attracted unwanted attention. But I couldn't bring myself to explain how I knew about illegal surveillance sites without implicating myself in the investigation. Sophie has been missing for 6 weeks now. The police investigation continues, but no trace has been found despite extensive searches and media appeals. Sometimes I still check the surveillance sites, telling myself I'm looking for evidence that might help the investigation. Last week, I saw movement in one of the basement feeds. A figure that could have been the right height and build, hair that might have been the same shade as Sophie's. Imagine if the biggest mistake in your life came from being curious about something you saw in a film. That's what happened to my nephew, Tom, and it's why I can't sleep properly anymore. He was 16, the kind of kid who spent his weekends helping his gran with her garden and riding his bike down to the harbour to watch the fishing boats come in. Not the sort you'd expect to get mixed up in something dark. But that's the thing about curiosity. It doesn't discriminate. It started last autumn when he watched some thriller at the cinema in Truro about people being kidnapped and forced to perform for online audiences. the film made it seem like these things actually happened, that there were websites hidden beneath the normal internet where people paid to watch terrible things in real time. Most adults would have dismissed it as Hollywood nonsense. But 16-year-olds don't have that filter yet. Tom lived with his mum in Polperro, one of those picture postcard Cornish villages where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a tourist getting stuck in the narrow streets with a rental car. His dad had left when he was small, so it was just the two of them in a cottage overlooking the harbour. She worked at the local primary school and trusted him to be sensible while she was out. The trouble began when he started researching whether the film's premise was real. He found a Reddit thread discussing the movie, where users debated its authenticity. Most dismissed it as fiction, but a few claimed to know otherwise. One user posted a cryptic comment: "The rabbit hole goes deeper than Hollywood thinks. PM me if you're actually curious." Tom's curiosity got the better of him. He messaged the user, who responded with a YouTube link disguised as a tutorial for advanced internet privacy. The video seemed innocent enough. A bearded man in a basement explaining VPNs and encryption. But buried in the comments section were breadcrumbs, references to Tor, specific forum names, and invitation codes. It took him several weeks to work out how to access these hidden networks. The learning curve was steep, but he persisted, documenting his progress in a private Discord server he'd created. Looking back, that was his first mistake, creating a digital trail of his journey into the shadows. When he finally managed to connect, he spent hours exploring, fascinated by this parallel internet. Most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct forums, conspiracy sites, and pages that looked like they'd been abandoned for years. But he kept searching, following links and recommendations, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing the very type of content he'd seen in the film. Users shared links and recommendations with clinical detachment, discussing authenticity like film critics. Reading through the posts, he realized that what he thought was pure fiction might actually exist. The sites themselves were surprisingly primitive. Basic interfaces that looked like they'd been cobbled together by amateurs. Most required payments through complicated systems, but several offered preview sections that were freely available. The previews were disturbing enough. Grainy footage of people in windowless rooms, movements too natural to be acted, reactions too genuine to be scripted. What bothered him most was how organized it seemed, despite the amateur appearance. This wasn't random content uploaded by individuals. Someone was running a proper operation with regular schedules and systematic approach. The forums contained discussions about production quality, request systems, and expansion plans. From what he could gather, the operation was smaller than the film had suggested, but more real. It seemed to be an emerging network, testing methods and building capabilities rather than some vast established enterprise. The amateurish appearance was deliberate, designed to look like a few perverts with cameras rather than something more coordinated. The discussions revealed they were actively recruiting both participants and what they called local assets, people who could provide information about potential targets in their areas. They weren't just looking for victims. They needed intelligence gatherers, people who understood local dynamics and could spot opportunities. Tom's mistake was engaging with the forum using the same username he'd used elsewhere online. His digital footprint was surprisingly extensive. Gaming forums, social media, even school project submissions. Anyone looking could piece together his real identity, location, and interests within hours. The first sign they'd noticed him came through his Discord server. Files appeared that he hadn't uploaded. Screenshots of his own posts, maps of Polperro with his cottage marked, even photos of him taken from his school's website. Someone had been systematically cataloguing his online presence. His laptop's webcam began activating randomly, the little light blinking on during the night. When he covered it, files on his desktop would be subtly altered, documents renamed, folders reorganized, photos edited with barely visible changes. They were demonstrating access to his digital life, showing him how completely they could invade his privacy. The psychological pressure was subtle but effective. His browsing history would be altered to include sites he'd never visited. His social media accounts would show login attempts from locations across the country. And his email would receive messages that seemed to know details about his daily routine. Sleep became almost impossible. He'd lie awake wondering if the webcam was recording, if his microphone was listening, if his every keystroke was being monitored. The laptop that had been his window to the world became a source of constant anxiety. The surveillance escalated when someone began asking questions about him in the village. His mum mentioned that a stranger had approached her at the school, claiming to be conducting research on rural internet infrastructure. The questions had been specifically about teenage online habits and computer literacy in the area. They'd identified him as potentially useful. A tech-savvy local teenager with detailed knowledge of the community, living in an area with limited police presence and isolated enough for discreet operations. But more than that, they needed a test subject for their Cornwall expansion, and Tom had unknowingly volunteered by documenting his journey into their world. The breakthrough came when he found evidence of their local operations. Forum posts discussed reconnaissance trips to Cornwall, photos of abandoned buildings within driving distance of Polperro, and conversations about the advantages of working in rural areas. They weren't just theoretically interested in his region. They were actively preparing to operate there. More disturbing was discovering that several local teenagers were already being discussed as potential targets. He recognized names from his school, descriptions of people he knew, references to family situations and social media activity. The users weren't just planning. They were already gathering intelligence. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as both an asset and a target hit him hard. His online activities had demonstrated his capabilities, whilst his location made him valuable for local intelligence. By exploring their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploiting curiosity. The direct contact began with a message on his Discord server. "We know you've been watching. Time to be useful." Attached was a single photo, his bedroom window, taken from outside the cottage. The message was clear. They could reach him whenever they wanted. Instead of dramatic confrontations, they offered a simple arrangement: help with basic intelligence gathering, monitoring social media, noting when people traveled, identifying vulnerable individuals, and his online activities would remain private. Refuse and his browsing history would be shared with his mum, his school, the local police. The work started small. Screenshot certain social media posts, note when families mentioned holiday plans, track the online activity of specific teenagers. Nothing that seemed directly harmful, but each task connected him deeper into their operations. Tom tried to resist, but the leverage was too strong. They'd compiled a comprehensive dossier of his dark web exploration, complete with timestamps, screenshots, and a detailed analysis of his interests. His curiosity had been weaponized against him. The psychological control was masterful. They never threatened violence, never demanded anything obviously criminal. Instead, they gradually normalized his cooperation, making each new request seem like a natural progression from the last. His moral boundaries eroded through small compromises that individually seemed manageable. One autumn evening, the power went out across the peninsula during a storm. Not the dramatic blackout of horror films, but the kind of routine outage that rural areas experience regularly. Tom's mum went to stay with a friend whose house had a generator, leaving him alone in the cottage. 2 days later, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single slip of paper with login credentials. The drive contained access to a private forum where his username was already recognized. His handlers had decided his period of basic intelligence gathering was over. It was time for more direct involvement. The USB drive contained detailed profiles of local teenagers, complete with photos, social media analysis, and vulnerability assessments. His job was to verify the information, add local context, and identify the most promising targets. His transformation from observer to participant was complete. He spent the next several hours reading through files that contained painfully detailed information about people he'd known all his life. The profiles weren't just demographic data. They included psychological assessments, family dynamics, and exploitation strategies. Someone had invested serious effort in understanding his community. By dawn, he understood his true role in their operation. He wasn't just providing intelligence. He was helping them select victims from his own community. His local knowledge, gained through a lifetime of village life, was being used to identify which of his neighbors were most vulnerable to manipulation. The trap had been perfectly constructed. His eagerness to understand had provided the initial contact. His digital footprint had given them leverage, and his local knowledge made him indispensable. Every choice he'd made since watching that film had led him deeper into their web. The network's activities in Cornwall expanded gradually over the following months. Tom's intelligence proved accurate and valuable, enabling them to operate with confidence in an area they'd never worked before. Every few weeks, they'd remind him they still had the files. Just in case he forgot, his cooperation had made their expansion possible. The guilt was overwhelming. Missing person reports, worried parents, teenagers who disappeared for days before returning changed, all traced back to information he'd provided. His questions had been transformed into complicity, his knowledge into a weapon against his own community. The authorities remained unaware of the network's activities. They investigated individual incidents without recognizing the pattern, pursued obvious suspects without understanding the sophisticated recruitment and control methods being employed. Their traditional approaches were inadequate for addressing a threat this well organized. Tom's academic performance collapsed as the psychological pressure mounted. He started keeping lists of everything he said to everyone, terrified he might forget who knew what. Teachers noticed his declining grades and withdrawal from social activities, but attributed them to typical teenage stress. The real source of his problems couldn't be discussed with anyone. The network continued to grow, not through dramatic expansion, but through careful cultivation of assets like Tom. They were building a distributed operation using local knowledge and digital leverage to establish footholds in communities across the country. What had started as curiosity about a film had become participation in something far more sinister. The most disturbing realization was that Tom's story wasn't unique. The network's recruitment methods were systematic and repeatable, designed to convert questions into complicity. They were building a network of reluctant accomplices, each trapped by their own digital footprints and moral compromises. As I write this, Tom is still in Polperro, still providing intelligence, still carrying secrets that age him beyond his years. The boy who just wanted answers about a film has been replaced by someone who understands too much about the darkness that exists beneath the surface of normal life. The network continues to operate and expand, feeding on the natural inquisitiveness of young people who stumble across references to its activities. Each new recruit follows a similar path: initial questions, gradual involvement, eventual complicity. The cycle perpetuates itself, growing stronger with each iteration. But what haunts me most isn't Tom's story, or even the network's continued operation. It's the realization that right now, someone reading this might be wondering if such things could really exist. Someone might be inquisitive enough to start looking, to start searching, to take the first steps down a path that leads to the same destination. The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress. The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense. Pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place. But no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently, word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions, not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals, but the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, they targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately, complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions, events where viewers could provide input and direction rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding, but I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, but the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, my participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database, someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me. whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions. I never intended to find it. Most people who stumble onto the darker corners of the internet are actively looking, following breadcrumbs of urban legends and whispered rumors. Not me. I was just doing my job. I work in digital forensics for an insurance company. Nothing glamorous, mostly analyzing data from car accident claims, verifying timestamps on property damage photos, that sort of thing. Occasionally, we get cases involving potential fraud, where someone might have manipulated evidence. That's what led me down this particular rabbit hole. A claim had come in for a high-end electronics store that had allegedly been robbed. The security camera footage showed masked figures breaking in after hours and methodically clearing out the most valuable merchandise. Standard stuff. But something about the video felt off to me. The timestamps were consistent. The metadata looked normal. But certain compression artifacts appeared in patterns that didn't match typical security camera encoding. I've spent enough time analyzing video to recognize when something's been processed through multiple systems. This footage had signatures suggesting it had been routed through some kind of streaming service before being downloaded and submitted as evidence. Again, not necessarily suspicious on its own. Many modern security systems upload to cloud servers automatically, but combined with a few other anomalies, it merited deeper investigation. I traced the video's digital fingerprint backward, following a trail of encoding signatures and network markers. The insurance company gives us considerable technical leeway when investigating potential fraud, so I had access to specialized tools and databases not available to the general public. What I expected to find was evidence that the footage had been staged, perhaps an inside job disguised as a break-in. What I found instead was a pathway leading to a closed network operating through a series of proxy servers and encryption layers. The security footage hadn't just been processed through standard cloud storage. It had been live streamed to a private audience before being repurposed as evidence for the insurance claim. Professional curiosity got the better of me. I followed the digital trail, using access tools that technically fell within my job description, but definitely pushed ethical boundaries. After 3 days of careful tracing, I found myself looking at an unmarked website, accessible only through specialized routing protocols. The landing page was minimal, just a login screen with no company name, no graphics, no identifying information of any kind. Using analytical techniques that I'd rather not detail, I managed to access the site's back-end database. What I found was a sophisticated streaming platform with hundreds of active feeds organized into categories. Most feeds showed empty rooms, parked cars, streetscapes, or other mundane settings. Each had viewership metrics, timestamping, and user interaction logs. This wasn't some amateur operation. It was a professional-grade surveillance network with global reach. One category caught my attention: scheduled events. Unlike the passive surveillance feeds, these had specific start times, viewer registration requirements, and something called interaction parameters. The most recent scheduled event had occurred the previous night, with the cryptic title Inventory Reduction Phase 3. When I checked the archived footage, I found myself watching the same robbery that had been submitted in our insurance claim. The implications hit me all at once. This wasn't footage of an actual robbery. This was something staged specifically for an audience, filmed to appear like security camera footage, then repurposed as evidence for a fraudulent insurance claim. The thieves were performers. The stolen merchandise was probably moved out through legitimate channels, while the insurance company paid for the supposed loss. Clever as far as fraud schemes go, but what disturbed me more was the viewership data. 63 people had watched this staged robbery live, many paying significant amounts in cryptocurrency for the privilege. The interactive log showed viewers sending real-time messages suggesting how the thieves should behave, which items to take, whether to vandalize the space, how to position themselves for better camera angles. I should have reported my findings immediately, compiled the evidence for our fraud investigation team, and moved on. Instead, I kept digging, curious about the other scheduled events in the system. Most had innocuous titles that gave little indication of their content. Night Shift Protocol, Wellness Check 17, Conditioning Session. The viewership numbers varied from as few as 10 to over 100, with corresponding price tiers. The next scheduled event was something called Home Evaluation Series, Residence 28, set to begin at 1 a.m. the following night. Against every ethical guideline and professional standard, I decided to observe it. I told myself it was necessary for building a comprehensive fraud case. In reality, I was simply curious. A curiosity I've regretted every day since. I took precautions, using a secured connection and routing through multiple proxies. At 12:55 a.m., I accessed the platform and found the upcoming stream already had 47 registered viewers. A countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The preview image displayed what looked like ordinary home security camera footage of a living room. Sofa, television, coffee table. Typical suburban decor. Nothing unusual or particularly interesting. At exactly 1 a.m., the stream went live. The initial view showed the living room from a corner ceiling perspective, mimicking standard home security positioning. For several minutes, nothing happened. The empty room, dimly lit by a small lamp, remained still and silent. The viewership count ticked up to 53. A text interface at the bottom of the screen showed viewers sending messages, most expressing anticipation or discussing technical aspects of the camera setup. At 1:08 a.m., a new camera angle activated, showing what appeared to be a bedroom. A person was sleeping in the bed, unaware of being observed by dozens of strangers. The camera angle was positioned to show the entire room, with particular focus on the bedroom door and window. Again, messages scrolled as viewers discussed the setting, the subject, and something they referred to as entry methods. With growing discomfort, I realized I was watching someone's actual home, accessed through their own security system, without their knowledge. The viewers weren't just passive observers. They were actively discussing how to enter this residence. This wasn't entertainment, it was premeditation. At 1:17 a.m., a third camera angle activated, showing the exterior of the house, specifically the back door and patio area. A figure in dark clothing appeared at the edge of the frame, moving carefully toward the door. Messages from viewers increased rapidly, many sending specific instructions about the lock mechanism, based on what they could see in the high-definition footage. I was witnessing the planning and execution of a home invasion, being live-streamed to paying viewers who were actively participating in the process. This went far beyond insurance fraud or staged robberies. This was real, happening in real time, to an unsuspecting victim. I frantically tried to identify the location, searching for any distinguishing features in the footage, street signs through windows, mail with an address, anything that could help me alert authorities. But the camera angles were carefully chosen to avoid revealing identifying details. The only geographic clue was a weather alert visible on a phone screen on the nightstand, suggesting a location somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. As the figure began working on the back door lock, I made a decision. I had to report this immediately, even if it meant admitting I had accessed the platform without authorization. I disconnected from the stream and called the FBI's cyber division. Using an anonymous reporting system, I provided everything I had: the network pathways, access methods, descriptions of what I'd witnessed, and the connection to our insurance fraud case. The next morning, I arrived at work to find 2 federal agents waiting in our company's security office. For 3 hours, they questioned me about how I had discovered the streaming platform, what I had observed, and whether I had participated in any way beyond viewing. They seemed less interested in the home invasion I had reported, and more focused on the broader network infrastructure. They took custody of all my research materials and requested I not discuss the matter with anyone else while their investigation proceeded. That evening, I searched news sources for any reports of a home invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Nothing appeared that matched what I had witnessed. Either it hadn't made the news, hadn't actually occurred, or it happened somewhere entirely different than I had assumed. 2 days later, I received an email from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "Viewer Analytics Report." The message contained a single line of text: "Your observation patterns have been flagged for review." Attached was a detailed file analyzing my viewing behavior during the brief time I had accessed the platform. How long I had watched each camera angle, which parts of the frame my cursor had hovered over, timestamps of when I had been active versus idle. It concluded with an assessment that I displayed intervention probability indicators that made me an unsuitable viewing participant. The precision of this analysis was chilling. Whatever system they were using could track not just that I had viewed the stream, but exactly how I had engaged with it, right down to my mouse movements and hesitations. They knew I wasn't a genuine customer. They knew I was likely to report what I had seen. I changed all my passwords, reformatted my work computer, and swept my home for surveillance devices. I found nothing unusual, but the feeling of being monitored persisted. A week passed without incident. The federal agents didn't contact me again. The anonymous email address sent nothing further. Our fraud investigation proceeded without any mention of what I had discovered. I began to wonder if I had overreacted. Perhaps the streaming platform was actually some elaborate role-playing game where participants pretended to plan crimes. Perhaps the home and its sleeping occupant were staged setups with paid actors, like the electronics store robbery. Such an explanation wouldn't make it legal, but it would at least be less immediately dangerous. Then the photographs arrived. Standard 4x6 prints in a plain white envelope, no return address, delivered to my apartment mailbox. 5 photos in total. The first showed me entering my workplace, taken from what appeared to be a security camera across the street. The second showed me at a coffee shop I frequented, captured from the shop's own surveillance system. The third was me getting into my car in a grocery store parking lot. The fourth showed the exterior of my apartment building. The fifth photo showed me asleep in my bed, taken from an angle high in the corner of my bedroom. I have no security cameras in my apartment. No webcams positioned where that photo could have been taken. No devices with cameras directed toward my bed. Yet there it was. Proof that someone had been watching me sleep, just as I had watched a stranger sleep through that live stream. I went to the police, showed them the photos, explained the situation. They took a report, checked my apartment for signs of breaking and entering, found nothing disturbed. No evidence of how the bedroom photo had been taken. They suggested installing better locks, getting a security system, being more aware of my surroundings. Standard advice that completely missed the point of what was happening. Over the next few weeks, more envelopes arrived. Each contained a single photo showing me in situations where I believed I was unobserved. Reading on my balcony, showering, captured from outside the bathroom window. Working late at my desk. Each photo had a timestamp and a viewership count printed in the bottom corner. Apparently, 16 people had watched me shower. 23 had observed me sleeping. 31 had seen me working at my desk. I moved to a different apartment, changed jobs, altered my appearance, and adjusted my routine. The photos kept coming, now delivered to my new address. Sometimes they would arrive within hours of being taken, proving they weren't the result of long-term surveillance, but active, ongoing observation. The most recent envelope arrived yesterday. Instead of photographs, it contained a small card with a printed message. Home Evaluation Series, Residence 43, scheduled for 1 a.m. Estimated viewers, 58 primary subject. You interaction parameters extended. Below this was a link to the streaming platform I had discovered months ago. I'm not going to be in my apartment at 1 a.m. tonight. I won't be anywhere they can easily find me. I've disabled or disposed of anything that could potentially be used to track my location. This message was typed on a public computer, and I'll be somewhere else entirely by the time anyone reads it. I still don't fully understand what I've stumbled into. Some kind of voyeuristic network that repurposes security systems for entertainment. A criminal organization that combines surveillance with burglary and fraud. Something with even darker purposes that I haven't yet discerned. What I do know is that in this system, the distinction between observer and observed is fluid. Today's viewer becomes tomorrow's unwitting performer. The cameras that make us feel secure are the same ones that make us vulnerable. And somewhere out there right now, someone is watching footage of ordinary people in supposedly private moments, never realizing that they themselves are being watched through the very screen they're using to observe others. The most disturbing part isn't that I'm being monitored. It's the realization that I probably always was. The platform I discovered didn't create this surveillance network. It merely monetized what already existed. Our world is saturated with cameras we've willingly installed, with devices that listen and watch, with systems designed to track our movements and behaviors. We've built our own panopticon and called it convenience, called it security, called it connection. I don't know who will be watching at 1 a.m. tonight. I don't know what extended interaction parameters means in this context, but I do know that whatever happens, it will be recorded, categorized, and stored for future viewers. Another node in an ever-expanding network of observed moments. And somewhere in that database is footage of me watching someone else, unaware that I was already part of the performance. I used to think of myself as a digital explorer, not a hacker. I never had the skills for that, but someone who enjoyed poking around the dustier corners of the internet, finding weird forums, abandoned websites, obscure file-sharing networks. It was a hobby, something to do during those long, sleepless nights when my anxiety wouldn't let me rest. I never thought it would lead me to what I found last winter, or that I'd still be looking over my shoulder nearly a year later. I've tried talking to a therapist about this, but I always stop short of sharing the full story. How do you tell someone you've glimpsed something so fundamentally wrong that has changed how you see the world? So I'm writing it down instead, maybe as a warning, maybe just to finally get it out of my head. I work in IT, network administration for a mid-sized company in Sheffield. Nothing exciting, just making sure systems stay up and running, troubleshooting when Karen from accounting can't connect to the printer for the 10th time that week. I'd been with the company for about 3 years when this happened, comfortable enough in my role that my mind often wandered during the quieter moments. I'd always been interested in computers. Built my first desktop at 15 from parts I'd saved up for over 6 months. Taught myself basic coding from library books because my parents couldn't afford internet at home yet. That early fascination with technology never really left me, even as it became my career. My flat has a small second bedroom that I'd converted into a home office. Really just a desk crammed against the window with my old desktop computer and a couple of monitors. Not the sleekest setup, but it was mine, and it was where I spent most of my evenings. The desk was littered with the usual debris of someone who spends too much time at a computer. Empty coffee mugs with rings of dried caffeine at the bottom. Scraps of paper with scribbled IP addresses and notes. A stress ball shaped like a server that a colleague had given me as a joke gift. The walls were a dingy off-white that I'd been meaning to repaint since moving in 3 years earlier. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I remember because I'd been putting off doing my online grocery shop, which I usually did on Mondays, and the reminder had popped up on my phone twice already. Outside, the wind was howling, one of those proper northern gales that make the windows rattle in their frames. My heating had been playing up again, so I was sitting at my desk wearing 2 jumpers and a pair of thick socks, occasionally rubbing my hands together between typing. I'd been exploring the dark web on and off for a couple of years by then. Nothing serious, mostly just curiosity about whether it lived up to its reputation. I'd set up all the proper security measures, Tor browser, VPN, the works. Most of what I'd found was disappointingly mundane. Drug marketplaces that looked like badly designed eBay pages from 2005. Forums discussing privacy and cryptocurrency. The occasional repository of pirated software. Nothing like the horror stories you hear, which I'd mostly written off as urban legends exaggerated by people who'd never actually been there. That night, I was following a trail of links from a forum discussing privacy tools. One link led to another, then another. You know how it goes when you're mindlessly browsing. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten on the desk, as I clicked through increasingly obscure websites. The lamp on my desk was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. My eyes were starting to sting from staring at the screen too long, but I was in that zone where you keep going despite knowing you should probably call it a night. I ended up on what appeared to be a classified site, similar layout to Gumtree or Craigslist, but with a minimalist design that was typical of dark web pages. The categories seemed standard at first: electronics, vehicles, services, property. But there was one category that stood out: merchandise. Something about the clinical term made me pause, my cursor hovering over the link. I remember taking a sip of my cold coffee and grimacing at the taste. It had that bitter, almost metallic flavor that coffee gets when it's been sitting out too long. I clicked on merchandise, expecting to find counterfeit goods or drugs arranged by category. The page loaded slowly, another typical dark web experience, and when it finally appeared, it took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. The listings were organized by location, with major cities and regions from around the world as headers. Underneath each location were dozens of entries with brief descriptions and prices listed in Bitcoin. I scrolled down to the UK section, more out of curiosity about my own country than anything else. There were subsections for London, Manchester, Birmingham, and, to my surprise, Sheffield. My city. My stomach tightened as I clicked on it, though I couldn't have explained why I felt uneasy. The Sheffield section contained about 20 listings, each with a similar format: a reference number, an age, a brief physical description, and a price. No names, no photos, just entries like SHF 2241 19 brunette athletic build, followed by a Bitcoin amount. It took me embarrassingly long to realize what I was looking at. I'd like to blame it on being tired or the bizarre clinical nature of the listings, but I think part of me was deliberately refusing to connect the dots. When understanding finally hit, it was like a physical blow. These weren't items. They were people, human beings categorized like products, listed for sale in my city. I remember pushing back from my desk so violently that my chair hit the wall behind me. My hands were shaking, and I felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with my faulty heating. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick roleplay site, or an elaborate scam targeting gullible people with dark fantasies. Because the alternative, that there was an actual human trafficking operation running in Sheffield, cataloging people like merchandise, was too horrific to contemplate. I should have closed the browser immediately. I should have reported what I'd found, though to whom and with what evidence, I wasn't sure. Instead, I found myself scrolling through the listings again, this time with a growing sense of dread. Some of the entries included additional notes: suitable for domestic use, experienced in service industry, no visible markings. The clinical language made it all the more disturbing, like browsing a catalogue of appliances, not human lives. At the bottom of the page was a section labeled Local Available Inventory. What caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, was the postcode listed at the top of this section. S10, my postcode, the area where I lived. The listings under this heading were more detailed, including approximate locations: 500 meters from Encliffe Park, Broomhill area, near primary school, Crooks, terrace property with red door. I knew these places. I walked past them nearly every day. The primary school was 2 streets over from my flat. Encliffe Park was where I went running on weekends. These weren't abstract locations in a distant city. This was my neighborhood, the streets I traveled daily. And according to this site, there were people being held there, listed for sale like furniture. I sat there for a long time, the only sound in the room my own shallow breathing and the hum of my computer. The wind outside had died down, leaving an eerie silence. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing while simultaneously looking for any indication that it wasn't real. Maybe it was all an elaborate hoax. Maybe I'd stumbled upon some kind of alternate reality game with a disturbing premise. Maybe. But deep down, I knew. The specificity of the locations, the matter-of-fact descriptions, the total lack of dramatic flair that you'd expect from fiction, it all pointed to something genuine. And then I noticed something that removed any remaining doubt. At the very bottom of the page was a recently sold section with about a dozen entries marked as transaction completed. One of them included a reference to a news story I'd seen just the week before. A university student who had disappeared while walking home from a club. The entry simply read, SHF 1103 21, blonde, petite, sold, domestic, UAE. I felt physically sick. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely use the mouse. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could actually do something. But as I reached for my phone, a notification appeared in the corner of my browser. A message from the site administrator. Unusual browsing pattern detected. Local viewer identified. Sheffield, S10 area, Western Bank. Verification in progress. My address. They had my actual address. I slammed my laptop shut and yanked the power cord from the wall, as if physically disconnecting could somehow undo what had just happened. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of how they could have identified me despite all my precautions. Had my VPN failed? Had I made some basic security mistake? It didn't matter how. What mattered was that whoever ran this site now knew exactly where I was. I spent that night at a hotel on the other side of the city, too terrified to stay in my own flat. I paid in cash, used a fake name at check-in, and spent hours staring at the ceiling, jumping at every sound in the corridor outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work and went to the police station. I told them I'd found what I believed to be a human trafficking operation online, but I was vague about how I'd come across it. I didn't mention the dark web or the message I'd received. Even in my panicked state, I was aware of how it might sound, how easily I could become a suspect rather than a reporter. The officer took my statement with what seemed like appropriate concern, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Without specific details about victims or perpetrators, without any concrete evidence beyond my word, there wasn't much they could do. He promised they would look into it and took my contact information. But as I left the station, I had the sinking feeling that nothing would come of it. I stayed with a friend for the next week, making excuses about my heating being broken. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the real reason. It sounded too far-fetched, too dramatic. When I finally returned to my flat, I spent the first night sleeping with a kitchen knife beside my bed, starting awake at every creak and groan of the old building. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing happened. No suspicious characters appeared at my door. No strange cars parked outside my building. I began to think that perhaps the verification message had been an automated response, a scare tactic to frighten away anyone who stumbled across the site. Or maybe they had so many more important concerns that one random IT worker wasn't worth their time. I began to relax, gradually returning to my normal routines, though I never again ventured onto the dark web. Then, about a month later, I noticed something. There was a new listing on the regular missing persons board at the supermarket. A young woman, early 20s, last seen leaving her flat in Broomhill. Her flat was on my street, 3 buildings down from mine. The poster had been put up by her parents, who had travelled from London after not hearing from her for several days. 2 days after that, another missing person, this time a young man, a student at the university, last seen at a pub less than half a mile from my flat. By the third disappearance a week later, another woman, this one from the building directly opposite mine. I knew it wasn't coincidence. They were sending me a message. They were showing me that they could take people right from my doorstep, and no one could stop them. And they were letting me know that they hadn't forgotten about me. I moved the following week, breaking my lease and forfeiting my deposit. I found a flat in Manchester, changed my job, my phone number, even deleted all my social media accounts. For months, I looked over my shoulder constantly, convinced I was being followed. I saw significance in every coincidence, threat in every stranger's glance. It's been almost a year now. Some days I can almost convince myself that I overreacted, that the disappearances in my old neighborhood were just a terrible coincidence. But then I'll see a news report about human trafficking, or a missing person case with familiar details, and that cold dread returns. I've learned more than I ever wanted to about how these networks operate, how vast and well connected they are, how they can reach into everyday life while remaining invisible to most people. Last week, I received a letter at my new address, an address that isn't listed anywhere, that I've shared only with my parents and my new employer. There was no return address, no message inside, just a printout of a classified listing, MCR-338229, IT professional, current location Northern Quarter, status pending acquisition. They found me, and now they're letting me know that I've moved from being a witness to being merchandise. I'm writing this from a hotel room near Piccadilly Station. I've bought a ticket to Glasgow for tomorrow, leaving at 5:43 a.m. From there, I don't know where I'll go. I don't know if there's anywhere I can go where they won't eventually find me. If you're reading this, stay away from the dark corners of the internet. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. Some knowledge comes with a price you never stop paying. And if you ever see a classified listing that doesn't quite make sense, that uses clinical language to describe what sounds like people rather than products, close your browser immediately. Don't scroll. Don't investigate. Just walk away. I think there's someone in the hallway outside my room. They've been standing there for several minutes now. The door handle just moves slightly, as if someone's testing whether it's locked. I don't think I'm going to make that train tomorrow. When your GP refers you to a specialist for problems you didn't know were serious enough to require expert attention, you generally assume the referral is legitimate medical care rather than recruitment for activities that have nothing to do with healthcare. This started about 14 months ago when I went to see Dr. Patterson about persistent headaches and sleep problems that were affecting my work as a teacher. I'd been having trouble concentrating during lessons and felt constantly tired despite getting what should have been adequate rest. Dr. Patterson ran the usual tests: blood pressure, basic neurological checks, questions about stress levels and lifestyle factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. Everything came back normal, but she seemed concerned that the headache pattern might indicate underlying issues that required more specialized evaluation. She referred me to what she called a wellness clinic that took a more comprehensive approach to diagnosing and treating stress-related health problems. The clinic supposedly used advanced assessment techniques that could identify health issues before they developed into serious medical conditions. The Exeter Wellness Institute looked professional enough when I arrived for my appointment. Modern building near the hospital, well-dressed reception staff, waiting room filled with the sort of health and lifestyle magazines you'd expect from any private medical facility. The initial consultation was more thorough than anything I'd experienced with NHS services. Dr. Kensington, the specialist who saw me, spent nearly 2 hours discussing my symptoms, work stress, lifestyle habits, and personal circumstances that might be contributing to my health problems. She explained that modern stress-related health issues were often caused by environmental factors that traditional medicine didn't adequately address: digital overwhelm, social isolation, information processing difficulties that created chronic psychological strain. The assessment process would involve monitoring my daily activities and stress responses over several weeks, using digital tools to track patterns that might not be obvious during brief medical appointments. She provided me with what appeared to be a standard health monitoring app that would record sleep patterns, activity levels, and stress indicators throughout my normal daily routine. The data would help identify specific triggers for my headaches and develop targeted interventions. The monitoring process seemed reasonable and potentially helpful for understanding what was causing my health problems. I agreed to participate and was given detailed instructions about how to use the monitoring software. But the app required access to considerably more personal information than seemed necessary for basic health monitoring. It wanted permission to access my internet browsing, social media activity, communication patterns, and even location data that would track my movements throughout each day. When I questioned the extensive data requirements, Dr. Kensington explained that modern health assessment needed to understand the complete environmental context of stress-related symptoms. Digital behavior patterns, social interactions, and daily routines all contributed to stress levels in ways that couldn't be measured through traditional medical approaches. The comprehensive monitoring would provide insights into my health issues that wouldn't be possible through conventional medical evaluation, helping identify intervention approaches that could address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. The explanation made sense from a holistic health perspective, and I was eager to find solutions for symptoms that were genuinely affecting my quality of life and professional performance. Over the following weeks, the monitoring app tracked every aspect of my daily routine with systematic thoroughness. It recorded when I went to sleep and woke up, what websites I visited, who I communicated with, where I went during weekends, even what I purchased and what television programs I watched. The data collection was remarkably comprehensive, creating what Dr. Kensington described as a complete lifestyle profile that would allow precise identification of factors contributing to my stress-related health symptoms. After about a month of monitoring, I returned for follow-up consultation to review the findings and develop a treatment plan based on the data that had been collected about my daily routine and stress patterns. Dr. Kensington presented detailed analysis of my monitoring data, identifying specific patterns that she claimed were contributing to my headaches and sleep problems. According to her assessment, my symptoms were being caused by digital overstimulation and social isolation that required targeted lifestyle interventions. The treatment plan she recommended involved gradually reducing exposure to stressful online content while increasing engagement with supportive community activities that would provide better social connection and mental stimulation. She provided access to what she called therapeutic digital environments, online communities that were specifically designed to reduce stress and promote mental well-being through positive social interaction and meaningful discussion. These communities weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, but required special software that filtered out the advertising, negativity, and information overload that characterized mainstream social media platforms. The therapeutic communities were populated by people who were dealing with similar health issues and stress-related problems, providing mutual support and discussion focused on wellness and recovery, rather than the competitive and often toxic dynamics of conventional social media. Dr. Kensington explained that spending time in these curated online environments would help retrain my stress responses while providing the sort of genuine social connection that was essential for mental and physical health. The therapeutic digital environments were indeed different from anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. The communities were focused on thoughtful discussion about health, wellness, personal development, and mutual support for people dealing with various life challenges. Participants shared experiences about managing stress, developing healthier lifestyle habits, and finding meaning and purpose in daily activities. The discussions were supportive and intellectually engaging, providing exactly the sort of positive social interaction that had been missing from my routine. I found myself genuinely enjoying the time I spent in these communities and felt that my stress levels were improving through regular participation in discussions that focused on wellness and personal growth, rather than the anxiety-provoking content that dominated mainstream social media. But as I became more involved in the therapeutic communities, I started noticing that some discussions included topics that seemed to go beyond health and wellness into areas that felt more like systematic analysis of people's personal vulnerabilities and psychological weaknesses. Some community members shared detailed information about their daily routines, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and emotional triggers with a level of specificity that seemed excessive for general wellness discussion. Others provided analysis of family members, co-workers, and social connections that read more like psychological profiling than supportive community conversation. The discussions weren't just focused on personal wellness, but were systematically documenting detailed information about participants' social networks, personal circumstances, and psychological vulnerabilities that could potentially be used for purposes beyond therapeutic support. When I questioned why wellness discussions needed such detailed personal information, other community members explained that effective stress management required understanding the complete social and psychological context of people's lives. They assured me that sharing comprehensive personal information was essential for receiving meaningful support, and that the community's therapeutic effectiveness depended on members being completely honest about their circumstances and relationships. The explanation seemed reasonable within the wellness framework that Dr. Kensington had established, and I found the community discussions genuinely helpful for managing my stress-related health symptoms. But I also started recognizing that some community participants seemed to have detailed knowledge about people in Devon, including specific information about individuals who lived and worked in areas around Exeter that I was familiar with. Some discussions included enough local detail that I began to wonder if I might recognize the people being analyzed if I encountered them during normal daily activities around the city. The therapeutic communities weren't just focused on abstract wellness discussion, but were actively collecting and analyzing detailed personal information about real people in my immediate geographic area. I realized that Dr. Kensington's health monitoring and therapeutic digital environments weren't legitimate medical treatment, but were systematic data collection operations designed to gather comprehensive personal information about Exeter area residents. My participation in wellness communities had made me complicit in activities that involve systematic analysis of real people's personal vulnerabilities and private circumstances for purposes that weren't related to healthcare or therapeutic support. The health monitoring app had been used to compile detailed profiles of my personal information, social connections, and daily routine that were being shared with communities that specialized in analyzing and potentially exploiting people's psychological and social vulnerabilities. When I tried to research the Exeter Wellness Institute more thoroughly, I discovered that it wasn't registered as a legitimate medical facility and that Dr. Kensington didn't appear in professional medical directories or have verifiable credentials through appropriate regulatory bodies. The entire wellness assessment and treatment process had been designed to collect personal information rather than provide healthcare, using medical terminology and therapeutic frameworks to make systematic data gathering seem like legitimate health services. My symptoms hadn't been treated through evidence-based medical interventions, but had been used as justification for comprehensive surveillance and information collection that was being shared with people who specialized in analyzing personal vulnerabilities for purposes that weren't related to healthcare. The therapeutic communities I'd been participating in weren't focused on wellness and mutual support, but were sophisticated information collection systems where people were encouraged to share detailed personal information that was being analyzed and potentially used for exploitation rather than therapeutic purposes. I tried to investigate what was being done with the personal information I'd shared through the wellness monitoring and community participation, leading to discovery of online spaces that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. These hidden communities were focused on systematic analysis and potential exploitation of individuals who had been profiled through various data collection methods, including wellness services that collected comprehensive personal information under the guise of providing healthcare. The detailed personal information I'd shared through therapeutic community discussions was being used by these communities to develop profiles that could be used for targeted manipulation, harassment, or other forms of exploitation of real people in the Exeter area. My health monitoring data was being analyzed not for therapeutic purposes, but to identify psychological and social vulnerabilities that could be exploited by people who specialized in systematic manipulation of individuals they'd never met, but whose personal circumstances they understood in comprehensive detail. The wellness treatment that had supposedly addressed my stress-related health symptoms had actually made me complicit in systematic information gathering that was being used to facilitate potential exploitation of people in my own community. When I tried to withdraw from the Exeter Wellness Institute and report what I discovered about their activities, I found that my participation agreements included extensive clauses about confidentiality and data protection that made exposing their activities legally complicated. More disturbing was discovering that some people in Exeter were experiencing problems that seemed to correspond to the detailed vulnerability analyses that were being conducted in the hidden communities I discovered. Individuals whose personal information had been collected through wellness services and other data gathering operations were experiencing targeted difficulties that seemed designed to exploit the specific psychological and social vulnerabilities that had been identified through systematic analysis of their personal circumstances. My participation in what I'd believed was legitimate healthcare had contributed to information collection that was being used to facilitate systematic targeting of real people for psychological manipulation and potential exploitation. The Exeter Wellness Institute continues operating, recruiting people with genuine health concerns who believe they're receiving innovative medical treatment rather than participating in comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic analysis of personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic communities continue collecting detailed personal information from participants who think they're receiving mutual support for wellness and recovery rather than providing intelligence that's being used to develop exploitation profiles. People throughout Exeter continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation that's based on comprehensive analysis of personal information they shared while seeking healthcare, believing their difficulties are personal problems rather than systematic targeting by individuals who specialize in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. I still work as a primary school teacher, still deal with occasional headaches and sleep problems. Still wonder whether some of the personal and professional difficulties experienced by people around me might be caused by systematic targeting based on vulnerability analyses that were developed using information they shared while seeking legitimate medical care. The referral that seemed like access to innovative healthcare turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic exploitation of vulnerable people through analysis of personal information they provided while seeking medical treatment for genuine health problems. Sometimes I wonder if agreeing to help my cousin with her social experiment was the single worst decision I've ever made, because what started as a weekend favor turned into discovering that some people's idea of entertainment involves activities that would make most horror films seem tame by comparison. This happened about 8 months ago when I was living in Norwich, working as a children's librarian and trying to save enough money for a deposit on a better flat. My cousin Emma had just finished her sociology degree at UEA and was supposedly conducting independent research for her dissertation about online communities and social behavior. Emma had always been the clever one in our family, the type who got firsts in everything and talked about academic theories over Sunday dinner, while the rest of us discussed EastEnders. So when she asked if I'd help with her research project, I was flattered that she thought I could contribute something meaningful to actual university work. The experiment she described sounded straightforward enough. She wanted to study how ordinary people reacted when they were gradually introduced to online communities that existed outside mainstream social media platforms. Nothing dangerous, she assured me. Just documentation of psychological responses to different types of digital social environments. She'd already recruited several other participants, but needed someone with my demographic profile. Late 20s, limited technical knowledge, stable employment, but not particularly high income. Basically, she needed someone who represented what she called digital normalcy to round out her research sample. The methodology involved me spending designated time periods in various online communities, documenting my reactions and observations according to structured guidelines she'd developed. She'd pay me £200 for participating in what she estimated would be about 20 hours of research activity spread over several weeks. I should have asked more questions about what types of communities I'd be exploring, but Emma's academic enthusiasm was infectious, and I trusted that university research would have appropriate ethical oversight. Plus, £200 was significant money for someone living on a librarian's salary. She set me up with software on my laptop that would allow access to what she called alternative social platforms, communities that weren't part of the mainstream internet, but weren't necessarily hidden or secretive. Just different approaches to online social interaction that required specific tools to access. The first communities she directed me to were exactly what I'd expected from academic research. Discussion groups about political topics that were too controversial for Facebook. Hobby communities focused on interests that were too niche for general platforms. Even artistic spaces where people shared creative work that wouldn't get attention on commercial social media. Emma had prepared detailed questionnaires about my reactions to each community, how welcoming they seemed, whether the discussions felt authentic compared to mainstream platforms, what psychological needs these spaces seemed to fulfill for their participants. The academic framework made everything feel legitimate and purposeful. I was contributing to understanding of digital sociology while getting paid to explore parts of the internet I'd never encountered before. But as Emma guided me through different communities over the following weeks, the content started becoming more concerning in ways that felt deliberately progressive rather than randomly varied. Some communities were focused on sharing information that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow. Not necessarily illegal content, but material that violated typical social media policies about violence, harassment, or privacy violations. Others seemed designed around activities that most people would consider ethically questionable, like systematic documentation of strangers' private lives, or coordination of harassment campaigns against specific individuals. When I expressed concern about the increasingly extreme content, Emma explained that understanding the full spectrum of online social behavior required studying communities that operated outside conventional moral boundaries. Her research couldn't be comprehensive if it only examined socially acceptable digital spaces. She reminded me that anthropologists had always needed to study cultures and practices that might seem disturbing from outside perspectives, and that digital anthropology required the same willingness to document uncomfortable social realities. The academic justification made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did online communities develop their own moral frameworks? What social mechanisms allowed groups to normalize behavior that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Emma seemed particularly interested in my reactions to communities that focused on what they called social observation, systematic monitoring and documentation of people who weren't aware they were being watched. These communities treated surveillance of strangers as legitimate research into authentic human behavior, arguing that people only acted naturally when they didn't know they were being observed. Participants shared detailed information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions were academic in tone, treating real people like research subjects in ongoing behavioral studies. But the lack of consent from the people being studied made these communities feel more like organized stalking than legitimate research. Emma asked me to spend more time in these surveillance-focused communities, documenting how they justified their activities and what psychological satisfaction participants seemed to derive from systematic invasion of privacy. The research assignment felt increasingly uncomfortable, but Emma's academic framework provided rationalization for continuing to study communities whose activities I found morally disturbing. She explained that understanding how people convinced themselves that surveillance was justified required extended observation of their psychological reasoning processes. Academic research often demanded temporary ethical discomfort for the sake of broader social understanding. Over several weeks of studying surveillance communities, I started noticing that some participants were sharing information about people in Norfolk, including details about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Norwich. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in my immediate geographic area. Some of the surveillance targets were described in ways that made me wonder if I might recognize them if I encountered them during normal daily activities. Local professionals, university students, even public service workers whose routines were being systematically documented by strangers. When I mentioned the local connection to Emma, she seemed genuinely excited about this development. Having surveillance activities that I could potentially verify through independent observation would enhance her research significantly. She suggested that I try to identify some of the Norwich area surveillance targets, comparing the community documentation with what I could observe about these individuals during my own daily routine. This would provide valuable academic insights into the accuracy of surveillance techniques and the psychological impact of systematic observation on both monitors and targets. The research methodology was shifting from studying online communities to potentially participating in their surveillance activities. But Emma's academic enthusiasm made the transition feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to try identifying some surveillance targets, telling myself this was contributing to important social research rather than participating in organized stalking activities. But as I started paying attention to people around Norwich who matched descriptions from the surveillance communities, I realized that Emma's research had made me complicit in systematic invasion of privacy, affecting real individuals in my own community. The people being monitored weren't abstract research subjects, but neighbors, co-workers, and strangers whose private lives were being documented for the entertainment of online communities that treated human privacy as content to be consumed. I tried to investigate Emma's university research more thoroughly, looking for verification that her dissertation was legitimate academic work with appropriate ethical oversight. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The sociology dissertation she described didn't exist in UEA's academic records, and the research methodology she was using wouldn't be approved by any legitimate university ethics committee. Emma wasn't conducting academic research into online communities, but was using academic terminology to recruit participants in activities that were actually designed to introduce people to surveillance and harassment communities for purposes that weren't related to scholarly investigation. I realized that the social experiment I'd been participating in was actually a recruitment process designed to gradually normalize systematic privacy violation by presenting it within academic frameworks that made harmful activities seem intellectually justifiable. My documentation of psychological responses to surveillance communities hadn't been contributing to sociology research, but had been providing information that could be used to refine recruitment techniques for drawing ordinary people into activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. Emma had been studying my psychological adaptation to increasingly extreme online communities, analyzing how academic justification could be used to overcome normal ethical resistance to systematic harassment and privacy violation. The research questionnaires I'd been completing had been documenting the effectiveness of different persuasion techniques for convincing people to participate in activities that violated their own stated moral principles. I'd become an unwitting test subject in research about psychological manipulation, rather than a volunteer contributor to legitimate academic sociology. When I tried to confront Emma about what I'd discovered, she'd already graduated and left Norwich, providing no forwarding address to family members who assumed she'd moved away for postgraduate study or employment opportunities. Her university contact information led nowhere, and her social media accounts had been deactivated, suggesting she'd planned to disappear once her recruitment activities in Norwich were completed. I never found out how many other research participants she'd recruited, or whether the surveillance activities I'd been introduced to were continuing with different facilitators who used similar academic justifications. The online communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of Norfolk residents continues expanding, and people continue being monitored and documented by strangers who treat human privacy as entertainment content to be shared and analyzed. I still work as a children's librarian, still live in Norwich, still wonder whether some of the people I encounter might be involved in activities similar to what Emma was facilitating. Using legitimate-sounding research frameworks to justify systematic violation of privacy and personal boundaries. But I'm also aware that academic-sounding requests for research assistance can be covers for recruitment into activities that have nothing to do with legitimate scholarship, and that people who want to help with what appears to be important social research can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as intellectual investigation. The social experiment I participated in continues to affect how I think about online privacy and community behavior, but not in ways that Emma's supposed academic research would have intended if it had been legitimate scholarly work rather than systematic manipulation designed to recruit ordinary people into extraordinary violations of human decency. Sometimes I wonder how many other communities exist where people convince themselves that systematic harm is justified by intellectual frameworks that sound academic, but are actually rationalization for activities that most people would recognize as organized cruelty if they weren't presented within contexts that made them seem like legitimate research or social observation. The psychological techniques Emma used to gradually normalize my participation in surveillance communities were sophisticated enough to overcome my normal ethical instincts, suggesting that similar recruitment methods might be effective for drawing other well-meaning people into activities they would never choose to participate in if they understood what they were really agreeing to do. I never received the £200 Emma had promised for participating in her research, which seems like a small loss compared to discovering that I'd spent weeks documenting and analyzing systematic violation of privacy affecting real people in my own community. But the unpaid research debt feels symbolic of the broader deception involved in presenting recruitment for surveillance activities as academic work worthy of compensation and intellectual respect. The communities Emma introduced me to continue developing more sophisticated methods for monitoring and harassing their chosen targets, while recruitment techniques continue improving based on analysis of how ordinary people can be persuaded to participate in activities they would normally find morally unacceptable.